Good morning. This is the New York City Board of Standards and Appeals Public Review Session for January 24th, 2023. Please be advised there are no public testimony during the review session, so please do not raise your hands. The first item we will be discussing is from yesterday's calendar, item number 17, 319-53BZ, 1135 East 222nd Street, the Bronx.
All right. So we, while we did not receive any proof of service of initial hearing and proof of hearing, the board has scheduled this application due to extensive concerns. The office has received from the community board regarding the poor site condition. However, I would state that, as you know, it was initially scheduled for yesterday, but the applicant requested that it be moved to today, and the applicant was asked to notify the community board, all the elected officials, of the change of the hearing date, and the applicant did do so. So, with that, so the hearing is going to start on this. We did not receive the community board vote on this. I believe community board is scheduled to has scheduled this for a February land use and a full board hearing, so that's an outstanding matter. And you should have seen the compliance report that was provided by our compliance officer, Mr. Rickett. So please do review that. This is an action that is before us for an extension of term to permit an operation of an auto repair establishment, use group 16B, in a residential zoning district, and also seeking waiver of board's rule pursuant to section 1-073B2, and to amend the number of parking spaces permitted on the site. And I also believe, though it's not stated in the statement of fact, hours of operation. So I would like the applicant to clarify that. The term, the previous term expired on January 31st, 2021. This is an irregular triangular shaped corner lot that has a frontage along East Chester Road and East 222nd Street, and has been in BSA jurisdiction since 1961. It was previously a gasoline service station, and it was I think at some point it was reverted to just an automotive repair use. Now, as part of it being the basic threshold of 11-41 regarding zoning lot area has been met, which is that the zoning lot has not enlarged. With regards to, I want to start off with the compliance because this is a very troubling site with a very poor operator and site operation that is in violation of much of the conditions prior boards have required. The compliance sheet that has been submitted is incorrect because it is not meeting pretty much all of the prior conditions the board had required. The applicant needs to show a compliance analysis for each of the grant. As I mentioned, it is not in compliance with pretty much all of the conditions. Compliance analysis provided is incorrect and is contradictory to the existing operation. It is in violation of the following elements. Specifically, vehicles are parked on the sidewalks to the extent that even a white line has been drawn on the sidewalk that is fronting on East 222nd Street, allowing an extra row of vehicles to park on the sidewalk. There is significant amount of debris, car parts stored on the site, which is very visible. And some of them are, all of these are located outside the building and are also encroaching onto city sidewalk. Landscaping that was required by as part of prior approved plans have not been provided, especially along East Chester Road. and the one that is existing along 222nd Street is not being maintained adequately. The work does not, so as I would say, the work does not conform with anything that is existing, does not conform with the approved plan. Hours of operations are not being observed. It seems based on the statement, the applicant is maintaining a longer hour of operation, and it is not hours that is I think 8 to 5, 8 to 6 p.m. Mondays through Friday, and Saturday 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. That is the requirement. It is not in compliance of that. The fence along the Eastchester Road, along the residential lot line, extends beyond the zoning lot line. It is encroaching onto the city sidewalk. And also what I noticed, what in the certificate of occupancy, the prior certificate of occupancy, the conditions of the prior grants were not reflected. So going forward, every condition, should the board grant any condition that would be that was stated earlier, and it will be, I'm sure we will have a lot of conditions should the board grant any approval, should be reflected in this year. Now, proof of continuous use has not been provided. That needs to be provided. The applicant, again, as I mentioned, is seeking an extension of term for 10 years and is proposing to amend the plan to allow for more vehicles to park on the site. It is not clear if the applicant is also seeking, as I said, to amend the hours of operations. Based on the parking plan that has been provided, 10 of the proposed 18 vehicles, the applicant is proposing to park. I think 10 was the prior grant, and the applicant is proposing way more than that. And 10 of these 18 vehicles are parked outside the zoning lot line. The parking plan shows that at most 10 vehicles can park on this site. So I'm not at all inclined to allow any increase in the number of vehicles that can be parked on this site. The 10 parking spaces should be striped and marked on the site to prevent the operators from encroaching onto the sidewalk. And one of the things that I'm noticing from all the photos that have been provided, not just by our compliance officer, even by the applicants, Google Street View, the sidewalk is being used not only for maneuvering of vehicles going in and out of the site, but also to park vehicles on the sidewalk, especially along the triangular portion of the site. I mean, it's along all of them, but the triangular portion of the site more so, partly because there is, I'm concerned, is because there is a bus stop that is located along at the corner of Eastchester and 222nd Street. And there are there are 4 curb cuts altogether, 2 very close to the intersection of 222nd Street and Eastchester, and 2 further away, closer towards the residential lot line. The 2 curb cuts that are located closer to the intersection, based on the maneuverability plan that the applicant has submitted, is not being used. The ones that are further away are the ones that are being used for vehicles to be moved in and out of the subject site. So I, for one, I definitely do not see the need for the 2 curb cuts that are located closest to the intersection of 222nd Street and Eastchester Road. And more so, the curb cut that is located along Eastchester Road is right where the bus stop is. And any vehicular movement that is going to happen through this curb cut is going to affect the bus traffic, pedestrians that are or people who are waiting for the bus, and not to mention that this site is in violation of parking all its vehicle, a good part of its vehicle along that corner of the triangle. And so what I want is, I want this applicant to bring this site to compliance with the prior grant before even we can move forward to considering any of the proposed amendments that the applicant is proposing. So the applicant needs, and the way this has to be done is that we are going to put in some strict design site improvements that has to be put in place now. And if that is put in place now, that can allow keeping the vehicles within the site and not encroaching onto the sidewalks. And B, they just have to do it. I just do not see a reason why the applicant cannot make these changes before even we can consider granting the extension of term, because this site has been in so much in violation of every conditions that has been placed by the board. So with that, I would like a design solution at the corner of Eastchester and 222nd Street, and that would be done through a combination of landscaping at that triangular area where the signs are, and bollards extending all the way from that corner up to the curb cut that is located further away. And this is along both 222nd Street and Eastchester Road. And these have to be fixed bollards. So this way, the operator, their employees, everybody knows exactly where the meets and bounds of the zoning lot is. Because what I'm actually really surprised by the submission is the property owner is either not well versed with what its property boundaries are, or is not and is not properly being advised by its legal counsel or by its architect as to what is a zoning lot and what is the boundaries within which this property has to operate. Every submission that has been made shows that the property line is extending beyond the zoning lot, and it's taking portions of the sidewalks on both sides. I have to say I'm very surprised by this submission, especially when it's a licensed architect who should know what a zoning lot is. I'm sorry, I'm saying all of this because I've never seen something this egregious, and I'm extremely concerned and disturbed by this submission. So here are my recommendations. Provide planting. It can be raised planting bed at the corner of at the intersection of Eastchester and 222nd Street. Provide bollards along the zoning lot line that fixed bollards that extend up to the curb cuts that are located in the rear. The two curb cuts that are located at the intersection of near the intersection of 222nd Street and Eastchester. Remove those side curb cuts and replace them with raised sidewalks. And I'm okay with sacrificing one of the planting area on that is fronting on Eastchester Road. There are two planting areas that were required. One along 222nd Street, which is in very poor condition, and one along Eastchester Road, which has never been built. I would be okay to not require that if the planting bed along at the intersection of Eastchester and 222nd Street is provided, and replace that area with a enclosed trash storage area. And it has to be made of a cinder block, painted, stuccoed, and contain the trash enclosure there. I could go on and on. I think the overall, as you can hear from me, there are cracks on the sidewalk. The site has oil stains everywhere. There is excess. There are discarded car parts sitting outside in that area of Eastchester. There are drums with, I don't know what's there, that's out there encroaching onto the sidewalk. And it's just, the list is endless. So I think you get the gist. With regards to the request for the hours of operation, as I said, the existing hours of operations are Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m., and Saturday, 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. The applicant is proposing to modify the hours of operation from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Mondays through Friday, and Saturday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. This is an R5 zoning district. There is no commercial overlay. There are no commercial use in this neighborhood. So allowing an increase in the hours of operation in such a zoning district, which is just purely a residential zoning district with no commercial use in and around the area. It is not in an area which has a commercial overlay. And more importantly, given the operation happening at this site, I'm absolutely not inclined to grant an extension in the hours of operation of Mondays through Fridays beyond 6 p.m. And while I would have been okay to allow for an increase on the Saturday schedule to 5 p.m., again, the operator's behavior gives me no confidence that the site will be maintained properly and will be respectful of its neighbor, as the applicant has continuously not met any of the board's prior conditions. So at this point, to me, any change in the hours of operation is not going to happen unless the applicant makes all of these changes now and gains our confidence. With regards to the signage, per C1, it's in an R5, so C1 regulation applies. So per C1 regulation, 150 square foot of frontage is per frontage is permitted. The applicant needs to provide a signage analysis per each frontage. The regulation states 3 times the street frontage of a zoning lot in feet, but in no event more than 150 square foot for interior or through lots, or 150 square foot in each frontage for corner lots. Since the site is a corner lot, the applicant needs to apply that. And I think I'm just stating this so that the applicant knows how to do the analysis. And the applicant needs to include the registration sign in the signage analysis. Needs to provide the existing signage analysis. There is, and I believe there is more signage than was approved or is indicated in the plan. So the existing signage needs to be brought into compliance, and a note needs to be added to the plan that signage shall not exceed the signage requirement permitted in a C1 zoning district and shall be reviewed by Department of Buildings. And this also should be part of our condition. The applicant has not provided any lumen analysis. It's not even clear where the existing lighting structures or light sources are. That needs to be indicated in the plan. Again, as I mentioned, with regards to landscaping, it is not at all in compliance, though the compliance sheet says it is. And I want commissioners' feedback regarding the landscaping, if you want landscaping on both sides, or if you're willing to consider letting go of one for a trash enclosure and allowing and providing a landscaping at the corner. Again, as I stated, the trash enclosure, there's a trash bin that is located outside. In one photograph, it is encroaching onto the sidewalk. In another one, it is within. So it keeps moving around. So that's why I want the trash enclosure to be contained in a trash bin to be contained in an enclosure. And that's why I was thinking of that corner, since I do recognize this building may not have enough space inside. So maybe an outside one is a possible solution. And I want the applicant to provide a trash pickup time. I also, I think I've said enough. So I want to hear from the commissioners. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. I couldn't agree more with everything you said. I'm not even considering at this moment any of their requests or waivers with regard to time or parking. I'm strictly at the place of wondering whether or not an extension of term is appropriate here, considering how they're behaving and just the site itself. The asphalt, the sidewalks are stained and cracked, and that's more likely than not because of the type of use at this lot. At the very least, there needs to be some power washing, repairing, sealing, and quite much more. I'm grateful that we have the pictures from December 19th and the 20th from Ted Ricketts, because it shows just how the horrendous condition this site is and how the vehicles are parked everywhere, the oil drums. This in no way is a sympathetic applicant. I do want to note that they're asking for having more parking spaces, yet they had many more cars on that lot than the amount of spaces they're even requesting now. And it's outrageous. The applicant needs to know that unless we are convinced that this site is brought to speed and is appropriate for its surroundings, this variance is in danger. I'm nowhere close to any of their amendments or their request to add time, and that's really all I wanted to add.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
Yes, I just want to say that I was on the board when this site came to us previously, and there was always concern about the congestion on the site and the fact that they were not complying with previous grant requirements. And so I would definitely say that since they are still out of compliance, I don't think we should be considering any kind of amendment or change. And frankly, I think if we do approve an extension of time, it should be a very short leash so that we can try and get them to understand the importance of complying with our restrictions on their operation, given that they're smack in the middle of a residential neighborhood. As you said, there is no commercial around this area. It's just residential. And while I do understand that they do serve a purpose for many of the people in the neighborhood, that does not give them the permission to operate outside of the accepted grant conditions.
I agree with you also with regards to granting a short leash. Yeah. Thank you. Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you, Chair. I don't want to appear repetitive, but I would agree with you and my other colleagues. I believe at current moment, I don't want to even consider an extension for this site. The site is very messed up. It has too many to do and like to do quickly, and I mean it quickly. I want to touch on some of the points raised. The curb cuts. I do agree that the two curb cuts close to the apex of the triangle are not needed, and I am in favor of removing these two curb cuts and providing landscape close to the apex of that triangle, and even providing bollards to make sure that no car is gonna encroach on the sidewalk. I'm really amazed by the architectural drawings that were submitted to us. On the plan, I have seen two things that actually terrified me. One of them is putting cars on a city property on a plan that's signed and sealed by a professional. It shouldn't be done that way. There are cars near the triangle apex, and there are cars close to the two landscapes areas, close to the residential neighbors. And there are even one of the two planting areas is not existing. You can see that in the compliance pictures. You can see that even looking at the Google Street View. And the architect, I don't know whether he visited that site or not. He's on the existing plans. He's showing that the two landscape areas are there. I'm not sure. Have you visited the site? When you put your signature and seal on something, you got to be careful, and you got to make sure that what you're signing and sealing is accurate. on that trash issue, I'm okay with sacrificing one of the two planting areas, provided that planting will be provided near the triangle apex, like I said. But I would say I prefer the route to like reinstate the planting close to Westchester, Eastchester Road, and use the other side for the trash. The reason I'm saying that, I explain myself in a moment. If you look at this spot here, this is very close to the residential. But if we go to the other side here, I believe if you eliminate that planting area and you just put an enclosure here, it's more shielded by this garage, so it's not feasible from the adjacent residential. I also agree on the fact that the concrete pavement and the pavement in general within the property needs significant repairs. This is very evident from the pictures. I wouldn't agree that we can increase the number of parking spots on this side. I believe 10 is more than like the capacity of the site is very close. The proposed is 20 is cannot be tolerated, period. And I'm waiting for them to explain to us how they're gonna move this site from the messy conditions that they have right now to a compliance. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Yoon. Also, commissioners, please put your title. Can you?
Oh, gosh.
Thank you.
Thank you. I won't repeat everything that's been said. Obviously, the site is in non-compliance. I just wanted to make a couple of additional comments. One is that it's clear that there's some vehicles that are just being stored on the site that don't seem to be part of the repair queue, because they're in pictures over years on both Google Maps and in the compliance visits. So I don't think it was a prior condition, unless I missed it, that storage of vehicles is not permitted, but I think that needs to be added if an extension is to be granted. Notably, you'll find there's an orange juice bus in all of the photos, and you'll see that from year to year, and it's one that sticks out. I also wanted to mention they do provide a signage analysis, but it's based on a single front elevation, not on each frontage of the street, and it's based on a C8. So just to clarify the chair's comments that the comparable commercial district signage regulation should be the C1 regulations, and it should be 150 square feet per frontage, per street frontage. So not based on the elevation of the building. Other than that, I don't want to, again, repeat the other comments. And so that's all I have to add.
Thank you. Thank you. I think we're expecting, I hope the applicant will be there with the operator and also the architect. If the project manager can notify the applicant to do so, that would be helpful.
Mr. Consuero is attending he's in the review.
Okay, so you could make sure his operator and the operator of the facility, the property owner, if the property owner and the operator is different, both of them should be on this, should attend the hearing, and also the architect.
And Ryan, you have your hand up?
Oh,
Good,
yes,
Ryan. Speak.
I'm on the phone with the CB representative manager right now. So he's having a few little technical challenges to participate. So
I'm sorry. Steve sent him the link. I saw his email. Steve sent him the link to join in for later.
Right.
Okay. Okay.
All right.
But do me a
Great.
favor and contact Mr. Consagray and make sure you heard the chair. Make sure his architect and property owner are with him.
And,
right.
and the property owner is not the same as the tenant also.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay. Put your hand down, Vinroy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Going back to the agenda, special order calendar, new cases, item number 24, 2017-43BZ, 140 Hendricks Avenue, Staten Island. Once again, this is only the review session. So no hands up, please. Thank you. For
Okay.
applicant, for outside people, sorry.
Proof of service of initial filing and proof of hearing is not required for extension of time. This is an application for an extension of time to complete construction of one family detached home for which a variance was granted. The certificate was to be obtained by January 15th of 2023. As I mentioned, this was a approval of a prior grant that was granted 2019 for a one family detached home. The reason for applicant has provided the reason for the delay, which has been that the current property owner purchased the site in 2021 and was unaware of the 4-year completion condition. And also the construction stalled due to the need to shore up the adjacent home foundation, adjacent foundations of the abutting two homes. The applicant has received a DOB approval, and a permit was issued back in November. Applicant expects that by April of 2024, construction would be completed, and by is seeking an extension till January of 2025 to obtain the certificate of occupancy. So basically, 2 years extension is what is being requested. I really have no additional comments on this. Vice Chair Shibata.
I think this is a reasonable request considering the circumstances. It is their first extension. The only thing I would say is I think that 2 years might be cutting it close, even though they believe they might be done in 2024. I think it might be wise to give them a little bit more time if possible. Again, their timeline, 2023 is the timeline for a foundation pour, but that's of course weather permitting. I just want to make sure that they have enough time so they don't have to come back here. And I have nothing further to say.
That's a good suggestion. Yeah, thank you. Commissioner Otley-Brown.
I found the application to be very thorough and I have no additional comments.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Shetta.
I agree that the 2-year requested are kind of tight a little bit, and I'm okay with like increasing that. Other than that, I don't have any further comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
I have no further comments. Thank you.
Okay. All right.
Okay, appeals calendar.
I just, if I could, I'm so sorry, if I could just add, another option could be that we can do the extension from the time of approval. That might be a bit more helpful to the applicant if we don't want to extend the time for leaving 2 years, but whatever my colleagues agree to.
Yeah, I think granting an extension of time to 3 years. I mean, we have done 4 years. I think 3 years on this side would be fine, but I would like the applicant to clarify if they want 4, I would be okay with it also. It's a very tiny site, and given various construction issues, and I don't know if there is still, the pandemic, post-pandemic, a lot of delay in terms of deliveries and backlog, if those are still going to affect, I would be okay with granting a 4-year even. But I would like the applicant to ask for that and clarify that. All right, sorry.
Okay, appeal, may I move on?
Sure.
Madam Chair. Appeals calendar, new cases, item number 25, 2021-48A and 2021-49A. This is 42 and 72 Schmieg Avenue, Staten Island. This proposed development of a 1-story warehouse, use group 16B, not fronting on a legally mapped street, contrary to General City Law, Section 36.
Thank you. We have received proof of service of initial filing and proof of hearing. Community board voted to disapprove. It was almost close, 14 in favor and 13 opposed. So I would, it was a very close vote. So I would like to know as to the reason for this close vote. I would like the applicant to clarify if the applicant is not able to, I would like our project manager to reach out to the community board and get a clarification on this. As mentioned, this is an application for a GCL 36 to build an as of right use group 16 warehouse. So couple of house cleaning on this one. There were two zoning charts that were provided, one for each tax lot. Now, if it is, then to me, what is not clear, is it two zoning lots or is it two tax lots in one zoning lot? The reason for that is way the analysis has been provided. While it is showing two zoning sheet, it has two zoning sheets have been, two zoning charts have been provided, one for each of the tax lots. The total zoning floor area that has been used is actually the entirety of the combined two tax lots. So that's why I'm asking this question, and that needs to be clarified in all the documents and needs to be consistent. Site plan has a note regarding 20-foot minimum required rear yard per zoning resolution section 4326. Please note that per zoning resolutions section 43-23, encroachment in the rear yard is permitted provided it does not exceed 1 story and not exceed 23-foot height above the curb level. So I think the zoning section has been incorrectly stated. Add a note that the proposed height shall not exceed the height of 23 feet above curb level. And this is specifically on, I'm referring to drawing sheet BSA-001. And you'll see there are a lot of these arrows that are pointed along this dashed line along the rear lot on both on two sides. And it refers to section 43-26. I think it should be 43-23. Also, the applicant needs to clarify if the site is in a flood zone. Since this is a new street is being built, I don't think a builder's pavement plan has been submitted. It's not clear to me. And if it will be submitted to DOB for review, because I'm not sure in this case DOT will review it since this is not a city-owned, it's not a mapped street. So that's a question I have for our executive director and general counsel. We have not received a fire department sign off, and that's about it. Yes. Vice Chair Shibata.
I agree with everything you stated. I do want to know if we can get more of an explanation of what the community board, why they voted to disapprove in that near vote. I didn't see an explanation for that, and I have nothing further to add.
Thank you, Commissioner Otley Brown.
I have no additional questions.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you, Chair. I second your comments and I have nothing further to add.
Okay. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. They did submit a firm map that indicates that the property is not in a flood hazard zone.
Oh, okay. I
But
missed it.
Yeah, it wasn't necessarily noted so clearly on the plans, but the firm map was part of the submission, and they did submit a BPP. I think it's September 19th. So my only comment was to second yours about the FDNY comments because of the creation of a new dead-end street. And it looks like there's an easement on the adjacent property to the east, but it doesn't seem like they're planning to use that for car circulation. So I'd be interested to hear what the FDNY thinks about getting access to all sides of the building. That's all I had to add. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. I couldn't locate the BPP, so thank you for, maybe I downloaded an earlier version from the SharePoint. Thank you. All right, next one, please.
Sorry. Item number 26, 2022-36A, 814 Richmond Terrace, Staten Island. This is proposed enlargement of an existing building, which is within the unbuilt portion of a map street, contrary to General City Law, Section 35.
We have received proof of service of initial filing and proof of hearing. Community board voted to approve with the following conditions: that appropriate city agency or agencies confirm that there are no dangerous conditions at the site due to the former use of cleaning chemicals made on the site. And if the city wants to widen Richmond Terrace at the location, the owner will be responsible for all the expenses incurred. So with regards to the site cleanup will be is regulated through New York City DEP and New York State DEC. So any site cleanup that would be required must be abided by those regulations. And should, with regards to building up or constructing the rest of the Richmond Terrace, should city consider widening the roadbed of Richmond Terrace, it would need to acquire all the sites that are located along Richmond Terrace that is located within the map street bed of the street. And it would then be city's property, and then city would be responsible to build the roadway. So I'm not sure, I wasn't quite clear with what the community board's question was with regards to owner's responsibility to take the expenditure. As stated, this is a GCL 35 waiver to allow for an enlargement of an existing manufacturing building. The applicant is actually proposing to convert this use to a combination of a use group 18 and a use group 6, a brewery, a manufacturing use for a brewery, and an eating and drinking establishment. The encroachment and that is proposed within the street bed is a converted patio. And I think a late submission was made on 17th of January, which has a rendering of this encroachment. It's almost like, when you go to some of these restaurants that have an enclosed seating area that is extending onto the side yard. It's one of those non-load bearing structure that is a temporary that can be removed. It's something like that. So the entire frontage of the subject block along Richmond Terrace is built on the bed of Map Street. Majority of the sites are developed. Any widening of Richmond Terrace would require acquisition, as I said, of these private property. To date, city has not taken any action with regards to acquiring the site. I have a design question, and that is, if you look at the plan, there is a vestibule and a partial retractable wall that is located further to the east. And I wanted to know, what is the purpose of the retractable wall? Is it only to be used for loading and unloading purposes? And the reason I'm asking this question is, if it is going to be open, it is going to allow for non-loading purposes. It's going to result in more people hanging out on the street. And as it is, I'm not sure that would be advisable. So that is the reason for asking that question. We have not received any sign off from fire department, and DEP has provided comments, and I believe the plans need to be revised accordingly. Those are my initial comments. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. So this widening line was mapped over 50 years ago. We're actually in the 51st year. And it doesn't seem tenable for the city to actually do this widening, because, as you stated, it's unreasonable that they would either condemn or acquire all of this other land. It would be tantamount to a taking to consider this widening line without any other action. So I agree with your statements, and I have no further comments.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown?
I also agree and have no further comments.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Shetta?
Thank you, Chair. I have nothing further to add.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. I have no further comments.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Right,
zoning I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Zoning calendar, continued hearing items. Item number 27, 2020 50 BZ, 2328 Olean Street, Brooklyn.
Sorry, just give me second. I just want to pull up the latest plan. I thought I had it. Sorry. Okay. The application was last heard on October 3rd. The applicant has made its submission in response to the comments that were raised at the last hearing. The open space ratio analysis has been provided and the total floor area. And that's one thing I noticed, that the total floor area now has increased from 2,884 square feet to 2,942. Not much, but it has increased. Based on the revised plan, which is not bubbled correctly, shows that the first floor plate has reduced at the rear on in the R2 portion, and on the second floor, the bedrooms in the rear, the bedroom in the rear has enlarged in the R32 portion and reduced in the R2 portion in the rear. And the attic floor area also has been reduced. So with that, I would like to know how come the floor area has increased from 2,884 square feet, which was in the initial submission, to 2,942 square feet. I would like the applicant to therefore clarify where these changes have happened, as the bubble diagram was not very helpful in identifying those changes, and is resulting in the overall increase in floor area. And I would like the applicant also to clarify the purpose of the decorated dormers with windows in the attic space, which is not at all accessible, and why is that needed? So those are my just basic questions. Otherwise, I think the changes thus far made are okay. I do think the way the attic plan has been revised looks much better. So overall, the plan looks fine. I'm just confused with how the floor area calculation is resulting with all the decreases and an increase in total floor area. Vice Chair Shibata?
Nothing further from me, Admiral.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown?
I also have no further questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Shetta?
Thank you, Chair. I'm satisfied with the application.
Okay. Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. I'm also satisfied with the application. I have no further comments.
Okay, thank you. All right.
Sorry. Item number 28, 2021 38 BZ, 707 Shepherd Avenue, Brooklyn.
Okay. The initial application was last heard on October 18th. Applicant was asked to modify the as of right and the proposed plan and revise the neighborhood studies. Actually, no, I was asked to do an alternate plan and clarify the as of right and provide a revised proposed plan and also revise the neighborhood studies. The revised submission is in response to the comments that were raised. I have to say, this is a much better submission and falls in line with the neighborhood context. I'm overall pleased with the revised plan, and the applicant has responded to the comments that were raised by the board. I do want to clarify one thing. I had asked the applicant to show that since the subject site is a standalone site, it cannot be developed as with a with a semi-detached or an attached home because of the side yard requirement. The initial as of right plan shows that that it's a detached with a very narrow floor plate, and therefore it's not viable, and that's fine, and that can stay. Then I had asked that since typically such a narrow sites are developed with semi-detached and attached home, provide a plan that shows how a semi-detached home is not feasible on the site, and what waiver would be required to provide a semi-detached or an attached on the site, for example. So in this case, the applicant showed a semi-detached plan, which shows again that it results in a pretty narrow floor plate and not a viable floor plate for a unit layout, for a dwelling unit layout. And therefore, the proposed plan is a zero lot line building. However, the applicant also has reduced the variance, the ask. The initial variance was a side yard and parking waiver. The applicant is proposing to provide parking on site. So 2 dwelling units are proposed, and the applicant is proposing to provide 2 accessory parking spaces. So this definitely reduces the scope of the ask. And I think the unit layout is much better and it's reasonable in terms of the ask. And I would say this is in context with the neighborhood, which is primarily semi-detached and attached homes. So all I want the applicant is to add a narrative in the statement of fact that while the zoning would require an as of right detached home on the subject side, a detached home would result in a narrower floor plate. As an alternative, a semi-detached plan was considered, which also does not quite respond well to a reasonably sized floor plate, and therefore is seeking the proposed plan, which is a 2-family, 3-story, zero lot line or an attached home. I don't think you can call it an attached, it has to be a zero lot line. With regards to the neighborhood character study, the revised neighborhood study provides a clear representation of the built character of the neighborhood. And as I stated, the revised plan will be in context with the neighborhood. So overall, I'm very satisfied with the changes that's been made, and I believe it meets all the findings. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. I have no further comments on this.
Commissioner Otley Brown.
I agree with you, Chair. I think that the changes that they made has resulted in a far better project, and I'm happy to see that they now have the parking both inside the building and just outside.
Yeah. Thank you. Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you, Chair. I agree that the project currently before us is much better than before, and I have no further comments to add. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. I'm also satisfied with the update to the plans and appreciate the quick turnaround from the applicant and the architect. I have a question about your comment about the semi-detached analysis. And this is maybe for because they have adjacent driveways. Their neighbors are both separated from them. So I don't understand what this next study is. There's one where they do one side yard, and then there's the zero lot line condition, but what's the additional study that?
No additional study. So what initial application showed a detached building, and
basically were there side yards on both sides?
Yes.
Yes.
And
okay.
but that was there. Then what? So for a semi-detached, you need to have another zoning lot. You have to have another semi-detached building next to it. But in this case, since both the buildings, as you pointed out, are detached on either sides, you really cannot have a semi-detached building. So I wanted them to go through the exercise of showing, even if they were to do a semi-detached, that's like an alternate development scenario, even if a semi-detached building were to be built on this site, it would still result in a floor plate that is significantly narrow. I think it's like 11 foot wide or something like that. So it doesn't lend itself to a desirable floor plate, and therefore going from detached to semi-detached, the applicant is seeking an attached home, which again, from a neighborhood context point of view, is not out of alignment. It is consistent with what it is. So it's just a narrative that needs to string those three elements together.
Okay, because they did submit plans for
Yeah.
a single side yard, so they have all three versions depicted.
Yes.
Okay, so you're just,
Absolutely.
I see. Okay,
Yes.
it's not that there's a missing study, it's just linking it all together in the narrative.
Yes.
Okay,
Exactly.
thank you
Yeah.
for the clarification. I have no further comments on this.
Thank you.
Okay, next case.
Yes.
Item number 29, 2021 40BZ, 157 West 24th Street, Manhattan, variance to permit development of a 12-story mixed-use building.
Okay. I think on this one, at the last hearing, or even 2 hearings ago, the board had found that the findings of 7221 were met. I think in terms of, there really is not anything else the applicant needs to submit for with regards to the findings. There's just some analysis that the applicant needs to respond to for the secret purposes. And as you may have received, we did receive letters of opposition from neighbors. I think the concerns that's been raised is very similar to or same as the ones that we have heard before, but I expect them to be calling in during the public hearing. So that's, yeah. Any questions or comments from the commissioners? I'm sorry. Vice Chair Shabeta.
I have no comments.
Madam
no.
Chair, Ms. Benke has her hand up.
Hand up, yeah, sorry.
Oh yes, Ms. Benke.
I just wanted to say that they submitted a phase 2 report, RAP and CHASP, and that was sent to DEP this week. So we're just waiting on the agencies at this point.
Okay, and that's the only outstanding?
Air quality and noise as well.
Okay. Thank you. So we're just waiting for those sign-offs. Okay. Commissioner Otley Brown, thank you, Ms. Benke.
No additional comments.
Commissioner Shetta,
I have nothing further to add. Thank you.
okay. Commissioner Yoon,
Thank you. No further comments.
thank you.
Okay, new cases. Item number 30, 2022 37BZ, 1864 East 22nd Street, Brooklyn. This is a special permit pursuant to ZR 73622 to permit the enlargement of an existing single-family house, contrary to the underlying bulk requirements.
We have received proof of service of initial filing and proof of hearing. Community Board has voted to approve this application. As mentioned, this is an application for an enlargement of an existing residential home pursuant to 73622 located in Community District 15 in Brooklyn in an R32 zoning district. The applicant is seeking waiver of floor area ratio, open space, lot coverage, and side yards, which is legally non-complying, existing non-complying side yards and rear yard. The proposed enlargement would result in a 1 FAR building, and it would increase the lot coverage, reduce the open space, no change to the side yard. So I think overall, I don't have much of a, in terms of the use of the enlargement, I don't have much comment, but I do want some clarification, and that is specifically with regards to the attic area. there are areas, and that may have to do with how it's been rendered. So in the attic area, there are the area shaded as FAR allowing ceiling height between 5 to 8 feet. It includes one of the bedrooms, and it's counted. I think the area is counted in the floor area. Now, my question is, can the required floor to ceiling height be less than 8 foot in a bedroom, in a bathroom specific? So if that's permitted, that's a question I had. With regards to the threshold of demolition of existing wall, it seems on both first, as the applicant has shown in its plan, both in the first and the second floor and attic, more than 50% of the existing exterior walls will be retained. As I mentioned, the ask is pretty reasonable. However, they were not signed. Oh, just the revised plan that's been submitted is signed and sealed. That was one
Right.
comment I had. Okay, all right. Okay, but those are my comments. Vice Chair Shibata.
Sorry, thank you, Chair. The only thing I'd like to add.
Vice Chair
Commissioner
Shibata.
Shabeta, you're not coming in clear.
I'm so sorry. The only thing I'd like to add is an expansion of their streetscape. I'd like to see the streetscape with more than just 3 houses that aren't the actual site in question. And if we can get the other side of the block as well, it would help me understand how this site will be in comparison to the neighbors.
So that's in addition, Commissioner, to what was just submitted earlier.
I didn't see, was there an expanded streetscape? Because I made a request earlier. Oh, I didn't get that. I'll take a look now.
Yeah, there
no
was
further
an email I had sent
Yeah,
to
there-
everyone.
Yeah, I think it was just submitted this morning.
Yeah.
And I think what I liked about this solution was the way the first floor, the second floor continues to set back, and many of the homes along this block frontage has like a second floor set back a little bit, and has maintained kind of the vernacular of the architecture, very similar in terms of the roof alignment. So I kind of felt that this seemed to work with the streetscape, and I was using Google Street View for that analysis. So I also will need to look at the submission to see how that's being reflected.
I'm currently reviewing. I have no further comments.
Okay. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I also have no further comments.
Commissioner Shetta. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm satisfied with the application. I believe it meets the findings, and I'm okay with it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. I have no further comments.
Okay, next case, item number 31, 2022-38BZ. This is 4902 and 4920 14th Avenue, Brooklyn. The variance for development of a house of worship, seeking lot coverage waivers, rear yard, maximum height of walls and setbacks, and permitted obstructions in an R6 zoning district.
I have to just give me a minute. I have to pull out the plans. Okay. We have received proof of service of initial filing and proof of hearing. Committee board has voted to approve the plan. This is an application seeking variance for a bulk modification to allow an as-of-right house of worship at the subject site. The applicant is seeking a waiver of lot coverage for community facility use, street wall height and a sky exposure plane, rear yard, bulkhead, and parapet wall. So this is a full block frontage site. I just have a couple of house cleaning. One is I had little difficulty reading the existing floor plan, and it is not clear why it was provided as the statement of fact does not refer to it. also, it's not clear if the existing building that is located along just give me a second, along 49th Street, if that is being retained. So the applicant is proposing to build a new, the current congregation uses, I think, the building that is located on 49th Street, and is proposing to enlarge because the size of the congregant has increased significantly, and is proposing to build, I would say, a core synagogue for its congregant at this location, which would result in basically a 5-story with a cellar and a subcellar house of worship, and it will a very detailed programmatic document need statement has been provided. So here are my comments. Provide 2 additional cross sections of the building through the required rear yard, 1 through the main sanctuary and 1 through the sukkah place. Provide all the elevations. Also, the naming of the elevation is confusing, as there are 3 street frontages, so please name them by street frontages. Indicate in the plans and sections the areas of waivers, including the area of setback, along the rear and the front. Clarify the religious significance of the domes over the stairwell. The justification for increased parapet wall height has not been made, especially a 10-foot high, a 10-foot high above the roof level. To me, it reads like an ornamentation, and the parapet height needs to be reduced to 4 foot above the roof floor. Clarify what is the floor to ceiling height of floors 3 to 5 in the gallery area. Clarify if the existing building on lot 33 is being retained entirely. The plan shows a hatched area denoting field condition of existing building. So it wasn't clear if it is being retained or not. Also, I would like the applicant to clarify the justification for a 3-story high sukkah place that is being proposed, which is encroaching on the required rear yard, and it's not clear from the programmatic need statement why a 3-story high sukkah place is needed. So why it needs to be a 42-foot high, and why not a 12-foot high sukkah place? Clarify the difference between the study hall, Beish Madrash, and Rabbi's Beish Madrash that's located on the 1st floor, and the space designated for Torah study in the subcellar area. Clarify the need for stair H and elevator above the 3rd floor. Wouldn't the elevators A and C and stairs A, B, C, and D be adequate to serve floors 3 to 5? Also provide a clarification for 5 stair cores and 3 elevator cores. With regards to the as of right, clarify why the as of right subcellar and cellar floors are not maximizing the lot area as in the proposed. The statement of facts does not clarify if the existing building is being retained, again, also for the as of right. It is also not clear from the plan what is that hatched area of roof over 1st floor is intended to show, and provide a cross section through the rear yard requirements. With regards to the findings, as I mentioned, the community facility building on lot 33 has been used by this congregation since 2017 as a house of worship, and the membership has grown since 2006 to the present, and is expected to grow. And the current space also has, as stated in the programmatic need, the current space has very small women's section, and there's lack of available space for various programmatic needs. So thus, the proposal is for this new synagogue for the Borough Park congregant that will serve as a central synagogue. And it would be available for daily services, Sabbath, high holidays, and for thorough learning center. So as I stated, the programmatic need document is thorough. However, with regards to finding A, it needs to go through each of the zoning regulations that is seeking waiver and that is impeding in its ability to meet the programmatic need as stated. And I have already pointed some of them out as part of my earlier discussion. I would like the applicant to add a note to the subcellar plan that the kitchen will be only for warming purposes, and add a note that the kitchen shall not be used for catering services. With regards to the neighborhood character, the applicant did not provide a neighborhood character study. The building looks massive. The vertical elements in the design accentuates the height more. So it needs to break up this verticality through horizontal striping, striation to reduce that monumentality of the site. As stated earlier, the parapet height of 10 foot high is too high, and it is definitely not justified through the programmatic need. Given the large number of spaces, congregation spaces that's being proposed in this proposed building, I just do not see the justification for any need for a roof area that would also allow for additional gathering, and there should not be. No gathering of any sort shall be permitted on the roof, and a note to that effect should also be added to the plan. Also, the need for the dome over the stairs and the elevator bulkhead has not been made clear. Does the dome have a religious significance, or is it an ornamentation? Will the roof be accessible to the congregants? And also, there are 3 stair bulkheads. I'm not sure the bulkhead that is furthest away from 14th Avenue along 49th Street is even needed to go all the way up to the 5th floor. As I stated, it is not clear why a 3-story high circuit place is needed. And the number of congregants coming to the 3rd floor, 4th floor, and 5th floor can be added for fire exits or any kind of vertical circulation provided via elevator or stairs can be adequately met with all the other staircases that are provided within the building. And I do not think the stair bulkhead that is H that is located at the the northernmost end of this zoning lot needs to go all the way up to the 5th floor. So that can be brought down to the roof height of the floor height of the 4th floor, and I do not see the need for it to be all the way up. The applicant has provided a title search. Again, with regards to finding E, there's still some questions, unanswered questions that I have with regards to some of the programmatic needs. Specifically, it's regarding the building design and the ask. Specifically, the ask of the stair bulkhead parapet that is adding to the degree of encroachment into the required setback and the parapet height. A 3-story high circuit place is also adding to the variance ask for the rear yard encroachment, and those could be minimized since programmatically that has not been addressed. And I have never seen a 3-story high circuit place. So those are my comments. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with all of your comments.
Vice Chair
I'm
Shibata.
sorry again. I agree with all your comments. I understand what the applicant is trying to do, but this is not the opportunity.
Vice Chair, you're going in and out.
Okay,
Yeah.
how about now? Let me move this around. Is this better?
Yes. I think your microphone is probably a little bit away from, maybe that's what's causing
I think it might have been covered by some, but
Okay.
I do, this is not the opportunity for the applicant to get the most amazing structure they can get. This has to be tailored to their actual needs. And I don't see that through the programmatic needs, I don't see that any type of this careful tailoring that they should take. Further, as you stated, this is a massive building. And while I certainly see the need, they are growing. I think this is it. I do not believe that they can reach an E finding with something of this size. I have no further comments.
Thank you. Commissioner Otley-Brown?
As I haven't finished reviewing this, I really don't have any comments at this time.
Commissioner Shetta?
Thank you, Chair. I agree with your comments, especially the one about the parapet, the 10 feet parapet. I don't think this is justified for now. I did look at the programmatic needs study, and I don't have really significant comments on him. I would, like usual, praise the preparer of this programmatic needs study. It's very thorough. The two things to add, or two questions to raise. One of them is I have seen like too many rooms, prayer rooms, study rooms, and like the typical point to raise, can some of these rooms use as a multi-purpose rooms, or they need to be like used simultaneously? I'm not sure. Do you really need all these study and prayer rooms? So I believe they need to address that. I recall that this building has two sub-cellars, and this is not a comment, but this is an advice from a person who used to design underground structures on hourly basis, not daily basis. I have actually seen one of the buildings in Brooklyn, and I recall we had a site visit probably around 2018 to one of the buildings, and it was in Brooklyn, and I believe it was a school with two sub-cellars with similar design. I would caution them to something that I would love them to convey it to their geotech and structural. If you look at the layout, and allow me to just share my screen quickly. This is the layout for the cellar. This is the sub-cellar. And if you look at the cellar space here, this is an open space. And when you design these kind of walls, the perimeter walls, with cellars and sub-cellars, you need the lateral support from the floor slab, from the cellar floor slab, and from the sub-cellar floor slab. In back of our minds, I'm talking about geotech and structure. If this is not brought to our attention, we usually presume that the foundation wall.
Commissioner
Commissioner
Shetta, your hearing got a little muffled. I think you're either away from the microphone.
Too much on the microphone.
I apologize for that. Is it better now?
No,
Oh, maybe it's the share. Let me stop the share screen.
there you go.
Is it better?
Yes.
Okay. When we look at basement walls for with deep excavation like that, in back of our minds, the geotechs and structures presume that these foundation walls are typically laterally raised by the floor slabs of the. Once you hear that there is a cellar and sub-cellar, it's like that. I would like them to convey it to their structural that one of the floor slabs or more in the underground floors, below grade floors, are not continuous. So he can take this into account when structurally designing the foundation wall. This is very vital, and I don't like them to get the same mistake that I've seen back in 2018. That the foundation wall actually of that building, according to the construction manager back then, did move after the construction of the below grade floors, and they had to install tiebacks and rakers to stabilize it. So that's all what I have for now, and we'll see how it goes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. I will start by saying I don't take any issue with the programmatic needs report. It's very detailed and thorough, and I appreciate that there is a large need in the community and a large congregation. To Vice Chair's comments about the size and the scale of the building, I do think that it should be made clear to the applicant that this request for a variance, we can't grant height variances for the sake of monumentality. And I believe that that is a large part of the ambition here, is to create very monumental spaces. You have 3 triple or quadruple height spaces. The subcellar space is 38 feet floor to floor. The sanctuary is 58 feet floor to floor. The sakat is, I think, 42 feet. These are enormous halls that are being created where floor area could actually be recaptured for some of the programmatic needs that you have that could help reduce the ask for the height variance. I think the parapet is also, obviously, it appears to be an ornamentation that also creates a larger building than is currently allowed per zoning. So I'd like for the applicant to reconsider some of the triple and quadruple height spaces and to reclaim some of that floor area for program, so that they're not asking for quite as much of a height variance or the rear yard variance. It can be used in different ways. Other than that, I have no further comments.
I have a question for you, and that is the gallery area. Are you also referring to the gallery area that is open to below from 3rd floors and above? So because there's a gallery area on the 3rd floor, 4th floor, and 5th floor, and the opening of the gallery area, is that also something that you're referring to?
Yes. Certainly.
So if you can you clarify what you're stating by that?
Okay, yeah. So there are 3 different locations with enormous open spaces to create these large vertical volumes on the interior. And that includes the sanctuary, which has mezzanines of gallery viewing levels with separate populations. And so appreciating that there's a need for some separation of the populations, still the floor plate that's cut out for the galleries above the main sanctuary are enormous. And one could bring in the mezzanines, take up some more floor area and provide separation on same floors, or basically you can reclaim floor area by reducing the overall cutouts in the gallery areas, in the sakat area, in the subcellar space. I mean, the subcellar space, if we just take a look at that study area on the subcellar level and the big open area that Commissioner Shedo was showing, he was talking about it from a structural standpoint. I'm saying from architectural standpoint, you can reduce the cutout and use much more of that area in the subcellar for program and still have some opportunities for a 38-foot floor-to-floor volume. So I think we need to look at reclaiming some of the interior space that has really been cut out of the building.
Commissioner,
Sorry, go ahead.
Commissioner Otley Brown has her hand up, and Commissioner Shedo.
Okay, Commissioner Otley Brown.
I think we need to tread carefully when we talk about closing that void space, because that has religious significance to the Jews.
Commissioner Otley Brown, you're Commissioner Otley Brown.
Religion in that they
Commissioner Otley Brown, you were fading in and out. You were fading.
Can you hear me better now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Can you repeat everything, because it got cut off? It became choppy.
Oh, I wanted to say we should proceed with caution and perhaps ask them to justify the void rather than telling them to reduce it, simply because in terms of the hall, that's like the way in which the hall is constructed is a central tenet for the conservative and Orthodox Jewish religion that has segregated spaces by gender, while also trying to provide for the different genders as close to the same religious experience as the men have on the first floor. And so the wider the opening is, the more inclusive it is for the people in the mezzanines to be able to be integrated into the worship process. So that's the only thing I wanted to say about that, that I wouldn't tell them to close it up. What I would tell them to do would be to include a narrative that talks about why that space is constructed in the way it is, so that it's a wide open, hallowed, religious, spiritual space that also provides for that same hallowed religious experience for the women and also the youth on the different floors, that keeps them integrated into the whole service. So, and I also wanted to add that the sukkah, while it is a large space, it is an open air space with like a thatched roof generally. And so it is not like a closed in building, so to speak. It's got some openness to it, and they should probably talk more about that to justify its height.
I would, I think, I don't think Commissioner Yoon is talking about closing out the gallery space, the open area at all. I mean, in these so many years being on the board, I've seen a lot of synagogues with segregated areas of seating and an area carved out to be able to see where the prayer altar is located from all the galleries that are located above. And, mostly the focus is where the prayer is going to be held, not where all the rest of the other congregants downstairs are sitting. And from that point of view, I do agree with Commissioner Yoon, is that the opening is too large. It can be brought to tightened up a little bit to allow for more gallery seating area. Because if you look at the plan for the women gallery sitting area and the floors above, there are 2 rows of galleries sitting, and some places one, and some places the sitting is located in a kind of a strange angle, and then there are ones that are located even further away. And it's not like it's a stadium seating or anything. It's all on a flat surface. So it's not like all those other seats, for the seats that are located in the back, where the, I think, stairwell B is along that area, they won't have the view of the main prayer altar area. So if the intent is to allow everybody to have a view of the main prayer area, the way would be to tighten that opening closer, and then allow for the seatings to be around uniform. They have like 3 or 4 rows of seating around that altar, so allow for everybody to seat and be very much closer to the prayer room. So in terms of, while I fully support the need for more, a larger area for the congregant, I still think from a design point of view, it's not quite meeting what their intent is. And that's, and the floor area that is being requested can still be contained. It's not you can still provide the gallery, the number of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 rows of seating that's located even behind that gallery area can be more nicely contained and located around that opening, if that opening is made a little bit smaller, and everybody then has the view of the prayer altar area, and that goes for all the floors of 3rd, 4th, and 5th. With regards to the sukkah, my concern is, yes, the sukkah roof opens. That can open to the sky if the roof is on the 4th floor. It can open to the sky. There's no reason why the sukkah floor has to be on the top of the 5th floor. It can be open to the sky. And especially if you don't need that staircase H, which is, there are so many staircases providing access to the gallery spaces on the 3rd, 4th, and 5th, given a lesser number of people, congregants that would be on this floor, I do not see the need for a stair H or elevator H. And by eliminating that staircase, you almost eliminate the need for that portion of the building to be above 3-story. And therefore you have a circle floor which has a roof on the fourth floor which is open to the sky, and that is driving the rear yard waiver. There is no opening along any of the wall. It is wall to wall. It's a lot line to lot line building with no windows along any of the lot lines except for the roof. And I do understand the significance of the roof of a sukkah being open to sky, and that can be done by reducing that entire building height to 3-story high with a roof above that is open to sky. And there's no reason for, if you look at the floor plans of the fourth and the fifth, all that little portion of that staircase is just a little corridor. It's not even being used for any purposes, and that corridor is not needed. And the elevator can be located in, there is elevator A, elevator C, and elevator H. So there's no need for 3 elevators. It can be accommodated with 2 elevators. So I am not questioning the need for expansion. I'm questioning the need for such a monumental building, which is resulting in so much of additional waivers. Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you, Chair. I want to touch base again on that point of the void or the area that's open to space. If you look at the building as it's a square and then there is a rectangle, 2 portions. The top portion is almost a square. The bottom portion is a rectangle. The bottom portion along 14th Ave, it has this very large open area starting on the 3rd floor and going all the way to the top of the building. For the top portion, the square portion, if you look at beyond the 3rd floor, all what this staircase is doing is nothing actually. It's open to a corridor. So if this open area is eliminated or is the building stopped at the 3rd floor here, this staircase has nothing to do with the building going from this floor and up. That takes the height of the building at this square portion, the top portion, significantly down. And if you look at the bottom portion, I'm gonna raise like a very good point to them, in favor of them. And again, this is like a compliment to them, and it's gonna help him save money and ensure safety of that building during design. If they just like lessen the width of that open to sky area along 14th Ave by making the corridor at the top, and instead of, I believe it's 14 feet. Let me just take a look at the width here.
I'm a little confused by.
Hold on one sec. Yeah, I'm talking about this. You see the width of this? Right now it's 14 feet. The way the building, let's take a look at this floor. The way that if you have 3 below grades floors here, the way these basement walls are designed, they are designed as slabs, vertical slabs, with loads coming from ground and water around. And the way they are supported, or they are consuming that load, is because they have the floor slabs supporting these walls in each other. If you look at this portion here, this wall and this wall, they're gonna have the same thing. But if you look at beyond 14 feet or whatever the width of this corridor is, you have nothing, you have a void. The way this part of the slab is designed, it's designed as a beam from this point here to this point. I do believe that the 14 feet portion would be less than enough to resist the loads that are coming from the foundation. I'm afraid that this is the case. It needs to be carefully looked at. And if this is the case, it's gonna be favorable, I would say very favorable for them to make this thing here wider. Let's say add another 10 feet or so, to make that diaphragm much stiffer, to restrain that wall. And probably this is not the case for this part and this part because of the span here. is much less. But if you look at this portion, the span is almost the entire width of the building. So I would urge them to look at that from both structural and architectural perspective. It's gonna save them money. And probably if they can add some more 10 feet or 15 feet here and make this part wider, they probably can add some rear yard here. If you add 15 feet times the width in 3 floors, this is a floor area that's gonna be added. It could be taken out of the equation and probably they can add some more open space at the top. This kind of discussion need to be initiated, and they need to think of what we said from that perspective. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Yoon has her hand up.
Yes, Commissioner Yoon.
Yeah, and I just wanted to close the loop and thank Commissioner Otley Brown for giving us some perspective in which to frame the request. And so I by no means mean I can't claim I understand all of the significance of all of the architectural design decisions that have been made. So if the applicant can help us understand and also take some of our points into consideration about what the ask is and that what we're being asked to give and how that is being justified. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions or comments from any of the commissioners? Okay. How are we doing in terms of time?
It's 11:36 and we have 2 more cases to discuss.
Okay, so let's hear 2 more cases and then we take a break.
Item number 32, oh, I'm sorry. Item number 32, 2022 47BZ, 2052 63rd Street, Brooklyn. The special permit to permit the enlargement of his existing 2-story semi-detached home, contrary to the side yard regulations.
Okay, we have received proof of service of initial filing and proof of hearing. Community board has voted to approve. We also received a letter of objection from one of the neighbors. As mentioned, this is an application for an enlargement located in pursuant to 73-622, located in Community District 11 in Brooklyn in an R5 zoning district. While I would say the ask is very, very minimal, there are just a little bit of house cleaning that I want the applicant to look into. Provide the existing dimensions of rear yard. It is not clear from the plot plan where the 11-foot 9-inch dimension for front yard is being measured. The documents and the plans need to maintain a very uniform unit measurement system. Somewhere it's in feet and foot an inch, and somewhere it's in decimals. So please be consistent. The perimeter wall height is inconsistent in the zoning chart and in the drawing. Very difficult to read the plans, partly because I think the dimensions of the floors are, it's in a very large font size. So sometimes it's like sitting over and covering some of the walls and the doors. Not sure a kitchen. So with regards to the proposed attic plan, sorry, not attic, in the cellar. I'm not sure a kitchen is permitted in the cellar when no eating, drinking, and sleeping is permitted in the cellar. So I want to know if DOB will consider this to be a secondary kitchen for accessory cooking. And also the existing floor to ceiling height is 7 foot 6 inches in the cellar. And will that be permitted to be occupied? So that's a question I have. I also have it's more for my academic exercise. What is the difference between a Passover kitchen and a kosher kitchen? And why can't it be on the same floor? That is, both of them, why can't it be on the first floor? With regards to the threshold, the proposed enlargement is modest, and it will retain 50% of more of the existing perimeter wall. However, BSA plan sheet 005 is incorrect. Under the retained perimeter wall, the calculation mistakenly uses the walls to be removed for his analysis. So please correct that. This is a pre-existing, the waiver is for side yard, and this is a pre-existing non-complying 3 foot wide side yard. And as I think I failed to mention that this is a semi-detached building. with an existing 3-foot wide side yard. So the proposal is just to kind of enlarge the building in the rear, and the existing non-compliant side yard width of 3 foot would be maintained. And this is the predominant built form. So the proposed enlargement is not seeking any floor area waiver or rear yard waiver, and a 30-foot minimum required rear yard is being proposed. So actually 45-foot deep rear yard is being proposed. So the ask is very minimal. It's just a little bit of house cleaning of the drawings that needs to be provided. Vice Chair Shibata.
No further comments from me, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Otley-Brown.
I agree with you. The only error is in the plans where they talked about retaining, and it really was what was removed from each floor. No other comments.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with you, and I have no further comments to add.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. I have no further comments.
Okay, thank you. Next case.
Item number 33, 2022-79BZ, 9000 Shore Road, Brooklyn. This is a special permit to permit the reduction of 56 accessory off-street parking spaces required for heirs housing units. Those are income restricted housing units for seniors to facilitate the development of new heirs building containing 137 income restricted housing units.
Thank you. We have received proof of service of initial filing and proof of hearing. Community Board has voted to disapprove this application. We also received a letter of opposition from Councilmember Brennan. We received it last night. I hope everybody had a chance to review it. Also, we received 14 letters of opposition from neighbors and 2 letters of support. The primary concerns are regarding the proposed reduction of the parking on the subject site, and the area in this area, there is an inadequate infrastructure, sewer, and on-street parking. The proposed development with the reduction in parking would result in increased traffic congestion. So the applicant is seeking relief from the required, just in terms of background, this subject site is part of a large-scale residential development, LSRD, that was approved by the City Planning Commission back in 1974 to allow for non-profit, I forget the terminology, what it was called. It was for non-profit limited non-profit rental housing project for elderlies. I think that's what the terminology was before. Now it's called heirs. It was financed through a private housing finance through New York State. The LSRD was had modified the rear yard equivalent height and setback of the 2 existing buildings that's located on the subject site. And at that time, the applicant, the LSRD plan, and it's a site plan that the City Planning Commission approves. It approved the 2 buildings, the open space, and also the location of the parking spaces for 112 accessory parking spaces. Since then, the site has been rezoned from R7 zoning district to R712 and R7A, which is a contextual zoning district. So whatever happens with the board, the LSR, should the board decide to approve this application, the next step to it would be for the applicant to go to the Department of City Planning and seek land use modification of the previously approved large-scale residential development and that cannot be achieved until the Board of Standards and Appeals approves the special permit. So as stated, the applicant is proposed. Again, going back to the history, 112 parking spaces were required as part of the LSRD. However, it was never built. It has always been operating with 73 parking spaces. And the applicant's conjectures, because the current applicant is the new owner, that the reason for the change from 112 to 73 was that the way the site was designed was resulting in a very difficult and not a very there were unnecessary turning radiuses and turnarounds, which was resulting in more traffic related issues within the perimeter, and would have been difficult and may have been difficult for its residents to navigate. And so that may have been the reason why it was eliminated. So it has been, since the applicant has taken ownership of the site has always had 73 on-site accessory parking spaces for the existing 559 dwelling units that's there. So the applicant is proposing to reduce, to build on the location where the existing 73 parking spaces are, to provide an as of right residential building that is the overall FAR on the entire zoning lot is very much within the permitted FAR of 5 FAR. And the applicant is, through this special permit, is requesting a reduction of the required amount of parking that would be required for the existing building. And for that, the applicant has provided a utilization study of its existing parking spaces. So before I get into that, I just want to make a general comment about the statement of fact and finding. I think the latest one that was submitted, it just was a statement of fact, and all the finding related answers, I found it in 2 documents. One was in the void section. It was the earlier statement of fact and finding document, and then there were additional responses that were made that was included in the notice of comments letter. So the applicant needs to revise the statement of facts and findings and consolidate all the facts and findings in that one document. So in terms of the basic threshold, the existing building per 2016 certificate of occupancy is a non-profit residential residence for elderly, and per AIR's definition, any building developed prior to March 22, 2016 as a non-profit residence for elderly qualifies as AIR's housing. The 2014 certificate of occupancy that was provided, it shows lot 10 and has the address of 9000 Shore Boulevard, but it only shows 283 dwelling unit and not 559 dwelling units. So I would like the applicant to clarify, is there another CO? There are 2 separate COs for 2 buildings, but in our file, we only have 1 CO, and that is only for lot 10, 9000 Shore Boulevard. The New York State HFA regulatory agreement for the from November 2018 for the Shore Hill housing requires that all the existing 559 dwelling units be income restricted dwelling units for households earning up to 60% of area median income, and the term of agreement is till August of 2063. The applicant states that in its discussion with that it is in discussion with HPD with regards to funding for the new AIRS building, and it's considering the HPD's SARA program, which is Senior Affordable Rental Unit Program, and also will be using Section 8, I think HUD-funded project-based voucher to further provide additional rental assistance. And the SARA program, is designated for seniors earning at or below 60% of area median income. So I would like the applicant to provide, I don't know if HPD still does it, if the HPD can provide a soft commitment letter that it is looking into this project and is considering it for a viable candidate for a SARA program. So with regards to the findings under Section 73, 434, finding A is regarding whether it results in an improved site plan. The existing development, while is complying with the number of heirs, dwelling unit, and the floor area, it does not provide the required number of accessory parking spaces. The applicant states that while 112 off-street accessory parking spaces were required pursuant to zoning regulation, it was reduced to 73 spaces and has been operating as such. The applicant acquired the site with 73 parking spaces, and applicant represents that 1975 grading plan, the grading plan from 1975 may have resulted in inefficient layout, poor circulation, creating an unsafe condition for the residents of the subject building. So by proposing the revised site plan, the applicant is proposing to address following. One is open space. The existing area used for the parking is about 40% of the total open space. The proposed plan will result in reduction of overall open space that exists today, comprising of area used for parking and non-parking, including landscape area, from 88,000 to about 69,000. Of the proposed total open space, the amount of open area to be used for parking would be reduced from 35,000 to 20,000 and will provide a total of 56 parking spaces versus 73, which is a result of a total of 17 spaces. Also, the proposed plan would provide 52,000 square foot of open area that will be landscaped compared to the existing area of 48,000, though it was not clear if all of the 48,000 square foot is landscape or it's a combination of landscape and hardscapes. So I would like the applicant to clarify that. The overall site plan is, I believe, is thoughtful, and it is proposing to provide more permeable surface and is proposing to reduce the hard surface, which will result in more, which typically results in more water runoff. And this should be stated in the statement of fact as it responds to some of the community concerns. With regards to the parking, the on-site parking that is located near the existing and the proposed heirs building, it also minimizes the amount of hard surface by locating some of the parking along the existing driveway. So if you look at it, they are providing, the applicant is providing some of the open parking areas along the existing driveways and not providing an additional hard surface area. So it's trying to utilize the same area to the best possible way and reduce the amount of hard surface. So that also speaks to the amount of water runoff. With regards to the drainage, flooding, and sewer, also the proposed plan would provide detention systems for the existing and the proposed development. And per DOB and DEP required site connection permits, any stormwater construction permit will comply with new stormwater rules and regulations. Also, the stormwater management practice will be put into place during construction, and the landscaping area may also be used for infiltration to DEP's stormwater runoff. And this is from the applicant's statement of fact. From the notice of comment, actually. The statement of fact should clarify the improvements that are proposed regarding the detention system and the sewer connection, and how this will measure will also respond to the community's concerns that were raised. With regards to the landscaping, I would like the applicant to provide more details regarding the existing and the proposed lot line condition and the treatments proposed, specifically with regards to fencing, type of fencing, height of the fencing, the buffer from the parking and the refuse area that is being proposed, because there are residential uses along that. Provide more detail regarding the proposed landscaping along the proposed building, especially along where the parking area is, and the refuse area abutting the residential lot lines, including the width of the landscape buffer zone, type of planting, and etc. With regards to the on-site loading zone, the applicant is providing one on-site loading zone. I would like the applicant to clarify what is the demand and supply of loading in the area, especially with regards to Meals on Wheels or Access a Ride, these kind of vehicles. How many times do they arrive? and how much of would one loading zone be adequate for that. The statement of fact should clarify that that the proposed site plan is providing a loading area, and it would be used for and should clarify that it will be used for pickup and drop off for residences for both the existing and the proposed, who will be using, let's say, services provided by Access a Ride, or vans, or even taxi pickups and such. So, this was again stated in the notice of comment, but these all need to be reflected in the statement of facts and findings. Regarding the proposed compactor area, clarify how it will be enclosed and buffered from the abutting residences. The statement of fact needs to clarify the kind of services that are being provided on site for the residents. Specifically, there is an existing community facility building. So I would like to know what kind of services that are being provided. And that leads to the next question, which is how many people are employed at the site that are providing services in the community facility building, the staff that are engaged in maintaining the site, and where do they park. That also speaks to the other part of the question. Where are the providers of the community facility services, the staff, where are they parking? And has that also been factored into the utilization rate of the parking? I will get to that more later on. Indicate the pedestrian walkways, crosswalks, and their width on the site plan. Provide a stop sign at the exitway to Colonial Road. Also post stop sign or crosswalk at the three-way intersection of the interior driveways to provide safe pedestrian crossing of those residing in the building. The proposed 6-foot wide internal roadway that is existing and is used to exit to Colonial Drive. I have a question whether it will be adequate, especially with perpendicular parking spaces that is proposed on either side. Typically, in a parking facility with a 90-degree parking space, a 22-foot wide travel lane is required for zoning 3658, which I know is not required, but just using that design guideline. If the angle of parking is modified to 45 degree, then the minimum width of the travel lane would be less than 12 foot. So a 16-foot wide lane would be sufficient. And I think in this case, an angle parking would also provide better visibility for those who are parking. So consider changing the angle of parking space along that 16-foot wide driveway. Indicate on the plan the travel lane width of the parking area abutting the existing community facility building. In the proposed site plan, the zoning district line of R31 is not indicated and can be misleading. Make it very clear as shown in the tax map and the radius map using different line weight and type. With regards to finding B, that is a new dwelling unit will be income restricted. To ensure that the proposed dwelling units will be heirs unit, provide a soft commitment letter from HPD regarding the SARA program and the HUD-funded project-based voucher. Also provide a funding source for on-site social service that is being provided on the site. I believe there are programs that do provide funding sources for on-site social services, so please provide that. With regards to finding C, reduction of in parking that and in traffic will not result in traffic congestion. The applicant states that the requested action is to reduce the total number of required parking for the existing heirs unit from 112 spaces, in this case existing 72 spaces to 56. The 10% of the accessory parking spaces is required for the heirs unit built outside the so per zoning, 10% of accessory parking spaces are required for new heirs unit built outside the transit zone after March 22, 2016. So the proposed heirs development with 137 dwelling units would require 14 spaces. And per zoning resolution section 25-261, parking requirement is waived if it is under 15 spaces. So thus a total of 56 spaces is proposed for the entire zoning lot. Now, if today's parking required 10% of parking for heirs unit, the existing heirs unit development would result in 56 spaces, and for a total of 559 existing heirs units. So I think the reduction that is being proposed in terms of what would be permitted today and is pretty consistent. However, with regards to the traffic congestion, the applicant has provided a 24-hour parking demand analysis and also has conducted a parking demand analysis from Monday through Saturday during the 1 week of April 4th to 9th of 2022. And in that, the analysis shows that the demand is generally consistent throughout the weekdays and Saturdays, ranging in mid-30s. So even though there are over 70 parking spaces that's there on site, there's about 30 plus spaces that is being used on a typical day. Though on weekdays, the demand does increase to about 40 to 43 spaces between the hours of 12 p.m. and 5 p.m. So taking the highest value, the existing peak demand for parking on the zoning lot is 43, and applying the existing factor, the projected demand would be an additional 11 spaces for a total of 54 spaces. So the proposed 56 spaces would be adequate to meet the on-site demand. The analysis and the statement of facts are not clear as to how many visitors and employees come to the site and their mode of transportation. The statement needs to clarify the support services that is provided on the site for the residents. And with the proposed addition of 137 dwelling units, will there be an increase in the number of employees, including staff, management, medical support at the zoning lot? The on-site parking demand analysis needs to be broken down by the total number of existing and projected number of parking by residents, employees, and visitors, so that we have a clear picture of all these 56 spaces would be used by combination of all of this. And at no point this would result in an overspill that would require looking for parking outside the subject site. Regarding vehicular access to the site, there are two access points. 91st Street is used for entry and to the site, and Colonial Road is used for exiting. Both the entrance and the exit ways have long driveways, which allow for queuing of vehicles entering and exiting the site. Now, based on the projected demand and supply of on-site parking, it seems it would not result in traffic congestion on the local street. Also, the provision of on-site loading area for Access-a-Ride will further reduce the congestion on local street, and it would also result in a safe condition for the residents, as they would not have to walk out of the site and wait by the curbside on the street for such access for such services. What I still am not, I would like the applicant to clarify, is one on-site loading sufficient for that? And that currently, based on the community concerns raised, it seems a lot of these vehicles are parking outside, and and that is also causing congestion. So how is it going to be mandated that the Access-a-Ride or vans or any pickup vehicles or drop-off vehicles will not be allowed to provide such services outside the building? They would have to come into the building and have to drop off or pick up the residents. With regards to finding D, that the reduction in parking will not have adverse effect on the surrounding area. The applicant has conducted an on-street parking analysis for a typical weekday, and the analysis clearly shows, as stated by the community, is that the on-street parking demand is very high. And specifically the overnight parking demand is 22%, and during morning peak period sorry, it's 90% during in overnight and 92% during the morning and midday peak period. So overall, it's a very high demand. And as the applicant went through its findings, is that by providing all the demand of parking, existing and projected demand of parking on site, it would not result in spilling of parking need onto the on-street parking areas in the neighborhood. However, as I stated, the applicant still needs to clarify that this on-site parking demand is factoring in the total number of residents, existing and proposed, number of employees, visitors, existing and proposed, would all be contained, would be able to find parking on site. And those are my initial comments. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. That was a very thorough review. Don't want to be repetitive. Do want to state.
Vice Chair
Shibata? Yeah,
Yes.
not clear.
Okay. So that was a very thorough review. I do not want to be repetitive. I do want to state that what's before us is limited to the special permit of 73-434, which has the 4 factors that you spoke of in great deal, and how our focus is on how such reduction will affect these 4 factors, excluding B, which is more on that. Well, in any event, I personally I'm very familiar with this area. I've been through it for many years. I would like to ask, how does the parking work for the residents? Is it a free parking, or is there some sort of payment for the people who live at the site? As you stated earlier, what about the other services, Meals on Wheels, visiting nurses, regular services, medical or otherwise, as well as the guests of the residents? Are these people guaranteed a spot for all those who need it? Is there any program for this type of overflow? I say this because I've, like I stated earlier, I traveled through here for many years, and my experience is this is a very difficult place to park. So those are, in addition to your comments, that's all I want to state.
Thank you. I want to point out that, given the extensive concerns and comments that we have heard from the community, applicants should be fully prepared to provide response to the concerns and comments and respond how it is addressing them through this revised plan. And I would prefer it if the applicant can do that during the hearing. If not, it can be through subsequent submission. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I actually think that this whole proposal, even though we're really only focusing on the parking reduction, is actually a laudable goal for the city. The city has an affordable housing crisis, and especially for those who are either mentally ill, recently incarcerated, or senior citizens who are on fixed incomes. And so therefore, to me, any project that looks to increase availability of housing for any of those groups is one in which I would be proud to take part in. So that being said, the only question that I really have has to do with the maneuverability. And as you had already spoken about in terms of the drive aisle being 16 feet and whether or not the 90-degree parking had sufficient mobility area in order for seniors to actually reverse out of their parking spot on an angle and then pull into the driveway. That was your question. I noticed that while they did put the width of the parking aisle for the entrance lane as well as the exit lane, what they did not include was the width of the drive aisle in the back part of the parking lot, where you have 2 rows of cars that have to back out of their spots on an angle and then pull out. And that's also missing and needed in order for us to ensure that there is sufficient area for maneuverability in and out of parking spots and up and down the drive aisle lanes.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Yes.
I also wanted to add, I think that residential parking requirements generally are only focused on the residents of a property and not visitors. And that's how it's done throughout the city. And we don't consider visitors when we're considering the parking requirement. And so I'm not sure if we should be considering that here.
Okay. I think given the concerns raised and given that there is, it wasn't clear. I mean, in a portion of the document, it seems the study analyzed, I think it was in the SECRA document I noticed, that it analyzed the residents, the visitors, and the staff, but it was not carried through in the rest of the documents. It wasn't clear to me. Yes, Ms. Matias.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Madam Chair. Councilmember Brannan keeps raising his hand. Sorry, Councilmember Brannan, this is a review session still. We can't, as far as I'm aware, we cannot take your testimony now. So unfortunately, you'll have to wait until we get to the case and hearing. Okay.
I just have a question. Does council member have is pressed for time and would like to testify?
I don't know, Commissioner.
Maybe maybe our executive director can reach out to the council member and see if they're
yeah.
Could we give the council member either Ms. Matias or Mr. Costanza's contact information and have him contact in the interim?
Yeah.
Yeah, he has Carlos' contact information.
I would want to make sure that he has the opportunity to speak.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to alert you. I saw it before and I'm seeing it again, and you know.
If he is pressed for time, I wouldn't mind taking the case out of order, if that's, or taking his testimony out of order.
That's his call. Sometimes council members also like to hear what their
Constituents say.
As I'm saying, you know, the options are there. I prefer not to take too much out of order, but if it's a situation that cannot be averted, I'm open to it.
Okay, his hand is down.
Okay, thank you.
General Counsel.
Hi, I would just like to remind the public as well as the members of the board and the applicants that the public testimony portion of our hearing is specifically in the public hearing after the applicant has had an opportunity to respond to the board's comments in the review session,
Right.
such that the public testimony at that point in the hearing, some of it may be addressed and some of it might not be. So for the spirit of having an effective hearing on this, we could call the case out of order if we need to, but the public testimony must wait until the appropriate time in the public hearing portion of the board's review after the applicant has had a chance to address the board's comments.
Yes, thank you for that clarification, General Counsel Vine. Okay. Any other question or comments, Commissioner Otley Brown? Okay, all right. Commissioner Shetta?
Thank you, Chair. I don't want to repeat ourselves, but I would start with saying that this is kind of a project that should be looked at as a very helpful project to the city, to the community, and to everyone. This is an affordable housing for seniors, and I want to just mention two things. Number one, that this entire special permit is hung on a main pillar, which is the parking study and how it was done and the conclusion of that parking study and whether the reduction waiver is feasible or not. That the other thing, we want to make sure that no disadvantages that's going to be imposed on the community or according to the special permit findings, the advantages are like much more than the disadvantage or the drawbacks. That being said, I did look at the parking study, and I just want to mention for the record correction sake that the number of the said existing spots, parking spots, is 73. It's not 72. This is what's been mentioned in the statement of facts, that according to which that they started with a required total of 112, and apparently they just built 73. And my understanding is that when in preparation for this application, the parking study was done, and in the statement of facts, it indicates that the measured demand for the existing condition, which is about 550 change dwelling units, 558 dwelling units, that the measured demand was about 43 spaces. And based on that measured demand, they calculated the measured demand per dwelling unit, which was slightly less than 0.1 spot per unit. And assuming that they're going to be adding 137 additional units, they ended up concluding that the total number of spots that they're going to be needing is 54. And since they are proposing 56 spots, their conclusion was that the 56 would be enough to meet the parking demand for the future, or what they call it a with action scenario. I'm fine with that. The analysis actually was very streamlined. I just want to make sure I did try to look into backup for the measured demand, like counts that were done, which day, what time, and I wasn't successful to find it. If they have such backup, we would like to keep that in our record and look at it. And again, the moment we pass that the conclusion that the measured was the measured and it's an accurate measurement, I do believe that the rest of this application should be just tweaking stuff. On the advantage and disadvantages issue, I have seen some of the opposition letters indicating that the rent or the offering for these dwelling units would be open for people from outside the community. I see nothing wrong with that. However, if it might be looked into, if they can assign some of the dwelling units to seniors within the community, I believe that would be helpful. I will leave it up to the applicant to clarify to us why they believe that the advantages, I'm talking about specifically the benefits to the neighborhoods, outweigh the disadvantages of that project. The other point I would like them to explain more about it is the stormwater drainage. I totally understand that the entire site currently drained to a detention basin that's currently existing, and its capacity is about, if I recall, it's about 5,000 and change 5,000 cubic foot. That current detention basin, if you look at the existing plans, it's kind of extended in the horizontal direction. In the proposed condition, I believe that if you look at the detention basin that's proposed, it has less spread in the horizontal directions. But I do believe that because it's the same capacity, more or less, it's going to be deeper. I want to alert them that this is an area that's close to the waterfront. If this detention basin is not well isolated and they want to go significantly deep, it might be full of water even in the absence of a storm water. So this is one of the points that their site civil engineer need to look at and make sure you don't want a storm come and this detention basin is already full of water. So I'd like them to address that, and I'm hoping that they are successful to clarify. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Yoon?
Oh, sorry, I just wanted to make a comment on,
Yes.
on what the commissioner said. There is one spreadsheet of backup data for the parking study in the seeker folder, under seeker backup study, parking study backup. If you want to look into that, I'll send it to you as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. A lot has been said, so I'll try and keep it very clear and streamlined. I'm also very excited about this application. It's a strong team with a proven record of designing and building and operating quality affordable housing throughout the 5 boroughs. So that's something I was very excited to see come on the calendar. The zoning section 7343-434 is focused largely on the parking reduction and the associated impacts to the site plan and the surrounding area. So I think that the applicant, as has been stated previously by fellow commissioners, applicant needs to provide an operational and maneuverability plan for the site plan, describing how one is actually moving through the site, accessing that loading zone, which looks a little bit challenged right now, how one actually parks in the handicap parking near the community facility and successfully comes back out of it, how people are loading and unloading out of the new building. I think the drive aisle width is probably better staying wide in the event that there is some loading happening within there and allowing the passage of 2 vehicles if necessary. We need to address the community concerns about traffic on the street frontages with all of the deliveries, the Access-a-Ride and Meals on Wheels, et cetera. So I'd like the applicant to talk about that, perhaps in this operational and maneuverability plan for the new site plan. Also, please, as the chair asked for, please walk us through the proposed stormwater strategy pursuant to current DEP regulations and how it will be an improvement on the existing infrastructure at the site. And then also, there was a note in Councilmember Brennan's letter to us about whether or not the site would be, the new building would be administered by HPD regulations and if there would be any preferences for local seniors. I think the applicant should talk about who's expected to live in these buildings and what kind of regulations will be imposed on the lease up for the project. That's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I do have one comment, and I was going through the community district needs book of community board, community district 10, and just some numbers that I want to throw out there. And this is a concern that has been raised as to who is this AIRS unit, the new AIRS unit is going to serve. And in terms of just very general numbers, within in New York City, the population of 65, I mean, as we know, in New York City, the population of 65 years and older is increasing, and it has also resulted in an increase in demand for affordable senior housing. And in New York City, at least the percentage of households with population of 65 and older in New York City is 14%. In the borough of Brooklyn, it's 13%. In Community District 15, it's Community District 10, it's 15%. So definitely recognize that Community District 10 does have a higher senior population. While the SARA program, as I was looking at the term sheet, does not, I mean, I think a lot of the funding requirement is going to drive who is eligible. And I know for a fact that it is going to be eligible for New York City, but a lot of it also has to do with how it is being marketed, because these are going to be, I think it's done through a lottery system, eligibility requirement. And I think this is where the applicant can clarify as to how it is going to ensure that the selection team is going to be robust, and it is also going to address the community's concern, and that can be done through marketing of providing, sending out notices, providing ads and other requirements. I'm not sure what the current requirements are. It's been a while since I've been with HPD, but those things can also bring to the attention. You can work with local nonprofit groups that cater to seniors or so to get the word out. So there are many ways of getting the word out and getting the application pool. And that would be one way, I think, that you can also ensure that you have a fair amount of representation of the households, senior households living in Commuter District 10. I think in terms of what the Commuter District needs statement has stated, this proposed development does speak to a lot of them: stormwater management, providing senior housing, providing permeable surface to improve rainwater absorption. So I think it's very much adhering and responding to the Commuter District need, but the applicant has not quite put it all together in its statement documents. And I hope that the applicant can speak to it during the public hearing. Okay, so.
Chairperson, I'm sorry,
Yes.
Chair. Tracy's hand is still up. I don't know if that's a mistake. And also Commissioner Shetta's hand is up.
Okay.
Okay, so Tracy's hand is down.
Okay,
So,
Commissioner Shetta, do you have anything?
Yeah, I
to-
just wanna say that I did look at the backup that is sent to me. And yes, I've seen this before. This is not a backup for to justify the measured demand. This is a backup to justify the the demand that's anticipated, the 11 parking spots. And in that spreadsheet that I just received from Ms. Benke is the actually using a measured number of 43 for the existing condition, and simply they divided that by the number of dwellings, which I don't know why in the statement of facts it says 558, but in the spreadsheet it says 557, which is not a big deal. But they divided the 43 spots they measured by the 558 number. They got 0.08 spot per dwelling unit, and they multiplied that by the proposed 137 additional units to conclude that they need 11 more spots plus the measured, which is 43, total of about 44 or so, 54 or so, and that's why what they are providing of 56, they claim that it's sufficient. My point was to justify the 43 number itself. If they have backup to that, it would be much better if they can provide us with that backup so we can keep it in our record. On the other hand, I would like to agree with you, Chair, on the point that yes, I can see on the plans that they are utilizing probably some of what they call them best management practices solutions for the stormwater issue, but they need to put that in writing in their statement. Probably it's going to need some communication between the applicant counsel and the technical team to provide some sort of write-up to add to the statement of fact, so it's more clean than what you need to dig for it. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so I think
Ms. Becky's hand is up. I'm sorry, Ms.
Yeah.
Becky's hand is up. Sorry.
Sorry,
Yeah.
there was a second tab on the spreadsheet. I'm not sure if you saw that, Commissioner.
Yes, I did.
Oh,
I
you
looked
okay?
at both. Yes.
Okay, just checking. Thank you.
All
Okay.
right.
So do we want to break for
Yeah, I
lunch
think,
or break?
It's
time.
12:25. So let's take a 45-minute lunch break. That will take us to 1:10.
I have 12:28 as time.
Okay, so what do you want to do? You round it up to 30 or round it
ma'am.
back to 25? Okay, everybody's saying round it up to 30. So if it's rounding
1:15.
it up to 30, then we have lunch till 1:15.
Yep.
Okay, and we will resume our public hearing. And in the meantime, if anybody can let me know if Council Member Brenner would like to speak early or would wait till we call the application, we will then have to make the adjustment.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Right, John. Madam Chair, you ready? Madam Chair?
Sorry, I guess I'm blabbering to myself. Yes, we are ready.
Okay, Steve, we're back on. Okay, good afternoon. I'm sorry, good afternoon. We're back on the record. This is the Board of Standards and Appeals. I'm sorry, this is the Board of Standards and Appeals public hearing. Steve, you need the screen. Public hearing for January 24th, 2023. The first item up is 31953BZ, 1135 East 222nd Street, the Bronx. The applicant, please join in as a panelist, please. And any of the parties, other parties, George Torres, Community Board. Thank you, George. Thank you. Let them in. I don't see Mr. Consagraves. Can you let him in, Steve? Consagra? Okay. Okay. Ms. Consagra, are you by yourself? Can you unmute?
Yes, no, I just unmuted myself. I was rejoining. And unfortunately, yes, I am by myself. I did try to reach both the architect, who has not responded. I reached out in various forms, email, phone call, text message, and then the owner / operator of the business is traveling. His employees have told me he's traveling, not available to join us. My apologies. And the architect we haven't spoken to in quite a while, so I did not know that or expect that he would be called to participate. But yeah, I tried calling him this morning as well, and no answer.
Yeah, for future reference, it's always good to have the architect in these things and the operator. Okay, well, be that as it may, let me swear you in.
Okay.
Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I will.
Okay. State your name for the record.
William Consuegra.
How do you pronounce your last name? Just so I'm
Consuegra.
Consuegra. Okay.
Yeah.
Consuegra. Okay. Thank you. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Consuegra.
Okay. Vice Chair, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Because of this case, do we want to maybe second call it till the end in hopes that he gets the operator?
No,
He's traveling,
I think
he said.
the operator
No,
is
traveling.
Yeah. So I think whatever it has been discussed, you need to discuss it very clearly with your property owner, with your client, who is the operator also in this case.
Yes.
And also the architect, because I think our biggest concern is it seems like there's a complete lack of understanding between the property owner and everybody else who is advising the property owner as to what constitutes a lot, a zoning lot per zoning regulation, and all our regulations and requirements and everything related to zoning is only limited to the zoning lot. It does not spill over into the sidewalks. It does not spill over into another person's property, whether it's city owned or privately owned. There is no right. Your property owner is limited to only his property alone, not even the city sidewalk. Yes, he's required to maintain it, but not use it for his own personal gain. So that I want to make it absolutely clear, because what was disturbing to all of us is what was submitted kind of included lots, portion of the sidewalk in the analysis. That's a non-starter. So you need to go back to your property, your client and the architect, and discuss this very clearly, and so that everybody is on the same page with regards to what is permitted under the zoning, what did our conditions require, and to what extent it is limited to, and where it is limited to on the site. Until that is made clear to everybody, we are going to keep getting these wrong set of documents and information, and we will never entertain it. And it's a waste of everybody's time. So please make that absolutely clear to everybody in your team.
I will. Thank you, Ms. Chairperson. This morning I did listen to the review session and did take notes in terms of the various concerns on behalf of the commissioners, the chair, vice chair, et cetera. And the concern that I've previously spoken to the owner about is, and I'm not sure how to remedy this. One, the sidewalk and his property, there seems to be some at least visual confusion as to where one ends and one begins, because it seems like on that corner, what I guess is described as the sidewalk is extremely wide compared to every other sidewalk in the surrounding streets. And so there's been this, I don't know if he needs to, get an actual survey to verify, because it just seems that it's would be an extremely wide and making his property very small, which is relevant because if you were to look at the Google Earth, which I know we all are able to do, in years before he purchased a property in 2005, there's always been that parking kind of along the sidewalk. There's still, in some of the pictures, the most recent pictures on Google Earth, it wasn't very supportive of his efforts, but there has been this misconception that there is an area that is like this no man's land, where the sidewalk is the same width as in the front of the residences, and then where his lot should begin. So that's something that I know he's been confused about. The previous owner used the property in the same way, parking cars, which would be considered on the sidewalk. And then other things that the owner, my client, has expressed concern about is that some of the things that have been considered, like this morning, are things that haven't appeared on certificates of occupancy or on previous resolutions, specifically landscaping, any types of work like that. He does recall when he purchased the property, there was a description of needing to put up a barrier to block the view of the dumpster. And the next time he went to renew the extension, he was told to take that out. And so he feels a little bit like, a little confused, because sometimes he knows that on the drawing it says, landscaping area, but he doesn't know where to look to see what the specifics are for that, because it's not on any previous CO, certificates of occupancy or resolution. So that's something that.
Okay, I am really getting confused with this discussion, partly because when I'm looking at the previously approved plan, it shows the lot area of the property. All one needs is to take a tape and measure it from lot, and it's a very, use the property drawings and the way the site is laid out, where the building is at an apex in the back. Use that to kind of measure your distance. And then the plan clearly shows where the two planting areas are to be: one to the left, one to the right, one along 222nd Street, one along East Chester Road. I will grant you that the abutting residential homes do have their fences extending into the city side road, but those are being used for planting and other things, and that has happened. But that should not be your guiding principle, and that may have led to it. Mm-hmm. You have a site plan clearly with dimensions given. If you have any, and I for one, I think at this point you probably should get a survey very clearly to help your client clearly know the metes and bounds of his property, because he is liable.
Yeah.
Right? So you should then get a site survey very clearly and add that to our submission, so that you clearly know where your boundaries are. We know where your boundaries are. It's very obvious. And at no point in any of the submission, there is a location of an outdoor trash storage area. So yes, he's right. When he went to buildings department and wanted to use one of the planting area to be a trash enclosure, DOB said, no, you cannot do it, because that is not pursuant to the plans that were approved back in 2011, the dated 2011 plan. So yes, that is true. So I feel that the applicant, your client, has not been advised properly.
Yeah.
And it is leading to a lot of confusion. So I hope you will ask your property owner to listen to our review session, our executive session, and also our public hearing. So he is fully aware of what is being clearly asked of, and there's nothing lost in communication. And please convey these information clearly to the property owner. But I think beyond that, my understanding, how long has this property owner been operating at this site?
Since 2005, so 17 years.
17 years. And as Commissioner Otley Brown pointed out, that this has been a problem even when she was on the board. And the last grant was granted in 2011. So your property owner, I think, to some extent, is not so is willingly violating some of these conditions. It's not the first time he's hearing these concerns. These concerns have been raised by prior boards, and it has been flaunted. So I think these are excuses that are not going to be accepted by this board. And I'm going to make it very clear. If your client wants this extension of term, these conditions have to be addressed before we even vote on it. And it is not going to be stretched out over 2 years, even 1 year, for you to fix this site. This has to be fixed very soon. We are going to put you on a very short leash. I'm not going to accept any adjournments of any sort. So we'll give you a reasonable time frame for each one of these corrections to be addressed. And if they are not addressed within a certain time frame, we have the authority to dismiss it for the lack of prosecution, and which would mean that your property owner is operating a use that is not legal, and then DOB can easily come and close your operation.
Commissioner Carlo's hand is up.
Yes, Mr. Costanza.
No, Madam Chair, I'm sorry to interrupt. I was just going to offer, would it be helpful to screen share the site plan just for everyone? I'm
Yeah,
sure
do you have access to it?
yes, I have it up. Hold on.
So you need to correct these mistakes, and we are going to give you some options that you need to correct, so that there is going to be no allowance for any vehicular parking on the sidewalks. And what makes it absolutely dangerous is that you have a portion of the sidewalk that is also used by bus pickup and drop off. There's a bus stop. And I'm just I'm extremely concerned about this site. So if your client does not correct this within a reasonable time frame, you will give us no choice but to dismiss this application.
Sure.
And then you're in complete violation. So please be absolutely aware of that, and work with us in resolving these corrections, these mistakes.
We will, thank you. I did want to add from something I heard this morning, and I verified with an employee of the business, the orange bus that has appeared in various Google or Earth pictures is gone. That same employee did say that, that most recent Google Earth picture looked, crazy because it was one of the days where the street cleaning was taking place. So they parked the cars that had been parked on the street on the property.
Mr. Inspector, please.
You swore in a few moments earlier. I don't think this is a good line to carry down at this moment.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, our controller, our compliance officer went there. That couldn't have been the same day the Google car was driving. Community board members see it every day. It couldn't have been one of those odd days, right?
Sure.
Our commissioners go on site visits. They may have seen the same thing. I wasn't able to go, but they may have seen. So this is not one of those one-off Google photos. So please do not state that at all.
Okay.
That's fine.
Commissioner Shetta has his hand. Oh, sorry.
Who?
Commissioner Shetta has his hand up.
No,
Yes.
I just wanted to ask Carlo to put the other updated site plan, and it's if you get the other updated one, not the current submission one.
Oh, sure.
Right, and I would say when you in your statement you said that zoning lot has not changed as part of one of the base findings of 11-41. You used the site plan and you compared it to the tax lot and the prior thing. So it's not. I'm actually finding some of these statements not adding up.
If I may, Counsel, this isn't one of those cases where you can dispute the facts. This is one of those cases where you have to make some changes, and some of those changes quite quickly. We're not going to be convinced. There's enough evidence that supports the site conditions. So I think you need to change your outlook on how you're going to address moving forward.
Yeah.
Okay. Commissioner Shetta,
I just wanted to clarify that if you look at the site plan here, a simple measure along the building from this apex here, and then go in parallel, it's going to get you to that point, which is exactly on the boundary, and then go in parallel to the curb is going to show you where is the sidewalk and where is your property.
First part of this exercise is, as Commissioner Shetta said, is measure the back of from that apex of the back of the property, that exact dimension. I mean, you can do a survey and do the same thing. I'm okay with it. But Then what you do is take a yellow paint jar and a paint brush and draw a big, thick yellow line within your property line along that entire length up to the apex of the lot at the corner of Eastchester and 222nd Street.
Sure.
Once you have that, you would know what your property is.
Yeah.
And then start laying out your 10 parking spaces that the prior board had permitted within those yellow lines. Not a single of those 10 spaces should be protruding out by any inch of any sort beyond that yellow line.
And
Do
Chair,
that.
if you allow him to just, I don't want to like have him put cost against something that I do believe that they do not need. The survey is not, if it's not required by us, I don't think they need it. The site plan is very simple and it's very straightforward to
I
work
agree.
from your site plan. Do not cost your client money and save him money and time, and please lay out according to this site plan and follow the instructions from the board.
Okay, yeah, and I think I will instruct my client of that. I think the best example of the confusion, which the chairperson mentioned a couple minutes ago, is in the photographs document. There is a picture that shows how the fence line ends where the neighbors, the residential neighbors, where their fence line ends. But that's not the true end of the property. But if someone were to look at it visually, it would think, oh, that's part of this property because it does not go over into where the previous sidewalk ends. And so that's been the confusion, I believe. My client is carrying around blueprints, you know? I think he's always depended on this. If we look at pictures, I looked up Google Earth from the 1990s, they've always used that area up to the neighbor's end of their fence line inappropriately. So
Okay,
that's the reality.
In the interest of time and not to be repetitive. Yes, Ms. Matias.
General Counsel's hand is up, Mr. Costanza's hand is up, and Commissioner Shedda's hand is up.
Board, I just as to the vice chair's point, I'm just sharing a photo from Street View as to this juice van from November 2021, as well as November 8th, 2022. Just to remind for the record here, the use of this site is not the dead storage of vehicles for parking of dead storage. Whatever this juice van is, it's not a car that's awaiting service.
And I've been told, I haven't confirmed it myself, but the client has told me that that truck is gone. I'm relaying what he had said. So if it's not, they understand. Well, I'll tell my client, I haven't spoken to him today, but I told his employees that the orange thing needs to be gone.
It's not just the orange, Mr. Constable. It's not just the orange thing. No storage of any vehicles is permitted other than vehicles that are awaiting services, period. Okay,
yeah.
Please make that extremely clear.
So yes, I will relay that information.
And I'm not going to hear any more excuses of the fact that because the residential neighbors fence line extended beyond, that is my property. That's done. Now I've shown you, both Commissioner Shetta and I, we have all, and our executive director have shown you the plan. It's not that difficult to read that plan. I agree with Commissioner Shetta. You don't need to do a survey and waste anybody's time. Use the plan, take a measurement, draw that line, and that way everybody knows. And so one of the things, I'm not going to hear any more excuses. You're going to tell your client, no storage of vehicles other than those vehicles awaiting services. No storage of any debris, any car parts, anything outside the building. You have to draw that yellow line. Once you measure from that apex of that building, you draw that yellow line within your property line and then contain all your vehicles within it. Then you are going to put bollards, fixed bollards at the apex of the parking lot all the way up to the second curb cut, both on 222nd Street and Eastchester Avenue. These are going to be 5-foot spaced bollards, fixed bollards that are going to be mounted along the property line on that yellow line. This way, no vehicles can keep moving in and out of the property along that apex. Since in your drawings, you have shown that only the 2 curb cuts that are located furthest away from the apex of, from the intersection of 222nd Street and Eastchester Avenue is being, is being used for maneuver vehicles going in and out. Only those 2 curb cuts are going to be used. The other 2 curb cuts that are closest to the intersection are not going to be used. So you're going to have bollards, fixed bollards, all the way each 5 foot apart, all the way up to the curb cut on both sides, with chains. So this way, there's no way any vehicle can sneak in, sneak out. I doubt it if you can make cars smaller than 5 foot, but nothing is going to sneak in, sneak out.
But
Okay.
of course, you're gonna need to modify the plans and indicate what is the chair just described on the
Right.
plans for the next submission.
Okay.
Yes, and
Now,
Madam Chair,
yes.
I'm sorry. And again, it's just for clarity, if it's really unclear that where the meets and bounds of the lot are, regardless of whether it would be agreed upon here or not, we don't have the authority to permit parking on what's not your property and it's city property. So again, that's a discussion maybe with the architect, if a survey is needed, you know, just to clearly identify once and for all what the meets and bounds are, even at the time that you're going to install these bollards to ensure that you maximize, you know, what your clients is entitled to. Maybe this is an opportunity. Again, just a suggestion so that there's no confusion.
Then moving on to the building needs to be cleaned up. The facade is in bad shape. Signage, you need to tell your architect that not to use C8 zoning district is C1. So per basic rule of, since it has no commercial overlay, it's just a residential district. When we have a residential district, signage pursuant to C1 is only permitted. And the analysis has to show that. And from what I'm looking at, it seems it's over the required amount of signage. So you need to.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was just going to say, just for clarification, because the architect, with what they submitted, sign regulation ZR 3260, at the bottom it says C1 zoning district. So that's what we went on, and they had indicated that the total square footage of the signs was 195 square feet, which is less than the 200 square feet allowable. So is that incorrect? That the
it's 150 per frontage. So if you're 196 per frontage, then you are over. It has to be 150 per each frontage. So you can have 150 square foot of signage, total signage, which is illuminated and non-illuminated at 222nd and 150 along facing Eastchester. It cannot be, you cannot do total and say, oh, well, 150, that means I'm allowed 300 square foot total on the zoning lot. I can put all of it on one side. No.
Okay, yeah, because the drawing looks like they measured what was on the front face of the building, which is those, and those pole signs. So that's they'll have to adjust that, remove some signs, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know. I did see it in one of your drawings somewhere, or somewhere I saw it. It said it referenced C8, so that's why both of us, Commissioner Yoon and I, both picked that up.
In terms of the lighting, in terms of the lighting study, none of the signs are illuminated, and there's no sign. I mean, no freestanding lights. So he didn't. The owner didn't think that he needed to do a study because he says that at nighttime it's dark.
Okay, that's fine. Then I would say put a note in the drawings that, and you indicate where your lighting sources are, even they are mounted on the building. Indicate that, and then put in the sign that are the lights turned off after the business is closed.
I can see on Google View that you have some lights that are mounted to pools. Are you saying these were removed?
Yeah, I see two on two sides of the buildings.
Yeah,
I see that in the picture, but I will confirm with the owner. I'm not sure if those are in working order.
Well, if they are not in working order, then remove them
Yeah.
if you don't need it. And if they are in working order, then you need to tell us what is illumination level of that light pole is.
Maybe Mr. Consagray, you should visit the site.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And what are the other things? So where is the trash currently kept? Date during business hours and non-business hours?
From what looking back, I need to bring up where the reference was to the dumpster, but there was an understanding that a dumpster could be kept to the side of the building. And so that's where it is kept. It is kept on the right-hand side of the building in that area that is called planting area, which is not.
Okay, well, from the photos, your dumpster is not even within the property. It is on the city sidewalk. And that's a hazard, and that's not permitted. So this is what, and I'm going to ask my fellow commissioners, and I also want to hear from the community board as to what they think. My suggestion would be, I think whatever landscaping you have on the 222nd Street, I'm not going to ask you to remove it. Partly you already have it, but improve it, because it's going to take a lot for you to fill it up, pave it, and then put something else there. Rather than that, improve it. And it's the south side, so you'll get more light. It will result in better planting, whereas the one on the Eastchester is on the north side. It may not get that much light. It will be in the shade of the auto repair building. So in that area, if the commissioners are okay with it, and I want to hear from the community board, is you put up a concrete wall along the back and put a trash enclosure with a metal door where the trash bin will be stored. And you have to remove the cloth bin from the side, because the cloth bin is not even on your side, it's on city sidewalk. And you do not have space within this site to put a cloth bin. So just remove it. You should not have any such drop-off bins within your site. Okay? And so that way you contain your trash bin within your property, and that will also ensure where your property boundary is, because you'll have a wall. Now, instead of that losing that landscape area on Eastchester, my recommendation would be you put a landscape area at the apex of Eastchester and 222nd.
Okay.
Because that area is right now just bunch of, I don't know what happened. It's like a perfect place for collecting garbage. So it doesn't have to be in-ground planting. It can be above grade, a boxed area with some nice greening. Yes, Ms. Matthias?
Sorry to interrupt you. General Counsel has his hand up.
Hi, Chair. Given the nature of dispute over the boundary lines and the spilling of the use over the property, I quickly looked on Acris at this deed, which unfortunately does not list any meets and bounds of the property. Instead, it just refers to the property as this block and this lot as shown on the New York City tax map. I would again suggest that a survey may be necessary.
Okay. Then survey it is. But I have to say the dimension of the tax lot and the dimension on the drawings are the same. But survey it is. But please do not take too much time, because we are going to ask you to come back in 2 months. With some of these changes and with the survey in hand. With the survey in hand, some of the changes. Okay. I'm not going to take any adjournment on this one.
Okay. And in terms of the employee who I spoke to is the nephew of the owner. He was confused about the question this morning of the curb cuts, the ones closer to the corner, because they said that's been there forever. And so that's not something they put in. Or that, and so that was a question about it being raised, because that means it was previously approved by someone.
Well, it was there to serve the gasoline service station.
Okay.
since the gasoline service station became an auto repair,
Yeah.
those two curb cuts have not been used almost.
Yeah.
And so all these 4 curb cuts were there to serve the business operation at the subject site, right? And so it is your responsibility to kind of convert that curb cut into a sidewalk.
Okay.
Okay, both of them on Eastchester and on 222nd, because you don't use them. Your maneuverability plan shows that. Okay.
Would they have to do that if they put up the bollards? Because it's
Yes.
expensive.
Unfortunately, there is very little chances I'm going to take with this application.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. All right. Any other questions or comments? And actually, commissioners, please let me know if you are okay with the idea of swapping the landscaping from Eastchester to the corner of Eastchester and 222nd. Okay. Commissioner Otley Brown is saying, okay. Commissioner Yoon?
Yeah, I think as long as the trash enclosure doesn't impede at all on the resident, on the adjacent neighbor, which it sounds like by design, it should not, but of course, we just want to make sure that it doesn't become a nuisance also for the residential. But I think to swap out for the landscaping seems good. And the idea of having a permanent place to demarcate not only the property line, but the trash is a good idea.
Yeah, and I think on the other side is it's an open space. If you look at the Google map, it's a yard on the other side.
Yeah.
And Vice Chair Shibata? Okay. Commissioner Sheta?
Yeah, I believe it's a good idea to swap the landscaping that was not built originally with another one near the apex of the site. And I believe you mentioned, Chair, that you wanna then put a concrete wall at the property line. So I believe that concrete wall, if it's made tall enough, it could prevent the line of sight from coming from the adjacent residence to to see the trash, or even
I
they can.
think it would be visible. It probably, if it is 6 foot high, that should be good enough because the buildings are set back and there isn't any, and it's not going to be a big trash enclosure. It's going to be just enough to get one trash bin in there. So it's going to be tight enough. It's not, I'm not going to allow them to have a big one where you can just put other garbage in there also. It should be just big enough for a trash bin.
Yeah, I believe 6 foot wall is okay.
Yeah. Sorry, Vice Chair Shibata, you were going to say something, and I think.
No, I'm with the consensus.
Okay, all right.
And Madam Chair, just again, we have Mr. Torres from the community board on. I know that he would.
Yes, I was just going to say, let's go to the public and go to Mr. Torres first thing first.
Okay, and the fire department is here also.
Okay.
So the case we're currently discussing is 319-53BZ, 1135 East 222nd Street, the Bronx. This is a request for an extension of term. Steve, you want to put up the login ID? Or I'll just call it out. You can call, if you wish to discuss, call 646-558-8656. Sorry, 8656. You can also call our toll-free number if you're outside the city area, and it is 888-475. I'm sorry, I'm having trouble with the phone thing. 888-475-4499. Once you are permitted in, you will press you will have the webinar ID number is 827-1207-9811, and you'll press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. After you are permitted in, you will press press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to be able to speak. If you are in the Zoom room already and wish to participate, please raise your Zoom hand. It's a little hand on the bottom of your screen, and we will allow you into the room. Once permitted in, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss your issues. Okay. So, Mr. Torres?
Thank you.
Okay.
Hi. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for giving me an opportunity. Please forgive me if I'm driving through upstate New York, dropping my son off at Oneonta today. So we're about to turn off the highway. So please forgive any, dead zones. I'll be very brief. I want to thank you for all your thoughtful comments because you have expressed many of the concerns that constituents have come to my office to complain about this property. There are freestanding lights. We have one constituent in particular that complains every evening about the lights and the brightness of the lights. So a light analysis would be greatly appreciated. We get complaints from other elected officials' offices in regards to this. You will see from the DOB website, we have made numerous complaints about the parking of vehicles because they do use it for dead storage. We receive complaints from the sanitation department because of the clothing bin. I've been a district manager since 2015. I worked at the Department of Buildings prior to that for 5 years, and I was getting complaints about this property back then from elected officials and the community board. So this has been a long-standing concern for us, and I don't want to be duplicitous. You guys hit on all the notes, so I'm very grateful for that. You had helped us with a previous project, and this is one of the things that I've talked about with enforcement, and I want to just point out, we didn't know about this hearing until your staff reached out to us, because the applicant had reached out to us back in October or August of 2021, and then we never heard from them again. So they've never even presented before the community board for this variance. And I had reached out when they reached out initially, and we put this on your radar. And then I got a phone call from Vinroy and from Carlo, and they were like, oh, Mr. Torres, this is coming up. And I had expressed my concern that I can't even give you what the community board voted on because we've not had the opportunity to sit with them and hear about what the project is about. So I'm, from what I'm hearing, you're going to give them 2 months. We're going to meet with them in our land use committee meeting in February, and then our full board meeting will be towards the end of February. I don't know what the date is right now, but it's the 4th Thursday of every month. So, once we vote, I will write a letter based on whatever the vote is. But I just wanted to express all the complaints. I mean, we've had to, every precinct now has NCO officers, which are neighborhood coordination officers. The neighborhood coordination officers are familiar with this address because we're always getting complaints. One of the final thing I'll say is on that issue, my understanding is that there is a performance review on their certificate of occupancy, which means that they're only allowed to be open during certain hours. They constantly go over those hours. It's like a 9 to 5 type thing. I don't know exactly what the hours are, but we've made complaints to that effect as well, which DOP has not necessarily enforced well because there is some confusion on that. They tell me when I was there, the commissioner told me, well, they're not necessarily allowed to work, but if somebody was doing office work past 7 o'clock at night, that was permissible. I beg to differ, but I wasn't the commissioner, so I couldn't say that, but we never wrote that by the
I guess we lost him.
I guess Mr. Torres is going through that dead zone. If he is able to get back, we'll give him a little bit of time.
Okay.
Okay, let's go to the fire department. And when Mr. Torres comes back, we'll let him in again if he hasn't finished his statement. Okay. Yes, Chief Daly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I just wanted to let you know that the fire department we had last inspected these premises back in July 14, 2020, and we had passed and issued them an operating permit. So the fire department has no objection to this application. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do we have anyone else from the community board or
No.
anyone else? Any elected
I don't see
official?
anybody hands up. No other hands up.
Okay. All right. So it seems There are lights, so you need to do a lumen study. And yeah, it's, please, Mr. Consvegra, do visit the site. Don't, sometimes it's better to see it, to know exactly what we are asking and why we are reacting the way we are reacting, and why is the community board reacting the way it is. And going forward, every hearing that we have, you have to notify the community board, elected officials, and to the neighbors, so that they're aware of the hearings, and send a copy of that notification to us. What is the other thing that was brought up? Yeah, I mean, so you have two choices. I mean, you either respond to all the comments that we're saying in the most timely manner, in the way we want it. Then we may consider giving you an extension of term for the number of years that you're proposing. Or we would just put it on a very short leash and have your applicant have you come back every 3 years or so. And that's going to be an enormous cost to your client. And our compliance officer, I'm going to put our compliance officer on notice to monitor this site frequently. And if there's any violation of any sort, we are going to call you in for compliance, for a compliance hearing. So, and we will also notify DOB. So there are many threads. So please don't take any of our suggestions or recommendation lightly and stretch it out. I see Chief Daly's hands raised. Yes, Chief Daly.
You're muted, John. John, you're muted.
Can't hear you, Chief
I'm
Daly.
good. I thank you again, Madam Chair. Also, I know you mentioned to the applicant that the DOB, you would notify them if you do not renew this variance. I do want to let the applicant know that the fire department will act on behalf of the Board of Standards and Appeals, revoke all our operating permits that were issued to the site, and we will padlock the site as well. So just to make you aware of that. So,
sure. Thank you.
Okay. So please don't take these suggestions. These are not suggestions, these are directions lightly. Sure. Okay. So let's see. I don't expect you to do everything in one go. What I want you to do is first get your survey, measure the property, draw up the lines, put those bollards with those chains, and draw up your 10 parking spaces within that. Basically, yeah.
Okay.
And remove any excess stuff that is beyond that yellow line into your property line, including your garbage bin, including that little drum that has water sitting on it, including the clothing bin that needs to be removed, all of that. Those can be done in 2 months' time. Yes. I'm going to give you 2 months to make a submission, and then we will schedule a hearing after that.
Okay, I appreciate it.
And provide photos of the changes that have been made. And these can be done even with this in this cold weather. That's why I'm asking you to do that. The second phase will be for you to put up the concrete wall and a landscape area and that apex of a triangle. And close up those 2 curb cuts, because by the time it will be nice weather, you can do that sidewalk repair and do all the sidewalk repair at that same time. And do asphalt repair on your site.
Okay. That
would be the second phase. Because you'll be in the summertime, do it at that time. It will probably take you, I'll give you 3 months in that one. So meanwhile, what you can do is get quotes. Get quotes from companies that do sidewalk repair and build up the sidewalk. And the sidewalk has to be built to city DOT standard. So actually that part, I'm not sure whether you need to get any approval from DOT. Executive Director, please tell me whether that is needed or not.
Don't you also have for the approval of closing the curb cuts too or something?
Yeah. Or Councilor Vine? Anyone? I'm not sure if that would be needed. Okay, but we'll find out, and somebody from our office will get back to you. Because if that is needed, you will need to submit those plans to DOT. And your architect or engineer will have to do that. Okay.
Okay, and we'll come back to you with a date also. A date
Right,
of
and
next
that
hearing.
you can start now. That you can start now, getting all those documents lined up, getting the quotes for filling up the sidewalk, improving the filling up the gap, cracks on the sidewalk, asphalt, all of those estimates you can get. And please, if you have any confusion, please reach out to our office and we will walk you through it again. Our project manager or Executive Director Costanza, we will walk you through it so that there is at no point any confusion at your end. And I do not want you to do anything that we did not want and for you to have to undo it. We do not want to waste your client's money.
I do have a question about the bollards. Is there a style guide or
your standard typical yellow ones, nice bright yellow ones? Everybody can see and say, aha, I cannot go beyond that. That's the one. Okay. Any other questions, comments, suggestions for Mr. Consuegra? Okay, so 2 months to submit.
Okay.
That's doable?
Yes.
Okay, all right. And if you have any questions, please go back and listen to what we have stated. It's available, all the recordings are available, or call our office and our project manager and executive director to get further clarification.
Madam Chair, do you want his clients and architect to be here at the next hearing?
Absolutely.
So,
yeah.
Advance warning.
Yeah.
Yes, and please do share these videos from our website, both to your architect and to your client of the review session and the public hearing.
Okay.
And walk them through it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. Next case, new cases, special order calendar, item number 24, 2017, 43BZ, 140 Hendricks Avenue, Staten Island. This is an extension of time to complete construction and attain the C of O. Could you raise your hand if you're calling in? Ron, yes, thank you, Ron. Please let Ron Rosati in.
Good afternoon, everyone. Ron Rosati.
Okay. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Madam Chair, Ron Rosati for the owner. I did speak to the owner after review session, and he did agree that a 3-year extension would be best. I could revise my papers to reflect that. Besides that, I don't believe there were any other questions or concerns to address.
Okay, that's fine with me. You can just put a letter. I think that should be good enough. Just
Okay.
send. Any questions or comments from the commissioners for Mr. Rosati? Okay, let's go to the public.
Okay. The case we're currently discussing is 2017-43 BZ, 140 Hendricks Avenue, Staten Island. If you wish to discuss, dial 646-558-8656, or if outside the city, a toll-free number is 888-475-4499. You will enter webinar ID number 827-1207-9811. Press pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign. Once you're permitted in, you'll press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute if you are calling on the phone in order to be able to speak. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your screen. Once you are permitted in, you will have 3 minutes to speak.
All right. I guess it will take you not very long to get a letter to us.
Yeah, I could submit that this evening or tomorrow.
Okay. I don't know whether we can schedule it at the earliest possible February hearing, but definitely in the second February hearing, we can hold this, but somebody from our office will get back to you and confirm.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
So I'm just waiting for the clock to run out, then I'm going to make a recommendation to close.
Okay.
Okay. All right. I'm going to make a motion to close.
Sure. Chairperson Shonda?
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon?
Aye.
Okay. And we will schedule it for the earliest possible hearing date.
Thank you.
Okay. Appeals count, oh, sorry, Madam Chair. Appeals calendar, new cases, item number 25, 2021-48A and 2021-49A, 42 and 72 Schmieg Avenue, Staten Island. This is a development of a one-story warehouse not fronting on a legally mapped street, contrary to General City Law, Section 36. Hi.
Hello,
Good
good
afternoon, Mr.
afternoon.
Dale.
Todd Dale for the applicant.
Go ahead.
So I did attend reviews or listened in on review session and heard the comments. Just address them in order and answer any follow-up questions that might come up. First, as Commissioner Ewan noted, in our response to comments, we both included the firm panel and the builder's payment plan. And the firm indicates it's not in a flood zone. Chair, in response to your question, this is, and I believe it's noted also in the statement of facts, it's proposed as 2 tax lots and 1 zoning lot. The reason the 2 zoning analyses were provided was because for similar projects in the past, it's been requested to know what each particular building was. So the architect provided those 2 charts. They do both reference the total zoning lot square footage. The FAR of both buildings comes out to approximately 0.23. So the combined is 0.46, which is less than the maximum permitted of 1.0. But that was just done for convenience. So each building could be analyzed separately. If you wanted, we could create one combined zoning chart also.
No, I think that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, now that I understand it, okay.
Great. There was a question, and perhaps I'm not understanding, but there's a question about the zoning resolution sections with respect to the rear yard, the required rear yard, and the permitted obstruction up to 23 feet. The most recent site plan does actually cite both section 4326 and 4323 with respect to that. So I'm not sure if that's what you're referring to. If I share my screen, I can show it to you.
Right, so it should 4323 and what is 4626 is the minimum required rear yard. All right, please do share. Yeah.
Okay, so let me share the screen here and I'll just show you, and then maybe this is what you were asking. So this is the most recent site plan, and you can see right there it's written here and here, but I'll blow it up a little bit so we can make it a little easier to see. The note does reference both.
You know what? My bad. I saw one, the 20. Okay, I think I'm going blind. Okay, I misread 26 as 23, and that's why I'm like, huh? Why is it saying? Okay, all right.
Great.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
No, that's not a problem. And I think what I'll actually do is the next question that came up was with respect to the community board. And what I might do is I'm actually going to share a screen again because it might make it a little easier to describe why there was a split vote and what the question was. I think it's right here. Tell me, are you seeing this overhead Google view?
Yes.
Okay. So let me get to where our site is. It's Veteran Roads West and Arthur Kill Road. Our site is, this is actually, I'm going to make it to the north to make it a little easier to orient with the plan. So this is the intersection right here where my mouse is. The site in question is right here. It runs between this area here. So by the pool, doctor contractors are where it was. The issue that came up, and it was actually, I attended the community board and it was a bit of a hot debate, is that there were certain members who said that this intersection here with Veterans Road and Arthur Kill Road gets a little crowded during rush hour when people are trying to go all the way down here to the Outer Bridge crossing, because I guess you come down here and then you come over here to get onto the expressway. I'll defer to someone a little more familiar with this area of Staten Island, but I guess their complaint was that it can get backed up all this way, which is over 1,500 feet away. And they were concerned that any curb cut, even the single curb cut that's proposed, would cause a problem with maybe cars wanting to turn left. And our office tried to present that this is not high intensity use, that this is a warehouse, so it's not like a retail environment where people will be coming in and out. We also said that this is a long distance from the expressway entrance of concern, and the members of the community board who agreed with us also stated that they believed that this would be a non-issue. So the general issue was it wasn't against the development as proposed, it was more just traffic and the intersection concern, and any development, not this particular development, that caused them issues, and they wanted better traffic lights here. And then the discussion digressed less to about these proposed warehouses and more about what they wanted to see at this particular intersection. So that was what happened to the community board. And I believe if you reach out to the community board, they'll also say that. And I also just want to briefly speak, just because I think I forget who mentioned it, but this little area back here, this easement in this existing road, and the reason why we're not proposing a connection to that, that's actually federal property. There's a US post office here, and they have the easement, the access for the mail trucks. And I don't believe they want anybody using their road or potentially blocking it. So that's why there was no connection proposed right there. Okay, so I'll stop the share screen now. But I think that was most of the questions that were, I'm not quite sure.
Okay. I had a question, and that was regarding the builder's pavement plan.
Okay.
Who will be reviewing the builder's pavement plan? DOB?
I believe that that's what's going to happen here. Hang on a sec, because this, this is a little interesting. Schmeig is actually, it's not a private road. This is actually, even though it's not a map street, it's a city-owned property record street. And it was in situations like that in the past, when we've had that, it's been the city, the Department of Buildings via, in conjunction with the Department of Transportation, goes through the standard builder's pavement plan review process. So, because even though it's not a map street, it is a city owned property. Schmeig is a record street.
Okay. So if it's a city-owned record street, wouldn't then DOT be involved?
Well, I'm again, my understanding, and I'll defer to someone else, but my understanding, like the most time we did this, is that builders' pavement plans are reviewed by DOB, or DOT will look at them via DOB. Like it's actually DOB that does the approval process, and DOT has input and weighs in on it, but DOB is the actual agency to which that plan is submitted. So yes, both agencies will see it and review it.
Okay. All right. In that case, I would say, should we go forward on this in granting anything, that the builder's payment plan shall be approved prior to the building, prior to issuance of any building permit.
I think that's reasonable. And you know what I can also do is, because we're going to have another appearance regardless, even if the board's satisfied and closed today, I will reach out and get confirmation from the architect and engineer team just to confirm what I just said. And just let everybody know, either submit to the record or just off the record confirm for the board that that's what it is.
And I guess it goes without saying that that road will have to be built prior to issuance of any TCO.
I think that's a fair. I think that's a easy condition to agree to. And the last item is just the fire department. I don't know if Inspector Daly wants to speak, but I don't believe we received a letter, but if there is a letter forthcoming, we can review and respond to any questions accordingly. But this is a long dead end. However, this is a sizable lot, and we did provide a circulation plan showing that large trucks that come to visit the site could actually come from Schmeig into the lot, easily circle around. We believe that would also afford fire department vehicles the same option, but again, we can wait to get any response.
So it will never be gated?
Excuse me, I did not hear that.
So there won't be any gate closing this?
I don't believe any gate is proposed, but I can confirm that. Hang on.
Yeah, because in order for fire department to access it at any time, it would then have to remain open all the time.
No, that's reasonable. Right. I'll write that down to double check on that. So,
and this is for Chief Daly to also give us direction.
Chief Daly has his hand up.
Yes, Chief Daly. Okay. No. I just want to make sure, Mr. Dale, do you have any other statements?
No, I believe that's it. Other than we'll review the BPP process and just got confirmation, and then I'll get confirmation on the gate, and then we'll just await any additional comments from the fire
department.
Okay. Once you finish fire department, Ms. Benke also has her hand up.
Yes. Okay. Let me go to first fire department. Yes, Chief Daly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The fire department has reviewed the plan, and a letter of no objection is forthcoming. And with respect to the gate, they can provide a gate, and I know a lot of them are remote control operated. The operators of these sites do provide the fire department with the signal for us to open up the gate. We have transponder in our trucks. So they propose to put a gate in. We have no objection to that because we will have a transponder to open it for our access.
Okay. Is there a particular language or particular type of gate or anything?
Yes, there is, and I can't share it, but in my letter, they'll have to contact our Bureau of Communications, and they'll give them the information to provide the transponder number.
Okay. All right. Okay, doke.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Daly. Ms. Benke?
Tracy?
Sorry, having problems. I just wanted to also state that the seeker is open. We are awaiting a submission for this.
Yeah. Yes.
With respect to seeker, as we noted in our letter, this was filed prior to the board enacting its rule, and we would say that this would be exempt pursuant to prior GCL rules. This was
Okay.
General counsel?
Yeah, General.
I just remind the board that the board issued its administrative notice prior to the filing of this application. The board's administrative notice is still valid. The board's administrative notice noted that seeker applies to GCL 36 applications at large. The board's rulemaking in effective June 2022 did not change that admin notice. And this is not the forum to debate the legality of either of those items. The admin notice here applies. The application was filed after our admin notice. Therefore, seeker applies to this application. And should the applicant have any questions about what type of seeker filing would be necessary, Ms. Banky and myself would be happy to have that discussion offline.
Yep, I agree.
So noted. We will discuss this issue outside this forum with respect to seeker.
Okay. All right. How long will it take for you to make these submit? Actually, let's go to the public first. Any questions or comments from the commissioners? I am totally going reverse order. Okay, let's go to the public then.
Okay, the case we are currently discussing is 2021 48A and 2021 49A, 4272 Schmeig Avenue, Staten Island. This proposed development of a one-story warehouse not fronting on a legally mapped street, contrary to General City Law, Section 36. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-558-8656, or outside the city limits, toll-free number is 888-475-4499. You will enter the webinar ID number 827-1207-9811 and press pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you are permitted in, press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to allow you to speak. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the small hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you are permitted in, you will have 3 minutes to discuss your issues.
Okay, while we're waiting for the public to call in, Mr. Dale, how long will it take for you to submit all the documents?
I would say there's really not much for us to submit. I mean, the builder's pavement plan is already in. We'll just get a little clarification on that. I looked at the plans. I don't see any gates listed. I'll get confirmation, but really the only documentation would be however seeker resolves itself. So our turnaround would be very quick.
Okay, all right. I think we will have to make sure we have the secret item resolved before even we can schedule a hearing. I don't want to use our hearing as a forum for a secret discussion.
Nope, understood, and I appreciate that, but.
All right. Okay. All right, thank you, Mr. Dale.
Thank you.
Item number 26, 2020 36A, 814 Richmond Terrace, Staten Island.
And I think this is also Mr. Rosati.
Yes, good afternoon again, Commissioners, Madam Chair.
You don't have to
Ron.
speak in.
Okay. Ron Rosati representing the owner. I did speak to the architect after review session regarding questions on those doors. So there's that bifold retractable wall/door at the top of the site plan, I guess towards the east of the site, and that will only be used to access the loading area. There's an existing curb cut there already, so that will only be open and closed when there needs to be loading. Okay. And then regarding the vestibule area, there is a double swing door there, and that's
to allow for access to the vestibule before actually entering the commercial space. There won't be any waiting or loitering in that area. It's really meant as an air barrier. So you first enter the vestibule, the door closes, then you enter the commercial space. So that's the purpose of that. It's not a retractable door like the other door.
Right. My concern was about that retractable door. So if you can please add a note that the retractable door is going to be used for loading and unloading purposes.
Yes, we'll add that to the site plan.
Okay. Any questions or comments? Do we need a fire department? Do we have a fire department sign off on this? Do we need it?
GCL
No?
35? Yeah. Hello, fire department.
Okay. Madam Chair, the fire department does not object. We will prepare our letter of no objection. No objection to this application.
Thank you. Thank you.
We received, we haven't gotten TOT yet, I think, right?
No.
Yeah, I saw an email early, but it's not a sign off. Okay.
We don't need a DEP on this, do we?
Jolene?
Yeah, we do.
Oh, we do?
We do.
All right, the comments were provided and those need to be reflected in the revised plan. So Mr. Rosati, please make those necessary changes.
Yeah, we'll update that the plan.
Okay. Let's go to any questions or comments for Mr. Rosati from the commissioners? Okay, let's go to the public.
Okay, the case where, hold on a second, sorry, put my timer in. Okay, the case we're currently discussing is 2022-36A 814 Terrace, Staten Island. Enlargement of an existing building within an unbuilt portion of a map street, contrary to General City Law, Section 35. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-558-8656 or our toll-free number 888-475-4499. You will enter webinar ID number 827-1207-9811 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you'll press the pound sign only. Press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to be able to speak if you're calling in on the phone. And if you are in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your screen. Once you are permitted in, you will be afforded 3 minutes to discuss. Thank you. And I do not see anyone.
All right, Mr. Rosati, how long will it take for you to make these changes?
I believe the only change is to really add that note to the plan. The DEP comments were added to the plan already, but we'll resubmit the whole set of plans. I mean, it shouldn't take us more than, a day or two, a week.
Okay. I do need DOT sign off on this one. So, okay. All right, we will need to schedule this for another hearing. So we'll try to do this. I want to do it as close to DOT's submission, so that we do not have to adjourn it. So I'll give it 1 month. Is that adequate, Jeline?
Yeah, it still has to be reviewed by DEP, and DOT would like to see any revised plans.
I think the
hopefully a
revised,
month.
yeah, the
Okay.
plan changes that are being proposed is not going to change the layout or configuration. It's just adding notes. So please ask DOT to continue reviewing that plan and provide the comments on that. It's not going to not going to make any substantive changes, those comments. Okay. All right. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, zoning calendar, zoning calendar, continue hearing items, 2020-50 BZ, 2328 Olean Street, Brooklyn.
I think this is Ms. Altman. Yeah.
Please unmute, Lara.
Yeah.
Okay, are you by yourself, Ms. Altman?
There should be somebody here from the architect's office as well, from Bricolage Designs. I believe it's going to be Luis Rojas signing in. Is he here yet?
I don't see him. Rojas? No.
It's from Bricolage Designs.
Nope. Can you?
I'm just gonna. I had him watching. I was on the phone with him just a few minutes ago. But I'll call again just to make sure. Still isn't on, Tony?
I don't see someone named Rojas. Unless somebody else does, I don't see
You're
it.
there? What are you in under? Because they're not seeing you, gentlemen. Are you under Henry Radusky? Are you under Luis Rojas?
Henry Radusky's on there.
Henry Radusky, let's take him.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's let Radusky raise your right.
Please
raise your hand. Radusky. Let Henry Radusky in. Steve, can he raise his hand? Whatever.
Whenever he's ready, I'm ready.
Thank you. Can you unmute, please? We have a long hearing today.
Okay. Wait, que no me ven a mí. Can you hear us? Can you hear us?
We can.
Yes. Could you put your video on, sir?
Yep, we just got it right now. That's us. We're both here. Luis Rojas and Henry Radusky.
Okay, buen día. Raise your right hands. Okay, do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Of course.
Yes.
Okay, proceed. State your name for the record and proceed, Ms. Altman.
Good afternoon, Lara Altman from the Law of Lara Altman. We did attend your executive session earlier and heard your comments. There was a question regarding the change in floor area between 2,884 square feet to 2,942 square feet. I spoke with Bricolage Designs, which is Henry and Luis, just a little while ago, and they informed me that the change was due to a change in the double height space in the building. They had changed the shape of that area to make it easier to calculate, which is what they had shown on their plans. And if you have any questions on that, as you can see, they're here to answer that.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out which double height area is being referred to.
Yes. Yeah, it's in the second floor. It's the second floor up to the end, right? To the first. To the first to the second, or second to the first, whichever way is there. That's like to see it. From it's an amorphous, like semi-oval
Oh, this
space.
is by the staircase.
Yes.
Okay, the previously also you had a semi-amorphous kind of space by the staircase open to the second floor. So how come that is adding to the floor? That's the part I'm confusing, because that's open and that's been open in the previous plan. The attic floor plate has reduced significantly. So has the ground floor. So where is the increase in the floor area? I'm still not quite getting it.
We did a takeoff on the exact square footage of that amorphous space. It's kind of difficult to do. We broke it down into several fragments.
Okay.
In order to give you an accurate reading as to what part is R2 and what part is R32. And these
Right, I see that diagram. I see that diagram.
Right, so these are our findings. These are the accurate as we could possibly depict them.
Okay.
And it's smaller than the one before. Yeah, it's actually smaller than the original submittal by several square feet.
Okay, so I know my math is not very good. So the opening area in the R2 is 41 square feet, and in the R3 is 4.9 square feet. Okay.
Yes.
I see that. And the dimension is roughly, I mean, even though the amorphous space and the previously was not as so ovalish, it was a little bit more amorphous. It's more or less the same. I still don't understand how is that causing this increase in floor area. That's the part I'm not getting it, because you have reduced significant amount of the attic space. You have reduced the first floor space. That's the part I'm not getting. So if you look at your first floor in the portion of the building that is in the R2 is now reduced. You do not have that angle anymore. It is more of a squarish kind of, it's where you have, P15 and P14, they've been squared off. Before there was an angle to it, right? It was further into the rear yard. That's been eliminated. The only difference I can think of is an increase in the one of the bedrooms on the second floor, which is the addition of the P216.
Second floor.
Yeah. Trying to compare to see which one is
It's only the P216 is the only addition. And then when I go to the attic, it has resulted in significant shrinkage. You don't even have those decorative dormers as part of your floor area, because that's decorative dormer, by the way. It's like, it's not even accessible from the attic. There's no access to it.
Right.
Correct.
Which I also, first of all, I don't understand why you want to do that, because how are you going to maintain it? And I think you're better off just eliminating it, but it's not adding to the floor area. But your attic space has reduced significantly. So that's why I'm just kind of, that's a question. So I'm not going to belabor this. What would be helpful in your next submission, just put a chart and just show me the breakdown by R3, R2, how much is being added and how much is being subtracted from the existing and the proposed. Or that way.
Sorry.
I mean, I don't really have an issue with the request. I just wanted to know where the numbers are coming from. That's all. And I think your attic floor looks much better.
Okay, so it's like a summary.
of the
Yeah.
chart.
Just, yeah.
Mhm. Okay.
There is, I just want to bring up, there is a chart or a series of charts on drawing A4 that has it broken out by, well, per floor
Mhm.
between R2 and R32, between existing and proposed.
Well, yeah.
It's on A4 and A5, depending on whether first floor and second floor are on A4. The attic is on A5.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was comparing to the previously approved. Okay. In that, so thank you for pointing that out, Commissioner Yoon. Just provide a cover letter, just explaining where that change is resulting from.
Sure.
All right. Just going back to the attic, those dormers. How are you going to access this dormer?
The client wasn't concerned. Oh, sorry, Henry, go right ahead.
No, I was going to say the dormers are there for the purposes of aesthetics, really for the outside of look of the house. Without those dormers, it just makes the look of the house not as aesthetically as pleasing as as these dormers do. As far as access, you were going to say, Lyra, I'm sorry.
No, I was going to say exactly what you said. The client isn't concerned about access. It's all about the aesthetics from the outside. It's exactly what I was going to say, Henry.
Okay. Okay. So is there a floor or is it open to below?
No, it's roof.
It's part of the roof. It's not open to below.
It's not open to below. It's not accessible.
There's no access there.
Okay. Okay. All right. Any questions or comments from the commissioners? All right, let's go to the public.
Okay, the case we are currently discussing is 2020-50BZ, 2328 Olean Street, Brooklyn. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-558-8656, or if you're outside the city limits, our toll-free number 888-475-4499. You will enter the webinar ID number 827-1207-9811 and press the pound sign. You will press the pound sign at the next prompt. Sorry. Press the pound sign at the next prompt. Once you're permitted in, you will press *9 to raise your hand. To participate, *6 to unmute to be able to speak if you are calling on the phone. If you are in the Zoom room already and wish to participate, please raise your Zoom hand, which is a small hand at the bottom of your screen. Once you're permitted in, you will have 3 minutes to speak.
I also want to make sure these decorative dormer areas is not adding to any floor area.
Yeah, it is not.
It is not.
Okay.
Okay, so
I would like a note to be added to those decorative dormers saying not accessible, not habitable, not usable, not accessible, something to that clearly maintains that if by any chance any future property owner buys it and thinks, oh, I can open it up and use it. No.
We could add that note.
Okay.
So time frame?
All right, I'm going to recommend that we close it and then these corrections are made. But please make these corrections and just the ones that we have asked, nothing more.
Certainly.
And provide a revised plan with the bubble and a cover letter clearly stating the changes that we have asked and the clarification with regards to the area where the floor area is being increased, and the note regarding the dormer area that it is not going to be accessible, non-functional space, not habitable space. So,
with pleasure.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments or questions from the commissioners? Okay, I make a motion to close.
Sorry, Chairperson Chanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Okay, how long will it take for you to submit these revised documents?
Henry, how long will you need to get me the documents?
Within a week, within a few days.
Okay, I'll give you a week.
Very well. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Item number 28, 2021-38 BZ, 707 Shepherd Avenue, Brooklyn.
Hi, it's just me today.
Okay. Okay.
Hold on.
Okay, raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond to the board member questions?
I do. Thank you very much. Elise Fullader from Eric Palatnik PC on behalf of the applicant. Thank you so much for your comments. Really appreciate it. We are happy to add a narrative about the various as of right scenarios that don't work, as you described. And I told the architect he did not need to attend today because I don't think you have any additional comments.
No, I think your proposed plan works much better than what you had before.
And less variance, less waivers. So it's
Absolutely.
great.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Any questions or comments from the commissioners for Ms. Fullader?
If they're removing the waivers, do we need a new revised objection, DOB objection?
No, no.
Okay, fine. Just want to clarify, make sure.
Yeah, I think your statement of fact revises that.
Yeah.
check
It's
that.
just, as you know, complicated to get a new DOB objection. So we did revise it and everywhere else.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think in your statement of fact also you have revised it to only the side yard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Want to go to the public?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. The case we're currently discussing is 2021-38 BZ 707 Shepherd Avenue, Brooklyn. You dial in 646-558-8656 or the toll-free number 888-475-4499. You will enter webinar ID number 827-1207-9811 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign. Once you're permitted in, you'll press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to speak if you are calling on the phone. And if you are already in the Zoom room, please raise your Zoom hand, which is a small hand at the bottom of your screen. Once permitted in, you will have 3 minutes to discuss your issues.
Oh, Ms. Fullader, please add a note to the seller plan
Okay.
that it's not for sleeping or for I think what is the standard language that we use, not for sleeping purposes?
No habitable use or something like that.
Yeah, sleeping or habitable use. Yeah.
Okay.
Why is this not moving? Sorry.
Okay.
Let's give it a few minutes, a few seconds more.
Oh, and do you need an front yard, open, like landscaping? Is it required to provide landscaping on the in the front yard?
I would have to look that up.
Yeah.
District regulations.
Yeah.
Because it hopefully says on the zoning analysis.
So look through that, and if that is required, you need to just make sure you're providing that, because we're not going to waive it.
Okay, landscaping. Okay, we'll confirm. So since I'm gonna be doing a submission anyway, the submission will include whether we are landscaping compliance, the seller plan note, and the paragraph about the various as of right uses that don't work.
Yeah. Yeah, don't throw out that first one that you did. Include the first one as your starting point. The first as of right that you're provided, which is a detached.
Okay.
Yeah, into your narrative, and then what you have shown is the semi-detached one, and then walk us into the halls of proposed.
Okay.
How much time?
Okay, how much time will it take for you to make these corrections?
Since they don't seem so big, but since we need a plan change, I'm just gonna throw out a week, say a week, just in case the architect has other things on his schedule.
Okay. Well, we are not going to get you in for February. May. I think the 2nd February. We have a pretty.
Okay, so
robust. So maybe more like March. I don't know, February we can get you or not.
Okay.
End of February. So.
So anticipate probably that March 13th.
Okay. And where are we on secret on this one?
I have no idea.
I think, okay, I don't think any, I think we're okay with it.
Type 2, isn't it?
It's a type 2.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to make a motion to close.
Thank you.
See how beautiful it is when we all work together?
Sometimes that works out.
Most of the time it does.
Yeah.
Chairperson Chanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
See you later.
See you later. Item number 29, 2021 40BZ, 157 West 24th Street, Manhattan.
Good afternoon again, Commissioners. Madam Chair, Ron Rosati, representing the owner. I don't believe there were any comments for me to address. We're just waiting on DEP sign off.
Yes, we are. Any questions or comments from the commissioners? Let's go to the public.
Okay. So the case we are currently discussing is 2021 40BZ, 157 West 24th Street, Manhattan. Should you wish to call in and discuss, dial 646-558-8656, or our toll-free number should you be outside the city, 888-475-4499. You will enter the webinar ID number 827-1207-9811 and press the pound sign. You will press the pound sign at the next prompt. And when you are permitted in, press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to be able to speak if you are calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already and wish to discuss, please raise your Zoom hand, which is a Zoom hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you're permitted in, you will have 3 minutes to speak.
Okay. I just want to bring to all commissioners' attention, we received some additional bunch of objection letters from around 9 this morning, 9 a.m.
Oh yeah, sorry, yes. I don't see any hands so far. Maybe a few seconds. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, so I just went through all the testimonies, the additional 7 letters that we received. Okay, I'm going to make a motion to close because the findings related to the zoning regulations of section 7221 has been met. It was concluded at the earlier hearings. So, since SECRA doesn't speak to our findings, however, I want to keep the record open until SECRA has been signed off. Any determination made by any of the agencies reviewing the SECRA documents require amending the plans and statement, then the applicant shall do so and submit them prior to bringing it to a vote.
Okay. For a motion to close, Chairperson Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Okay.
Thank you, commissioners.
Okay. Okay, we're starting with new cases. Keep going.
Where are we in terms of time? Okay.
It's 3:01.
Yeah, so 3:15, we'll take a short break.
Okay. New cases, item number 30, 2022, 37BZ, 1864 East 22nd Street, Brooklyn. This is a special permit to permit the enlargement of an existing single-family home. Contrary on the line bulk regulations. Ms. Altman, are you by yourself or the architect?
The architect said he may log on, but I think we can go without him for now.
Okay. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board to respond honestly to board member questions?
Of course. Good afternoon. Once again, Lyra Altman from the Law Office of Lyra Altman. We did attend your executive session and heard your comments. With respect to that bedroom in the attic, I have spoken with the architect and he has informed me that any bedroom is required to have 80 square feet above 8 feet. You are allowed to have additional square footage below 8 feet. He has assured me that that room has 80 square feet above. As far as a bathroom, because it is not habitable space, it is not required to be all above 8 feet. I should point out that that area that's between 5 feet and 8 feet is also included in the floor area calculations provided with these plans.
Okay. All right. Okay, any questions? I want to just make sure if I have any. Yeah. All right. Let's go to the public.
Okay, the case that we're currently discussing is 2022-37BZ, 1864 East 22nd Street, Brooklyn. This is a special permit application. If you wish to discuss, dial 646-558-8656 or the toll-free number 888-475-4499 should you be out of city limits. Enter the webinar ID number 827-1207-9811 and press the pound sign. When you are, I'm sorry, at the next prompt, you will press the pound sign. Once you're permitted in, press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute if you are calling in on the phone and wish to be able to speak. If you are in the Zoom room already and wish to discuss this application, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your screen. Once you're permitted in, you will have 3 minutes to discuss.
Okay, I don't think we have any submission on this one. I'm going to make a recommendation. Yeah, I don't think there is anything that needs to be submitted. We have a signed and sealed drawing. I don't think any of us had any questions or clarification. We were satisfied with it. So I'm going to make a recommendation to close.
So Vice Chair, you were fine with the streetscape, right? You did raise the question, but you hadn't seen the streetscape before, so you were fine with that? Vice Chair? Vice Chair, did you hear my question?
Yes, I'm okay with
Okay,
that.
so you were fine with the streetscape?
Yes, I am.
Okay, fine.
Thank you.
Okay. Madam Chair, you? What, off video?
I just disappeared.
Yes, so did I. That's odd.
Yeah.
There we go.
Weird. Okay.
Yeah, it said Zoom quit unexpectedly in my case.
I thought it was just me.
So
Now
something
you're back
happened
in your
on
over in
this.
the corner there too.
I think something happened with Zoom then. If we
Yeah,
all
Video
that
outage.
must have glitched.
Yeah.
Must have glitched. Okay.
All right, I have to rename. All right. Sorry about
Clock
that.
went out. Clock went out.
Clock ran out. Okay. So there's no new submission. Nothing needs to be submitted. So I'm going to make a recommendation to close.
Chairperson Shonda?
Hi. Sorry. Before I go, I think I got kicked off. I think you were asking a question to Vice Chair Shibata if he was satisfied with the streetscape.
And he responded yes.
Okay. All right.
And one of them finally went through.
We are now, for the record, I am now CCing myself on every submission to your board.
Okay, great. That's the best way to test it.
That was a good suggestion by your counsel, Chase Vine, and one I have taken to heart.
Yes, great, good. All right, so make a motion to close, please. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Altman.
Chairperson Shonda?
Aye.
Vice Chair Shibata?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon?
Aye.
Thank you very
Okay,
much.
it is now 3:07. Do you want to go to?
Let's take a break right now before we move on to another application. Let's just take, should we say 5 or 10 minutes? What works for best, everybody?
10 minutes, 5 to minutes?
10 minutes.
10
10
minutes. Let's take a 10-minute break, shake our legs and come back.
Whoa, what is that?
Yeah, Steve, please.
What the heck is that, Steve?
Yeah.
Break screen. Thank you, Steve. Are you ready, Madam Chair?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, just one thing. Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're back on the record. Commissioners, come back.
Okay. Is it going to be Mr. Lobel, Richard Lobel?
I have to call the case first.
Oh.
Yep. Item number 2022-38 BZ 4902 and 4920 14th Avenue, Brooklyn. Everybody who's part of the team, could you raise your hands? Owner, part of the team. Okay, so we have Lynn Friedman, Richard LaBelle, Alexia Landisman, Frederick Otera, Ben Geller. Amber Cartolin. Amber, I always pronounce your name wrong, sorry.
Everybody does.
Forgive me, I should know better. Okay, so we have Ben Geller, Amanda Yanati, and is that it, ladies and gentlemen? I think everybody's here. Amber, Richard, Amanda, Mr. Brunner, Ms. Friedman, Mr. Otera. Who else is missing? Who's missing? Amber's here. Geller. Did I see Ben Geller? Am I missing Geller? Am I missing Ben Geller? I don't see his name.
Yes, he's here.
No, I see it here on the his hand is up. And Chaskel Unger also has his hand up. Is he a member of the team?
Yes.
Okay, please let him in. Please join his panelists. Hi. The screen is a lot. Oh, there's Ben Geller. Okay, down. Okay, and is that it? Everyone's here? Oh, Mr. Williams. In?
Big group today.
On the screen. I don't see you on the screen. This. Kevin, are you in? I can't see him. I can't see him on the screen. There. Oh, is Mr. Unger?
Yeah, I see Mr. Unger.
I see Mr. Unger also, but I don't see Kevin. Mr. Williams. Can we? Mr. Williams, are you in?
No, did you see him pop up at any point?
I saw his hand up.
Oh, okay.
It may be because the screen is, it may be because the screen is too big. But all right, let's raise the hands. Let's raise the hands, please. Thank you. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Okay. Please state your name for the record and your affiliation as you go along when you give testimony. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair, Commissioners. Richard Lobel of Sheldon Lobel PC for the applicant. I'm joined from my firm by Amanda Iannotti and Alexia Landisman. And it's an honor today to be here to present the variance application for Kalbaba 45, which is a congregation which seeks a home. And as the board is well aware, in light of New York case law, as well as PSA precedent, applications are their strongest for religious organizations and similar nonprofits when they are relying on their programmatic needs. And in this instance, with specificity, allowing for a reconfiguration of permitted bulk and square footage to better suit the program of the congregation. And so here we heard the board's comments. We intended the executive session as a team. We all have the appropriate personnel on the applicant team to respond with specificity to the board's comments. I would merely note at the outset, first of all, we thank the board for its careful consideration of the application. But importantly, I know that there were some comments during the executive session with regards to monumentality and what is sought by the applicant here. And it's important to note that in light of BSA cases and what this board has decided in the past, the goals of the applicant here were never to allow for or to engender monumentality in its building. It was to allow for a respectful place of worship for over 1,400 families that make up the above congregation. And so the choices that were made in terms of design and specifically the waivers that are being requested in terms of height and setback are importantly tied to the programmatic needs of the applicant. We note that the board carefully considered the programmatic needs report prepared by Mr. Freeman, who's also available for comments. We note the commissioner's comments with regards to how thorough that presentation, that report was. So while we do intend and understand that there may be revisions to the plans and materials based upon the board's comments, and our professionals will get on immediately after me and discuss some of those that are easier to make and some of the other information that might be provided. We do note that in one sense, it was a shortcoming of ours and we apologize. There needs to be a better job on our behalf of successfully presenting to the board why we made the design choices we did in terms of height and setback and such, and lot coverage and all of this. And there were professionals who we relied upon in terms of structural engineering, in terms of acoustical engineering. And when we bring that information forth to the board, be it in this discussion and more specifically in the submissions to come, it will become clearer to the board why we made certain decisions, particularly around the gallery, the floor to ceiling heights, how important it is for sound to travel without the aid of mechanical assistance. On the Sabbath and high holidays, we are unable to use electronic amplification. And so words of prayer, the words of the leaders of the congregation must travel throughout the congregation. And so it's important for this to be set up acoustically in a specific way. So again, we note that this is not a matter of asking for additional square footage. We have been representative of many applications before the board where a religious organization needed more floor area. That's not the case here. In fact, we are building less than would be permitted. We submitted as of right materials demonstrating a building of 113,000 square feet, which itself is underbuilt. We seek only 102,000 square feet, but the configuration of that space is important. So with that, with the board's discretion, I would introduce Mr. Otero, who can address some comments of the board with regards to the reproduction of materials with certain notations, which we're happy to do, and also some of the architectural design decisions that were made in an effort to clarify where we sit and to provide the board with supplemental materials in the weeks to come.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Otero.
Hello, board. Thank you for the opportunity to present Bubba 45 Synagogue to you today. One of the first items that I'd like to mention is that the existing bulky building is to remain. Our intent is to incorporate the existing building into the design that is required by the programmatic needs for the congregation.
In that case, I would make a suggestion. It's not clear from the diagrams provided both in the as of right and in the proposed, where the existing building sits. So if you could just demarcate that and kind of hatch that out so that any existing non-compliant with regards to the existing building remains, anything over that is the addition. And you need to provide two different hatching for that. For the existing non-compliance, use a different kind of line weight and diagram to show where the existing non-compliance with the existing building and where the proposed is, what that is resulting in the additional new non-compliance.
Understood, ma'am.
So am I to understand that the existing building does not have a cellar or subcellar?
That is correct.
Okay, so in your statement of facts, it's not very clear what the existing building is, how many floors, and the statement of fact does not talk about the existing building remaining or not. So that needs to be clearly made upfront, and what is it currently used for and how it will kind of work. So you're going to keep the structure, or you're going to keep the floor plates, or it's just the shell?
Our intent is to use as much of the structure as possible, noting that we will be doing some modifications to the existing layouts to suit the programmatic needs for the congregation.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Go on, Mr. Otero.
Thank you. And in terms of the graphic requirements that the board has requested from us, we will be providing the two additional cross sections in the building, through the building for the rear yard.
Please.
Yes, somebody's making a very noise. Anybody who is not speaking other than me and Mr. Otero at this point, please mute yourself. Thank you.
Should I repeat myself?
Yeah, please repeat.
Thank you. In terms of the graphical information that the board is requesting, we will provide the two additional cross sections in the building to better indicate the rear yard, one through the main sanctuary and one through the sukkah. We will relabel the elevation for each street frontage as requested. We will label the floor to ceiling heights within the sections as requested. We will indicate the waivers for the setbacks or the sky exposure planes on the floor plans, not just the elevations as requested.
Elevations and sections.
Yes, yes. And we will clarify the requirements for why we have a stair H, and actually all the stairs A, B, C, D, and including H, and all the elevators, why we require them in terms of the programmatic needs for the congregation. We will add a note to the subcellar plan for the kitchen to make sure that it is not to be used for catering.
With regards to that programmatic need, with regards to the elevator, you will provide a written statement. It's not something that you can discuss today.
I'm willing to discuss today, sure. In terms of having all three of the elevators are there for the intended use of the mostly for handicapped or elderly congregants. And as you've seen, that the floor plan is quite large, and to ask the elderly or handicapped to travel such distances just to reach one elevator can be very problematic for them. Also, especially on days of the Sabbath, when the elevators are on an automatic program, meaning they will stop at every floor, it will take a very long time for the elderly and handicapped congregants to vacate the premises, seeing as how every elevator will have to stop at every floor, open, close, go to the next floor, open, close, and receive occupants, and decreasing the amount of elevators will be a hardship for those folks.
Okay, so please provide an analysis of that, not just a narrative, provide an analysis of the occupancy load and the load and how long will it take, all of that.
Okay. As I said before, with the subcellar, we will be adding a note for the kitchen in the subcellar that is not for catering. It's intended for warming purposes only. And we will add a note to the roof plan that there is no gathering allowed on the roof. The roof is really just for maintenance. There are a lot of mechanical equipment for a project this size. So we do not wish for the congregants to be up there, so we will add that note.
Okay. Then, and I'm assuming you're the architect?
Yes.
Okay, in that case, why do you need a 10-foot high parapet wall?
That, architecturally speaking, in terms of our purpose.
No, that's adding to the variance. You need to bring it down to 4 feet. There are other ways of making an architectural expression.
Well,
that's an application that is not, no, I'm not even going to go there. I'm not even going to open that door. You need to bring it down to 4 feet. This is something I want to make it very clear. If I'm going to allow it in this place of worship, in this house of worship, everybody will be asking for a 10-foot high parapet wall, where you have to make a programmatic need argument for that. I do not see any, and therefore it has to be brought down to 4 foot high.
Well, I was gonna say that we do have, as I stated earlier, that we do have a lot of mechanical equipment up there.
A lot of uses too. There are other ways of beautifully covering it up right around the mechanical places. You don't need a 10-foot high parapet wall. Bring it down to 4.
Chair, if I can just interject. So we will, we'd like to look at that, and we would either comply, or to the extent that we couldn't comply, would provide the board with a rationale.
I do not see, Mr. Lobel, I do not see why you cannot comply.
Understood. We merely want the opportunity to just review it. That's all.
Okay, please review it and bring it down to 4 feet. And I think there are beautiful ways to integrate those longer arch, those 4 arches, that rhythm that you're trying to create from a lower height. It doesn't have to be from the roof line. You could achieve that articulation from the fifth floor line. It doesn't have to be from the roof of the 5th floor. Your architect is quite talented, I'm sure, and there are ways of achieving that. I'm not going to grant you a 10-foot high parapet wall. Please make that be very clear. I'm not going to. There's no programmatic justification. Okay, go ahead.
Lastly, I would just like to say that we'll look into your request in terms of breaking up the verticality of the building using some sort of horizontal striping design.
Okay, good, thank you.
And I would like to invite the next person to speak on some of the other items that was brought up by the board.
Now, what about the domes, since you're the architect?
I'm sorry?
Since you're the architect, what is the reason for the dome?
That will be spoken in regards. That would be spoken to by the next person to speak, who is Mr. Usher Brunner.
Okay.
Chair, we would just introduce Usher Brunner, who is the representative of the congregation, as well as Lynn Friedman, who generated the programmatic needs report, who can talk to the domes, can also talk to, there was a discussion with regards to height in regards to the sukkah, as well as some of the other considerations in terms of the galleries and the acoustics.
Okay, I leave it up to you as to how you want your team to present.
Sure. Usher, would you continue?
Yes. Hi, thanks, Shanda and Vice President and the Vice Chairperson and all the commissioners for giving us the time and reviewing our programmatic report and giving us the comments that you gave us this morning. The first thing I would like to discuss is the dome. So there's a few portions of the dome why we need it. And first I'll talk about programmatic, and then we'll talk about the custom, and then we'll talk about the practicality of it. So with regards to programmatic, we use this dome for the mikveh rainwater. Now it's a requirement that one needs to cleanse itself in a ritual bath called the mikveh. And one of the most important halachic rulings to be considered a kosher mikveh is that the water needs to be channeled into the mikveh, and it has to be considered natural. The rainwater cannot pass an area that is receptacle of any kind, let's say a basin, a holder, a bowl, a pipe, and also such water should not touch anything that's metallic. Being that the roof is full of mechanicals and it's carrying a lot of pipes and machinery, our rabbinical leaders has guided us that if we can, we should try to get the water to channel through the domes. This way it's a clear place and there's nothing there. And it would be considered a kosher mikveh that way. Now, with regards to the custom, for many centuries, it has been the custom that a synagogue is built with a dome on the roof. You can see many historical images of ancient shuls and that have this dome on the synagogues, and especially such big, large synagogues. And in addition to that, what I need to mention with regards to functionality, we do have the elevator pit and the step, the top of the steps. They're all leading on those corners. So we would need to cover them regardless. I mean, if we build such a building, we don't want to expose the elevator pit or the elevator bulkhead or the steps. So that's going to be covered. So it doesn't add much to the height. I think it just rounds it off in such a way so it's not visible. So that's with regards to the dome.
So if I understand with regards to the water for mikvah, would it be under every dome or would it be under specific domes? Which domes will have it?
So we would have, being that the mikvahs are situated on the side of 49th Street, it would be at least the two domes that are on 49th Street. And just being that we're trying to make the building look decent, we would want to do the same dome on the other end. Again, it's not adding anything to the height, being that it's just covering up the bulkhead of the elevator pit and the steps on the other end.
So just so I understand, and I really do appreciate you educating me on this. It's very helpful. So with regards to the stair bulkhead, two stair bulkheads, one is stair bulkhead A and the other one is stair bulkhead H. So those are the two that are going to provide the water for mikvah.
Correct.
Yes? Okay.
Correct.
Now, both of those not only have stairs, but also have elevators.
Elevators, correct.
Over. So just in terms of, you mentioned that it should, the water collected, I'm assuming it's a water tank where water is going to be collected.
It's a water and it like channels it into the wall and it goes down all the way down to the mikvah. Okay. Correct.
So elevator A bulkhead, the mechanics of that is going to, the overrun is going to be in the, under the dome, or is going to be in the pit, in this, below the subcellar?
The elevator what? The mechanics?
The elevator, right, the elevator overruns for both stair, that bulkhead H and A. Will it be above grade, or will it be, like there are elevators where the mechanics is below grade and you do not need overrun above, because you mentioned that you do not want the water to be contaminated with being in touch with any mechanical equipment, but there is an elevator bulkhead and overrun that will be right under the dome. So that's why I'm asking for that clarification.
No, so there won't be any mechanicals there from the elevator.
Okay, then you need to correct your sections. Because section BB shows that the elevator bulkhead is, there's an overrun that's extending into the dome.
That is correct.
Could I speak up?
I think Boucher is getting.
I think he's not. Yeah, he didn't get it.
Yeah, he's getting confused by the
hold on, one at a
technicality of the
time.
word.
Please, one at a time.
One at a time.
We cannot hear everybody, so please, one at a time. Either Mr. Geller or Mr. Brunner.
Yeah.
Mr. Schlaf, did Mr. Schlaf speak?
Sure.
Were you sworn in before, sir?
Actually, were you sworn in, Mr. Brunner?
No, I see two
Yes,
Mr. Brunners.
We will need to swear you in, Mr. Brunner, before you can give any testimony.
Is that your name or Mr. Schlepp?
Mr. Schlaff.
Mr. Schlepp.
Oh.
So raise your
Oh.
right hand. If the name is wrong on the bottom of the screen, that's why I'm saying. Do you affirm raise your right hand, do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Please state your name for the record.
Mr. Shmuel Schlaf.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so I think the question wasn't so clear, so he didn't, I think if I could explain what I understood. The mechanicals obviously are above, but they're not exterior, they're inside. They're in the building, the dome is above it, covers it. The rainwater comes from the sky onto the exterior. It flows down the dome into channels and goes through the walls down. So they cannot get exterminated. They don't get affected from the internal mechanicals. But the bulkhead does fill up the whole interior, so the dome is covering it on top. So the height is due to the bulkhead and the mechanical, and the outside is just what we're using to flow down.
Interesting. Okay.
Sure.
Basically, the water comes from the sky. We don't want it to have any touching from anything, so we're just pouring it through.
So that's what I understood from the explanation from the previous gentleman. You're collecting the stormwater falling on top of the dome and taking it into outside channels and then diverting it to somewhere where you can use it in the mikveh portion.
They
Is that
fall
right?
down all the way down.
Yep, understood. Are you storing the water that comes for, let's say it rains today and it doesn't rain tomorrow? Does that mean that today you're going to be able to use the mikveh, tomorrow you're not going to be able to use it? Or, let me finish, or if it rains today and tomorrow and the day after 3 days, you collect that water, you put it somewhere, and then you can during
Beautiful.
the dry days, you can extract that water and use it.
Very nice
which
question.
case?
Very nice question. Yeah, so basically these channels funnel down, and on the bottom there is reserve channels which have tanks, which are special tanks, which are not tanks because you're not allowed to have water in tanks, but they are poured concrete boxes which will fill up. So when we change the waters, there should always be a supply. And as rain comes, they fill up. Sometimes they're high, sometimes they're low, but they're being in action all the time. And if we're in a low supply, we will see it's a low supply. We cannot do much because we cannot bring tap water. Therefore, we are calculating to have enough baths from concrete that it should balance out. But yeah, that's very interesting.
So you have a calculation for the storage area for the rainwater, and
More or
I
less.
suspect that you already evaluated how many domes you need to collect water from, right?
Basically, it's
how
basically
that was done.
So it's very interesting. It goes amount per gallon that they have on the bottom, which they, as much as water, you're going into a halachic. You hear me?
Let me interrupt you. I want to save your time and the board's time. How did you come up with the conclusion that one dome is not enough and you need two, not one? Let's say for sake of argument, you know what? One dome is enough. Collect water from it. Take it to somewhere.
Because we have 4 big baths, it will take us a few years to fill up so much if we have only one dome. There's not enough in the channeling from one side to be able to fill it up. It will take a long, long time, and it will run out so fast.
So you have an evaluation for, and you're concluding that you need 2 domes based on an evaluation / calculation, right?
It's hard to say exact evaluation, but I do think they did, when we sat down with the rabbinicals, they have a lot of experience in it, and they did take a valuation of how much rain there is usually and how much we could get in, and that's
Yeah,
how
that's
they
a
felt
science.
it.
That stormwater is science. It's not a.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
So
What would be helpful in the programmatic need, if that could be clarified very clearly, that based on analysis of the rainwater, and in the drawings, please indicate the area or the wall where the rainwater is going to be channelized through to the mikvah. Indicate those very clearly in the
I think you
drawing.
should have a section of that.
It's not. I don't think it pertains to the programmatic needs. I believe if you have an engineer, your site civil engineer should look at how much stormwater you're getting from one dome, and then from two, and then conclude based on your needs that you need two, not one. But it's not a programmatic needs issue.
Okay. No, I think for me the programmatic need is the need for the domes.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whether it's one or two, that's not a question of programmatic needs. It's a question of stormwater falling at a specific rate based on the location of this house of worship and the size of the dome, how much water is going to be collected in how much time. And then we need that much. Based on that, we need two domes, not one. Thank you.
Basically, you're going to be at that height for the bulkhead before we talk about the water, right?
I'm not getting it.
Yeah, I think the appropriate response is that we can document this to the board. The program is clear in terms of the need to generate sufficient runoff water, because there's some serious requirements in terms of the mikvah and the frequency with which the ritualistic bathing occurs. So let's just take it back in-house and come up with a program.
But you do see where we are going. Right?
So I would just like to make a note. I'm looking at the programmatic needs report that Lynn had provided. And on page 36, we do go into the discussions of the mikvah. However, we can definitely add on to that.
Right. I did not see the explanation and its connection to the dome. So if you're making that connection, add that to it, and that's to your argument of how the water is being channelized, and indicate those channels in the plans, and if it gets caught up in the section, indicate that area also.
I also just want to note.
I just want to clarify that I'm not questioning the need for the domes nor the mikvah. I'm just saying, if you're saying that you need two, one is not going to be enough. It need to be some sort of quantification for why two, not one. That's what I'm saying.
Sure.
All right. I think we're kind of saying the same thing. Mr. Lobel understands it. You have to make a justification for it.
Yeah. I just want to add that the statement that the dome is simply covering the existing necessary height for the bulkhead does not appear to be the case based on the section that's drawn. There's an additional 7 feet of height and of course the dome, the circumference of the dome, but it makes the obstruction bigger. So we're just trying to understand the need for it and how much height do you actually need above what's necessary to get your egress requirements and your elevator overruns up to the roof.
Yeah, and I think the dome height, since it's a way of channelizing, I don't know if that can be a way redesigned in a way that can be brought down a little bit, but and maintaining the dome appearance. But I am still very skeptical about the need for the stair H and the elevator overrun. Apart from the need for the mikvah part of it, there are other ways of achieving that collecting of the water. So I'm not convinced on that. And that's an analysis that you have to provide as to how many people are going to come and what is the need for this 3 sets of elevators and why it has to be located there, why not somewhere else. Because it is adding to additional floor area that I don't think is needed. You have, I mean, you're not, Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just kind of going through my notes. But it's basically adding to, it's not the floor area, it's more like you're basically adding to an encroachment into the setback that you kind of avoid. Again, that is, you need to walk me through that argument.
Understood, Chair.
Why you did that. Okay.
Thank you. And I know that Mr. Brunner is going to speak to some additional points that were raised. I just want to give the board context briefly, which is that, much of this comes down to character and a community character issue. Of course, we are justifying an E finding as well, but with regards to character, we would merely note that local community board 12 in Brooklyn did approve this unanimously, both at the land use committee and at the full board by a vote of 27-0. So we carry a very strong presumption with regards to our context here and whether or not we fit in with our neighbors. And so we would ask the board kind of have an understanding of that as we move forward.
No, I appreciate that. And I'm not taking that away, but I think, as you know, the board just doesn't review one case. We do review multiple similar cases, and precedence is a big part of it. And so we need to review this very carefully and tie it with the programmatic need to make an argument why it is unique to this site and why it cannot be replicated just because we allowed it here.
Understand, Chair.
And I'd like to add also that, why you couldn't set back, because much of this could be as of right if it was simply set back from the building line in a compliance with the sky exposure plane. So some of it is just the sheer street wall coming up as high as possible with then bulkheads that are continuous with that creates this sense of height from the street level. And so I currently don't see the justification for needing to do that all the way up vertically without complying with those setbacks. So if you, and I'm open to hearing, discussion on that or, further documentation of that.
Yeah, I think we would further document that. I think that there's, that again, discuss in terms of precedent and prior board grants, specifically with regards to religious institutions. We've come in on variance applications for religious institutions in which we're asking for 11, 12, 13 waivers, including floor area. That's not this. So again, it is our burden and we will fulfill that burden. Again, there will be modifications made to design, but at the end of the day, the whole goal here is to create a respectful place for worship, which is a very strong programmatic need. But we do appreciate the board's comments and we'll work with the board to satisfy them.
Yeah. I have a point to ask about. Is there a difference between water that's coming from the entire roof and water that's coming from the two domes, specifically from the religious perspective?
Yes, like mentioned before, that water should not touch any type of metallic before it comes down. So being that the roof is full of mechanicals, it's very possible that it will touch them, our fresh air system, the piping that we have for the cooling system before it reaches the channels.
I got it. Thank you.
Okay, Usher, do you want to talk?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
I would like to point out another 2 points which were mentioned before. The first thing was regarding the sukkah being a 3-story sukkah. Now, the place that we allotted for the sukkah, which is approximately a 70 by 80, is pretty small. It's we just took down a building that size, which was used for a sukkah in the past, and we don't have enough space in that space. So in order to be able not to build a huge ask for another variance to build up another floor on top of the main sanctuary, we try to make use of the space that we have, and we're requesting to make the ceiling 2 floors higher to encompass the galleries, so the younger fellows and the women gallery should be able to overlook into the sukkah from the other side. So this way they should be able to participate in the festival of Sukkot.
Okay, so in your plan, it is absolutely not clear whether someone can look out. It looks like, to me, when I look at it, it looks like a solid wall.
Okay.
All right. And there is no mention of that in anywhere in the programmatic need that it would be visible from the galleries above. And if it is going to be visible from galleries above, it's going to be only visible from the women gallery, the two women's gallery?
Correct.
Okay,
Correct.
so
Because the sukkah is already on the first gallery. So then there's another two galleries above that people will use, one for men and one for women, to be able to look in, to be able to participate in the festival of Sukkot.
So both the men and the women from the galleries above on the 4th and 5th can participate by looking over.
Correct.
I see.
Correct.
Okay. And what happens to the men who are on the lower floor? How are they participating? Or do they have to participate?
No, well, the men, from as many men as we can get in legally and safely on the first floor will be, and I think the occupancy is approximately 600 people on the which is the social hall of the women all year round. Is going to be used as the sukkah, and then we'll probably try to put in another 300-400 people on each of the galleries to be able to view in, to participate from the galleries.
Okay, just so I am understanding, in terms of the gallery space, that's, let's say, on the 4th floor, which is going to be used by youth, that has a gallery area which can accommodate a total of 460, but only a small area of it is going to be overlooking the Sukkot place. The rest is going
you have approximately 100 feet clearance that will overlook the sukkah space, and 100 feet on each wall. And we put up bleachers to be able to have the people participate. So you can have a couple of 100 people looking at each gallery.
Okay. Okay. So please clarify all of these in the programmatic.
Sure. We'll add that to the programmatic review.
And revise the drawings, because right now and that's why I'm asking for the section, because it's not very clear, and the cross section provided, actually this is section BB that's provided. It looks like it's a solid wall, so no, not BB, it's AA.
Okay. Now, another concern which was brought up before was regarding moving in the large cutout of the galleries. So I want to mention, and it was mentioned, how about we move in the galleries a bit more. So when we designed this building, we sat with our acoustical design team, which is a highly reputable firm, actually coming in Israel, and has designed the largest synagogues and temples and churches all over the United States. And he's very concerned, as is, with our galleries coming out as they're coming out, being that you have to understand that underneath the first gallery, we have another 100 feet of sitting space where people are going to try to listen in to the prayers. And he's like, how am I getting them to listen and to hear the prayers and to be part of it? So it's very important. He says, he's suggesting maybe we move in the galleries even more. And we're saying, I'm sorry, we can't, because we need the space for the women and for the teenagers. But we definitely took this into consideration. We wanted to utilize as much space as we're able to, in order to not ask that much. But this is the best we were able to do based on our professional team when we did this thing. And we can get this in writing, and if we need, from the acoustical design team.
Right. Please do provide an acoustical analysis and a report from your acoustical engineer, justifying why this is the minimum opening that is needed for the gallery area and the youth men and the youth women section, for the prayers to be heard during, as I understand it, from Sabbath, high holidays. Those are the two specific periods, right?
Well, it's not only the high holidays, because being that we don't use any mics, any speakers throughout any Shabbos, that's once every week, and that's when we're expecting 1,200 people just on the main floor, and you have many people sitting all the way in the back, and they have to be able to listen. Otherwise, it becomes they feel disconnected and they start talking while prayers, and it disrupts the entire community. So we're trying to do anything we can to keep everybody in the loop. And in addition to that, we do have to understand that there are many people that are on the other galleries. The younger crowd, the ages till 18 or 20 that are on the other galleries, and they want to be part of it. And by just seeing the rabbi, or by just seeing the one that's leading the prayer, they still don't feel part of the prayers. So the more that they see, the more open that they see, they feel part of the community. So that's what we're trying to enhance, to give them this experience that they, even though we make them go up to the 4th floor, to the 5th floor, they're still part of the community.
So these are all things that need to be very clearly, most importantly, the acoustical need that is causing the opening to be as wide, and that is the scientific argument and the analysis and the report of that, and then how to engage the population is the other part, both for high holidays and for Sabbath.
Okay.
Now, I do have a question. I think somewhere in your statement, or it's in the programmatic need, I think it was stated that the youth, not the young men, but kids in school and high school,
Sure.
they would be using the prayer rooms on the 1st floor.
Correct.
And so how would the prayer be channelized on those lower floors, since those are not opening onto the main sanctuary?
Right, a great question, Shanda. So basically, they're going to have a separate prayer. They don't want the young kids. They not always can they participate in such long prayers, so they have a different program. They have a shorter program, and once they're done, they leave earlier.
Okay. So they're not part of the main prayer.
Correct.
They will have shorter prayer.
Correct.
Okay. So again, please, when I'm asking this question, it's because I didn't find the answer in the programmatic need. So
Okay.
please add them.
Right.
And I really appreciate for your patience, and it's a really good way for me to learn and understand and educating me. Thank you.
Right. Another thing which you mentioned, you wanted to clarify between the study halls. There were 2 study halls, one on the, we call it 3rd floor, the 2nd floor. What is it? The 2nd floor, or it's the 3rd floor?
I think so. My question was with regards to the 3 rooms. I think one is in the.
One is in the cellar.
One is in the cellar. No, not in the cellar. I'm sorry, sub-cellar. And I really don't want to pronounce the name because I know I'm not going to do it correctly. It's the one that's next to the tish room, to the right of the tish room, close to where the mikvah pit is.
I can help you here with this because I had enough time in it to pull it out. It's in the report. The Heichal HaTorah, which is in the subcellar, is a Torah study hall, and the explanation of who uses that and when is on page 67. I'm sorry, Heichal HaTorah, page 69 in the report. And there are utilization tables later on in the next section, but on page 69, the Heichal HaTorah is in the subcellar level. That room is a study hall being used on weekdays. It's pretty much open from early morning through while the building is open. And that's a study hall available to any of the congregants to come to study Torah and any of the Talmud and other study programs that they want for themselves with a study partner or on their own. And that area is used pretty much every day by the congregation.
Now, how is that then different from
the COLA, which is on the second
right.
floor, page 70, description is on page 70. So the Kollel is the rabbinic seminary. Those are the rabbis and the rabbis in training. They have their own program that is running on weekdays. That space is pretty much set up for them, and they have their space there. And the third question was another room that uses the same descriptor of Beis Medrash, which is page 67. It's called the Rebbe's Beis Medrash.
Right.
And that is really a prayer space. That's a prayer room where the Rebbe, the grand rabbi, has his prayers on weekdays. On Shabbos and on holidays, he's in the main sanctuary, but otherwise the schedule for the prayers that the grand rabbi and his whoever decides to pray together during that time frame, that's dedicated for his prayers there.
Okay, so that's just a prayer room. That's not where you're studying the Torah. Okay.
Correct. That's only a prayer room. The name is similar, but it's
okay. And the Hesel, am I?
Hechal is in Hechal HaTorah, yes.
Okay, Hechal, and that is for any independent person to go there and study on their own.
Yes,
there's no
correct.
one. It's not like the Kollel where somebody's overseeing and monitoring anything.
Right.
Okay,
that is correct.
And you don't use the other prayer rooms for that either. The prayer room is strictly for prayer purposes.
Right. So the prayers are happening throughout the scheduling that you'll see. And those are that's all on the schedules on those pages and on the utilization, which should answer Commissioner Shetta's question about simultaneous use. If you take a look, pages 72 to 74, we show the breakdown of the use of each of the spaces and how they're being used simultaneously. Hopefully that will answer all the questions.
Yeah, I think it was a little difficult to go through while it's extremely thorough. And I know that there are many, many rooms. It's not that easy to put all the rooms in one page and show the utilization. Maybe what you can do is just take all the prayer rooms and the main sanctuary and put that in one page and indicate how the prayers rooms are being used simultaneously.
So if you take a look, we kind of tried to do that with colors because we have a kind of look at page 71. We've got a legend. We use the same colors there that we did when we did the plans on the earlier pages. And then we did a plan of operation for weekdays and then for Shabbos and holidays. And we broke it down for each prayer room and when it's being used. The prayer rooms themselves are used during the week. And then for the children's groups that happen on Shabbos as mentioned by Mr. Brunner earlier, those rooms are in use separately, but we did this by color to break it down, as you asked just now, by prayer rooms, as well as the other spaces. And hopefully that shows the use and the simultaneous use of the various spaces broken down, as I said, by weekday and then by Shabbos, Saturday, holidays.
Okay. Yep.
I have a question about the subcellar, the men's Tish Hall, and the opening in that space above for the women's Tish Gallery, and the need for such a large opening. I appreciate that the building has been pushed into the ground as much as possible, even the first floor. So I know that there's been a lot of study to try and get the building, a lot of program below grade. But if you can explain also the interaction of those two spaces and the need for such a large cutout in the cellar level.
Sure. So like we mentioned with the prayers, that it's not only when let's say whoever's going to be on the gallery, which is probably going to be women, they want to make sure that they're part of the function, whatever type of function is happening there. Tish is usually a gathering with the Rebbe, with the Grand Rabbi comes and he gives his lectures and everybody sings and the women want to be part of it. If they're only seeing a certain angle, it's very difficult for them. So we have to make sure that they get the most space, that they're able to participate and see whatever is happening downstairs there. So again, this was engineered, and it was, and we have a special engineer that has built many of these called Heichel HaTishin, where to make it comfortable for the women that are participating to be able to be involved in this in this function.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm not sure. I think there was somebody was concerned about the parameters of the foundation walls and the subcellars. And I just want to mention that in addition to our architectural, we did have a geotech which was involved in the entire building, which did special studies, and they made sure that whatever we have in structural open spaces, everything is according to the code. So I appreciate your concern, and we appreciate that bringing it to our attention, but we thought about it, and our first and utmost thing that we'll always try is safety comes first, to make sure that everybody that enters the building can leave the building in a very safe manner.
Thank you for addressing that. That was me. And I repeat it again, please give a copy of the architectural to your geotech.
Yes, we did.
It's important that he looks at it. Thank you.
Okay. I have a question, and maybe this is for the architect. So as I'm looking at the as of right subcellar, cellar, and so both in the as of right subcellar and cellar, so I'm to understand the existing building does not have a cellar and a subcellar. So just hatch that area out and indicate the footprint of, or some notation that indicates that there is an existing building above.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
I think that's basically it. Was there anything else that needed to be addressed?
Yeah, I think we need to look at, the other question is in the drawings that says area of existing roof over first floor. This is in second floor. There's a purple area that is hatched out. What is that? I understand it's related to the existing floor. It's as I'm not quite understanding what is that trying to represent.
So, well, what we're trying to say is that as we're trying to incorporate the bulky building itself has an existing envelope, and the existing envelope offsets from the property line at those the purplish hatched areas. So in that corner, there is a roof, an existing roof within the bulky building over the first floor. And consequently, there's also an at the lot line, there's also another existing roof over the first floor, which we will be filling in. As I said before, we're trying to preserve as much of the bulky building as possible, but we still need to incorporate the envelope into the programmatic needs.
Now I understand why that proposed existing building was shown. It wasn't clear, but that needs to be. I'm just going to look at the existing. Where is the existing building? Okay, the existing building plan. Okay, I see. On the, but there is no reference to what floor I'm looking at. It just shows a floor plate. So I don't know whether I'm looking at first floor, second floor, third floor. So please do draw it indicate which floor am I looking at least. Right now, there's no reference to any floors of any sort, and provide a section so that we know where these setbacks are. Now I see where you're saying that cutoff on the side, and then there's a cutoff on the ground floor. So yeah. So please label the floor plans on the existing. Is that clear?
Yes.
Oh, yes, that's very clear. Yes.
Okay. I cannot say my opinion has changed or anything based on the explanation, but I do appreciate so much information that you have provided. We will need to look at the next round of package to understand what the programmatic elements are and how that is reflected in the plans and the proposals. So please do a very thorough analysis. All our questions are stemming from lack of information or lack of our ability to understand what is very clear to you, but not to me. So please be as clear as possible to make a strong argument for your programmatic need for each of these elements that we asked for. But parapet wall, I do not see so far any justification. You have to bring it down to 4 feet, okay? And providing the horizontal fenestration in some ways to make the verticality less. I'm not quite there on the Sakat place yet, and also the need for the elevator runs and the stair run for the H, and that's an explanation you have to convince me with. Any other questions or comments from the commissioners? All right, any questions from you, from your team for us?
I'd ask the applicant team at this time, are any of the comments of the board unclear, or do we need any clarification? Okay.
Okay.
What was the,
oh,
just
sorry,
one
go ahead.
question. What was your question about staircase H? I didn't understand. What was your question of?
So this building is very well connected with vertical runs. There are altogether 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 vertical runs and 3 elevator cores. I am not convinced that there is a need for 3 elevator cores extending all the way up to the 5th floor, especially when the number of congregants on the women's gallery, the youth men and the youth women's gallery is much less and cannot be accommodated by the elevator runs of at elevator A and elevator C, and also therefore why we need another stair run elevator stair run H to access when there are 1, 2, 3, 4 staircases that can provide access to all the levels. So I'm therefore questioning the need for that elevator core and the stair run H.
Okay, I guess you want to have it documented. I mean, Sukkot were focusing on that side. Okay, I guess we'll have to put it down.
Yeah,
you explanation. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I mean,
I understand your question.
No, just because from what I understand, the women can go to the Sukkot place because it's physically connected. The youth men, they will be looking from above. Youth women will be looking from above, and the men, if I'm not mistaken, they will be on the lower floors, or they will walk 1 flight up to the Sukkot place. So I'm not sure why then you need so many staircases to get you up there. So
understood.
You have to walk us through those justifications and argument for need for all of
Correct.
these additions, because these are
Programmatic
all
need.
adding to the variance, the waivers that you're requesting.
Madam Chair, do you want to wait till we call the public and for the fire department to question?
Yeah, no, I would like Mr. Chief Daly to ask this question because it is meant for the applicants. Yes, Chief Daly, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Otero, the roof opening over the proposed sukkah, will you have a railing on the roof? Doesn't show it on the plan.
If requested, we will add a railing. Right now, it's the opening is enclosed with these operable, for lack of a better term, doors that are operated from within, and they open and close. So the opening isn't open all the time. It's enclosed.
So when it is open, someone can, if they were on the roof, could fall through the opening.
Well, the doors are slightly raised, so I can look into adding the railing if you wish.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
What are
If
you
I
talking about?
may say, there'll be no access to the roof on top of the circuit.
And there will be, well, the fire department is in support of the chairperson's comment that she had made earlier regarding a 10-foot parapet height wall. Fire department, we need access to the roof, so you would have to lower that parapet wall or provide openings along all three elevations for the fire department to access in the event of an emergency. Hope we're never there, but we do need that access in the event we have to go there. So I will be formally submitting my letter of objection for this application before the end of the week. So I would definitely send it over to the BSA and to Mr. LaBelle's office as well. Then they can forward it to everybody. Thank you.
I would suggest that in order to respond to a fire department's fire access requirement, you may want to submit a plan to Chief Daly with regards to the roof to make sure that it complies.
Okay.
Is that okay, Chief Daly?
That is fine, Madam Chair. Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's go to the public.
Sure. The case we're currently discussing is 2022-38BZ, 4902 and 4920 14th Avenue. This is a request for a variance to permit development of a house of worship with required waivers. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-558-8656, or outside the city, our toll-free number is 888-475-4499. You will enter the Weber ID number 827-1207-9811 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will only press the pound sign. Once you are permitted in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to be able to speak if you are calling in on the phone. If you are already in the Zoom room and wish to discuss this application, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your screen. Once you're permitted in, you will have 3 minutes to discuss.
Okay. How long will it take for your team to provide a response?
Chair, we spoke as an applicant team after hearing the board's comments at executive session and determined that we wish obviously to move quickly as possible, but due to the nature of the comments and revisions to the plans, it would likely take us a month to respond.
You also have a bunch of open seeker, correct?
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, I confirmed that with Amber and Kevin.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, Rich, I heard Amber.
Yeah, just
No, I'm saying secret.
open secret.
Yeah, and we have a call with DOT to discuss, or Tracy's coordinating that to discuss the comments that were received a few days ago.
And if I understand, you'll also provide
Okay.
Okay. So just there was a question that that was raised with regards to the engineering part of it. Is that something that you're going to respond to? Is that something that you will take note and make sure your engineers, as you start the construction, will be fully aware of it? It's the latter, I'm assuming.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. So just kind of wrap it all up in your documents.
Okay. Chair, may I, if I may, just because I want to clarify the record with regards to your statement on the parapet wall, your comments are clear. We were merely hoping for an opportunity to review comparable applications at the board to see how it was addressed in those applications and to submit to the board on that. That's all.
Well, just to remind you, very recently we had approved one where we asked the applicant to reduce the height to 4-foot high parapet.
100%.
It was a synagogue and that was done. We are reviewing a place of worship right now. And in that we have asked the applicant to reduce the parapet height.
Sure.
So it's pretty consistent.
Okay.
And I cannot speak for the prior boards, but as long as I have been on this board, I have pretty consistently seen parapet wall heights not being over that at all. I think there was another one in Far Rockaway. This was, and in that also we had asked the applicant to reduce the parapet height wall to 4 foot. So it's pretty consistent.
Understood. We've done a number of applications within Brooklyn Community Board 12 where, to my recollection, there may not have been 10 feet, but there was some waiver. So that's the only question as far as our opportunity. Again, obviously we need to comply with 7221 and the board's position, but we just wanted the opportunity to just review that. That's all.
Yeah, I would, given the extensive amount of, this is a very big building. And while I fully appreciate the community being fully supportive of this, I do have to keep in mind the overall precedence that we are setting.
Sure.
And while this is adding to the variance, and if this is not a programmatic element, I'm really, really, really going to be hard pressed. So please don't try too much on it.
We won't.
Because there are a lot of other asks that you're asking,
Sure.
which is much more important and critical to your programmatic need.
Understood.
So take some, give some is the game.
Gotcha.
So, I would go with that.
Thank you, Chair.
Madam Chair,
Hello?
Fire Department has their hands up again.
Yes.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Chief Daly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Tony. Mr. LaBelle, also in the New York City Fire Code, we do limit the height of the parapet wall, unless you want to have these ugly 6-foot wide openings, along both elevations. So that's up to you guys. So, but anything we can get to the roof. Thank you.
I can tell you, Mr. Otero, that is not a design solution that will go well with your beautiful architectural fenestration that you're doing. So
understood.
All right. Thank you.
Hello. I believe we have Mr. Unger wants to ask a question.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Unger. Please do go
His
ahead.
hand wasn't up. I'm sorry.
He was just going like this.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't
okay.
see it.
Sorry, Mr. Unger. Please
I
go
don't
ahead.
want to make them take too much of your time. You gave us a lot of time today. Just want to thank you in the name of the community. I'm a son of the Grand Rabbi, and I'm a teacher in school. I teach teenagers every day. We have like 100 students in that grade, 13-year-olds. And the whole community is looking forward for this building. People are pouring in donations of millions of dollars to get this for the community to be able. We're now in different places. We're not in a normal, decent place. And finally, that we got together to this future. And we really, really want to thank you in the name of my father, in the name of the community, for taking this so seriously and going through all the details. And hopefully we'll, in the next month, update you on all the questions you asked. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you for taking part. Really appreciate it. And you have a good team and they know what we are asking for.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions or comments? All right, we'll try to schedule it. You said 1 month to submit, so we are looking more towards the end of March.
Understood. Thank you, Chair.
Are there any critical holidays or anything that we need to be mindful of?
Are we talking about March or February?
March.
It would be February is a short month, so we are so I'm looking more at March, towards the end of March. So let us know what your availability is. Please let the project manager know so that we can schedule it accordingly.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, Richard or your team, whoever, can let Jella know.
Sure.
It's not a good date so that we can schedule. Okay.
Okay, great.
And myself. So we schedule these cases. Okay, thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you all for your participation.
Thank you. Have a
Appreciate
great
it.
day.
Thank you. Take care.
Okay, item number 32, 2022-47 BZ, 2052 63rd Street, Brooklyn. It's a special permit to permit the enlargement of an existing two-story semi-detached house.
Hi, Miss Rosen should be on, Connie.
I have Calvary Associates hands raised up. Is that your?
Yeah.
Could you let her in, please, and join us on this panelist? Steve, let her in.
Not in.
Yeah, could you raise your hand again, maybe, and see if we can pull you in? Thank you. Steve, join as panelists, try and join as panelists, please, or call in, either way. Thank you. Very good. Please raise your hands. Right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Okay, Ms. Fullader, you're the board's comments.
Okay, yep. Elise Fullader from Eric Polanic PC. I'm here with Ms. Rosen from the architect's office. I'm going to go through the comments comment by comment, and she'll address the ones as necessary. So first was provide existing dimensions of the rear yard. That's easy enough. We can do that. Next question was documents and plans need to maintain uniform measurements. We understand that it can't be feet and decimals. We'll fix that. Next was about the perimeter wall height being inconsistent. Ms. Rosen, would you like to speak on that for a minute?
Yeah, so the correct height was 38.8, and we'll have it all updated to make sure that they're all aligned and showing the same dimensions, you know, same proposed wall height.
All right.
Just to describe.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Okay. The next question was about the kitchen in the cellar. We have approvals from DOB, but I will let Ms. Rosen speak on that for a minute.
Yeah, so we received commissioner's approval to permit the Passover kitchen to be proposed in the cellar. We have an approved AI1 with the conditions, which are all complied with. We'd be happy to share that.
And we'll submit that.
Yeah.
Our next, yeah. And then do you want to explain to them just for their own understanding what the difference between a Passover and a kosher kitchen is?
Yeah, sure. So a Passover kitchen is the kitchen that we use during the time of Passover, which is the 7 days where we don't eat any, a lot of different things, such as grains and whole, like stuff like that. So we use different kitchens, different equipment, different everything, basically. And I think somebody asked him about why it cannot be on the same floor. It's because there is so much prep to do for the Passover, and we can't open up two kitchens that one is like kosher for Passover, one is not kosher for Passover. We separate it in a place and where we could still live our lives and, like before Passover, which is an extremely busy season, and start the cooking, which would have to be away from where all the non-kosher for Passover items are, which typically is in the kitchen. And so we always keep it in two very separate areas to be able to prepare for the holiday while there's still non-kosher for Passover food and meals going on.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that explanation. I'm learning a lot today. Thank you.
Especially about Judaism. Okay, next question was about Plan 005 and the calculation, the wording being incorrect, that we can correct that too. I totally understand that. And we'll look through the statement of facts to make sure that, again, all the dimensions are uniform and that all the words are consistent with the updated plans.
Yep. All right. Any questions or comments for the applicants? Okay, let's go to the public.
Sorry about that. The case we're currently discussing is 2022-47BZ, 2052 63rd Street, Brooklyn. This is a special permit to permit the enlargement of a home. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-558-8656 or a toll-free number should you be outside the city, is 888-475-4499. You will enter the webinar ID number 827-1207-9811 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign. When you are permitted in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to be able to speak on the phone. If you are in the Zoom room already and wish to discuss, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your screen. Once you are permitted in, you will have 3 minutes to speak. Okay.
All right. How long will it take for you to make these corrections?
I don't think long, and I heard that February is super crowded, so if it's possible to get that first March hearing, that should be enough time, if that's possible.
Okay. All right. I'm going to make a recommendation that we close, but Ms. Fullader, please, when you do submit, provide a very detailed cover letter explaining where all the changes are and what the changes are.
We'll do both sets per the administrative notice.
Yeah.
And Khani, I'll send you an email so it's clear.
So you say you'll provide revised plan, but if you need to revise the statement of facts, you will do that also.
Yeah, because probably need to for consistency.
Yeah. By the way, I don't have anything against decimal points and everything. It just makes it easier. We don't have to keep in my mind, keep changing the inches to decimal points. It's just lazy.
No problem. So do you prefer feet or decimal points, or you don't?
Just as long as it's consistent throughout all documents.
Okay.
Sorry, you can't hear it.
Who is saying?
No, I'm saying the timer stopped. Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry.
All right. Make a motion to close.
Sorry. Okay. Chairperson Chanda?
Aye.
Vice Chair Shibeta?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon?
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Questions for the commissioners. Do you want to take a 10-minute break or do you want to go straight into the next case because that's going to be a long one? Commissioner? Okay to what?
Let's go to do it.
Yeah.
No.
I didn't hear you.
I say we go for it.
Okay, to go ahead and complete, finish.
Okay, all right, go for it. Complete it. I asked.
Okay, I let the council member know we're starting the case, but we'll wait for the public and then he'll come in unless you want him to come ahead.
Whenever I think if the council member wants to speak before, I wouldn't recommend it, but because the applicant may answer some of the questions that would have been raised, but if council member is pressed for time, then we would let that.
He's in a meeting at the moment at City Hall, so.
Tony, can we call the case?
Yeah, I'm sorry, excuse me. So what happens when you start talking? Case is 2022-79 BZ, 9000 Shore Road, Brooklyn. Thank you, Chase, sorry.
All right, so we have Mr.
Robel.
Robel.
Who else is on the team, Barack?
I'm waiting for a couple of members from AKRF and
There's
from Curtis Ginsburg to join. I don't see him yet.
There's Andrew Foley. Is that one of yours?
That's the applicant. We should have Chi Chan from AKRF, Chris Mule from AKRF, and Tim Levon from AKRF.
I see Tim Levon.
And Brian Tews from.
Chan is already there. Brian Tews.
Brian Tews, yeah, from Curtis Ginsburg.
Join. Chris Mule.
Chris Mule, yes. Yeah.
Okay.
So if I see Chi's on, Chris, Tim, Brian, if you could put on your camera so we could swear in.
Yes, yeah, everybody unmute and your cameras if you can. Anyone who's going to participate in this, please.
Anyone who's going to participate as part of.
Participate, please. Mr. Chan, can you unmute? Thank you.
Is Brian on? There's Brian. Can you unmute and show yourself, Brian?
Hi. Hi.
Thank you. Mr. Chan, you're still muted. Okay, this is the team? Everybody
Yes,
else?
this is everyone who plans on speaking, yes.
Okay, so everyone please. Stop again. Everybody raise your hand, right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes.
Yes.
I do. Yes.
Okay. Mr. Rebel, please state your name for the record and proceed.
Thank you. One moment, just pulling something up that went down when that happened. Okay, Barack Robel, oh, first of all, good afternoon. Chair Chanda, Vice Chair Shabeta, Honorable Commissioners Otley, Brown, Shetta, and Yoon. Congratulations on the recent appointments. Barack Robel from Holland and Knight, serve as Land Use Council and applicant representative for the applicant for this special permit to reduce the parking for existing heirs buildings at the premises. As you know, in addition to the applicant, I'm joined by members of the team, including Chi Chan, Chris Mule, Tim Levan, and Brian Tews, who are prepared to answer your questions about traffic, circulation, stormwater, design of the building. We really appreciate your thoughtful consideration. Clearly, you've really looked into this application based on your comments at a review session. We heard them. We'd like to address them to the extent we can today. And obviously, we'll follow up with a formal submission addressing each of your comments shortly after this hearing, including updating the statement of facts to include the information set forth in response to comments and statement of findings, and the plans to include additional pieces of information that you requested today. I don't know if I'll go through each one unless you want me to, but I think the biggest ticket issues, the headlines are the methodology of the parking study, concluding that the on-site demand at peak times is 43 spaces. The conclusion that the reduction will not cause traffic congestion in the area, and the extent of the stormwater improvements being made at the site, and the nature of the affordable housing commitments being made by the applicant. I think I want to start with the simplest one first and then hand it off, and that would be the nature of the affordable housing commitments. We heard overwhelmingly from everyone in Bay Ridge that they support senior housing, and clearly there's a real need in the neighborhood. The applicant is in active discussions with HPD, and it does intend to participate in the SARA program, which will require that all new units are dedicated to seniors with income at or below 60% AMI. At the same time, the residents in the new building, just as the existing building, are expected to benefit from rental assistance from the project-based Section 8 voucher program. According to discussions with HPD, this program does not permit a community board preference. So the HPD and the development team will be working very closely with the local community partners, administrating agents to maximize the opportunities and awareness for neighborhood residents. And we do welcome any recommendations from Councilmember Brandon and others in the community to help us connect with local residents on this project. Moving on to parking and traffic, I'll open up by saying, we heard a lot of concerns about the veracity of the parking study. I'm going to direct that to our traffic consultant, Chi Chan, to get into the details. But before doing so, I want to clarify that the applicant did implement a parking decal system sometime in March, before the studies were conducted in April. And this was because of the prevalence of the neighbors and their guests and families visiting from outside the neighborhood, using the parking lot without permission, which could interfere with the residents' use of their parking spaces. And it could not be accounted for in our parking studies for future usage. Neighbors had been parking in the lot, and that had been tolerated for many years, due to the underutilization of the lot, which I think underscores it was underutilized. But, the staff is busy managing the operations of the building, and they're not parking police, right? So they generally have not gone out and enforced restrictions. But at this time, and when the study was conducted, only residents of the building and the maintenance and operational staff are now parking on the site. And they have decals that were issued to them. Residents who request a decal get that for free. There's no cost to the residents. I think she will get into more of the numbers and how the issuance of decals at this time completely comport with the demand, the demand that was studied and the projections. But one thing I think is worth just kind of pointing out too is, it's a little bit part of the design, it's part of congestion, but we heard a lot of concerns also about the impacts that are taking place on 91st Street from vehicles that are servicing the occupants of the building, but whether they're Meals on Wheels, whether it's Accessoride, whether it's an Uber. What we can say is that all delivery trucks that are coming to the building do deliver in the parking lot, and they will continue to utilize the loading zone that will be in the new, proposed parking lot. All deliveries and Shore Hill van operators do use the parking lot. However, there is an issue with private vans and car service companies dropping off on 91st Street. The management team has had several conversations with the van operators and the residents about, moving the pickup into the parking lot where other pickups and loading is taking place. Residents have been resistant to walking around the corner. But operations and management is going to work with residents and van operators to encourage them to pick up within the parking lot before the site improvements take place, and certainly hope that with a designated loading zone in the proposed site plan, this will become a common practice among the residents because they'll have a safe place to wait.
So just so I understand, just so I understand, the residents themselves don't, they prefer to wait outside by the street?
As I understand it, from management, and Andrew's nodding his head as well, that the residents do find it more convenient to walk out the front door, come out to the street. It's a shorter walk than going to the loading area in the parking lot.
So that's right. Your building does, both the buildings have a main entrance on 91st and the other road. That's, they prefer to stand there.
Yeah. Okay. We're hoping with a dedicated site. Right now, there is no dedicated site for residents to wait. We're hoping with that kind of striping, that space behind the building, that will work out to the benefit of all. That being said, I think it's worth handing it over to Chi, who can talk more directly about the parking studies, the measures that resulted in calculating that the on-peak demand was no higher than 43 spaces. And I think he's just pulled that up.
Okay.
Hold on.
Yes. Hi, good afternoon. Just make sure I unmute. Okay. I just pulled up the chart. I think I'm going to talk from this, and we can cover a variety of issues from parking to traffic. I know the numbers are a little bit small here. My name is Chi Chan from AKRF. We prepared the EAS, and I'm the traffic engineer that led the study. Just want to kind of describe this chart a little bit, and I think you all have seen it already. It's been provided as backup to the EAS. The rows represent hours of the day, and the columns represent the 6 days of surveys that we did at the lot. So I want to kind of zoom in a little bit just on one of the days so we can speak to it. So I'm going to pick Wednesday. I mean, the numbers across the days are pretty consistent. So let me know if you want to look at the other days as well. So what we did was mainly install cameras in the parking lot that we can capture all the movements going in and out, vehicles parking in spaces and so forth. And we have periodically checked to see how many cars are actually in the lot. to make sure that the numbers are correct. So with the ins and outs, you can imagine if you have 3 cars going in and 1 car leaving, your demand for that particular hour is 2, right? So you need 2 spaces to accommodate 3 cars coming in, 2 cars, 1 car leaving. So this is done for the whole week. And what we found was, on average, the lot has 30 some odd vehicles parked with a maximum of 43. And that includes all the residents that are given decals to park there and all the operational staff. And we also know that there are 29 decals given to the residents of those 580 some odd units, and 13 decals given to the operational staff for a total of 42. So that number also aligns pretty well with what we found from the ins and outs that we surveyed for an entire week. All right. So let me zoom out a little bit. And oops, the next slide. So from that, we've concluded that there's a maximum of 43 demand in the whole week. The average is around 38. Now we know that we're adding 100 and some odd residential units to the development site, but there would be some overlap of the staff serving the new building as well. But we conservatively just prorated the maximum demand possible that we surveyed and calculated 54 as the maximum demand possible in the future development with the new building. So let me pause there to see if there's any additional clarification needed on that calculus.
So when you say the decals are only for the staff and for the residents, during these periods, what about the visitors? How are they factored in? So there were no visitors during this period of April 4th to April 9th. All of these were just staff and residents?
Right, I believe, and Barack, correct me if I'm wrong, the visitors are not given the decals. I guess to the extent that enforcement were not made, it's possible some of them could have parked on site. But as this building has been doing over the years, visitors seek parking off-site. And I would say probably a good portion of the visitors do take transit to the area. The subway station is a little far away, but you have the B16 or B12. That's not far from it, that connect you to the 86th Street station. So that demand is in the background. I can talk about the on-street parking survey that we also did. That's okay.
I think this is the concern that then the community is raising, is that the visitors that are coming to the site is also, given the utilization study that has been provided, it shows 90% plus utilization. So
right.
Then you have to clarify what is the hours typically the visitors are visiting, and how does it align with off-site parking. And I think you probably may even have some survey or something that tells you how many are coming by transit or driving there, because this is a question that is out there from the community. While I recognize that the parking requirement is only for those who are living, and the analysis is done for, the support services and for the residents, you still need to kind of provide some response to that.
Right. So in the bottom of this table, you can see the results of our on-street survey. And let me just emphasize also, all the surveys were done during typical times when school is in session and in accordance with the city rules and regulations. What we found is that overnight, sure, that there's that's probably the peak demand of the day when you have only a handful of spaces available in the neighborhood. But some of those spaces do clear up during the day as you have more transient related activities happening, and that's the visitors. And what we found is with the 500 plus residential units here, there is still in the middle of the day over 150 spaces that are available within a quarter mile or within a 5-minute walk. So we are adding 100 and something units. So we believe that the additional nominal demand that would be generated by those units should be able to accommodate it by the remaining available spaces in the area.
Mr. Chen?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead, Chair. I'm sorry.
No,
I thought you were done.
No, go ahead.
Have you submitted this spreadsheet to us? Do we have it in our records? The one with the parking count?
Yes. This one?
Yeah, this is part of the Excel spreadsheet, which is there. If you look at the SharePoint Secra folder, and there is an Excel spreadsheet which says on-site parking survey to BSA, and it is I think the parking demand tab. There are two tabs.
And this is for the on-site parking?
Yes.
For the on-site, correct.
Okay, let me explain to you why I raised this point. I believe if I understood it correctly, you're talking about some sort of like putting some restrictions on the on-site parking from like people who do not have the right to park on-site. So you started recently imposing these restrictions. Did I get it right?
Yes, that was implemented in March before the geotechnical borings were done, and they had to remove a number of cars from the site, practically just to do those. It was also practically necessary, as I mentioned before, because there really was a prevalence of people who didn't have a right to park there, parking there, and utilizing the parking lot without permission, which was tolerated for many years, and it was Rose acquired the site with that happening, but it's not a condition that can ensue if we're going to develop it with an as-of-right building as we're proposing now.
The reason I raised this and I asked about the feedback for the parking count is because I looked at Google Views. If you take your screen off, I can show what I'm talking about, and I hope you help me understand when was the restrictions, when were the restrictions imposed from your side. But if you look at this is a Google view that I got from Google, and I did zoom to the site, and let me just if you look at this image here, what I did is I counted the total spots and the vacant spots for each block of the parking, and what I did is on the parking layout that you provided, I started to put the total number of spots versus the vacant spots. And I can see consistently with what you mentioned that the total spots available on site are 73, more or less. So that's accurate. And when I looked at the number of vacant spots, the number actually came to like a very smaller number than what was mentioned. 73, if you're talking about a demand of 43, that means that there are 30 spots that need to be available in the images. And even it's not guaranteed that I was looking through Google at the peak demand of the site. So I just picked one of the images and looked at the count, and I put the numbers on the plan, and I can see that the demand on the site at the time I looked at this Google image was kind of like almost 62. It's probably 30% more than what you mentioned as an output for your study. So I was like confused. Can they provide parking counts? And you just put that on the screen. And in the meantime, you clarified by indicating that you imposed some restrictions. I just want to get some sort of sense. Now, if I do a site visit, let's say tomorrow or the day after, is it 100% guaranteed that the number of occupied parking spots, I would say, is not gonna be more than 43.
Can I answer that? Frankly, as of late, there have been more people without decals parking in the parking lot. And I think some of the testimony that was even made, I don't want to get into that, but there have been issues with, since the restrictions have been implemented, you will only see the number of decals that we mentioned today, 29, I forget what she said was 23 residents and 13 employees, you should say.
29, 13.
If they're any more than that, they don't have a decal and they're not permitted to park on the lot.
And if they do, they get towed.
No, because we're not in the practice of starting a parking war with the community or policing the site on a daily basis. So there has been a tolerance since the study has been taking place, maybe around the holidays, maybe other times, to let the neighbors flow in. But it's not something that can continue on, moving forward with the development of the site when it starts to become a construction site and thereafter. But right now, we recognize that there is a need that the neighbors feel have been taken away from them. And during the holidays, I think there was some allowances. So if you go see any more than what we said, than the decaled automobiles, technically that's someone who's parking there without permission.
Counsel, and how can we be sure that it's not a resident who just doesn't have a decal?
I mean, as far as I understand, all residents, who want a parking space have been given the opportunity to request a decal and granted to them for free. And thus far, everyone who's wanted one has requested one.
That's satisfactory.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions, I guess, about the parking utilization? Or we could move into congestion, I think she actually maybe addressed some of the congestion, but could move into that more explicitly.
I think a lot of the questions that we are raising here, you do need to provide a very detailed narrative of these as part of those 4 findings. So they don't just direct us to the secret document, take the elements from the secret documents in the analysis and put it in the findings to respond to those 4 findings, especially with regards to C and D.
Absolutely.
Okay. So we spoke to C. Now let's go to D, which is congestion.
Yeah.
Right. So let me still mention that secret technical manual does provide guidance on what analysis may be needed for different types of projects. For residential, anything for this neighborhood, at least that's less than 200 units, is usually not subject to any kind of detailed analysis. And that's based on years of experience by DOT, knowing that that level of development is not going to generate enough traffic to be perceptible to the area that would tax the area's transportation infrastructure. So we're well below that. Nonetheless, you can see from these parking numbers or the in-out counts that even currently with 500 plus dwelling units, there's no more than, I think the largest number I see is 14 vehicles total going in and out of sight, the parking lot. So that's really just one vehicle every 4 or 5 minutes. And on average, you're probably looking at one vehicle every 15 minutes. And for us to add another 100 some odd units, you can expect that the incremental increase to the area is also very small. So I guess that speaks to how little effect this may have to the surrounding area's traffic conditions.
I think my question with regards to the congestion is somewhat related to, it would be probably more through an operational part of it. As it was stated, is that some of the drop off and the pickups are happening along the street frontages, even though you do have a parking area. private vehicles are not coming into the facility to for drop off and pick up, and the residents are also reluctant. So I think there has to be more of a statement from the management of the team that will be managing the site as to how they're going to operate and ensure that the residents do when they are asking for the Uber to come in, that they have them come and pick them up from the parking lot and not from the street frontage. Same thing, if there's a private van that is going to come and pick them up, the direction is for them to come into the parking lot and for pickup. So how are you going to ensure that that is done through your operational process? That is your building management team. So that needs to be clearly stated, and to prevent any residents from having to do the drop off and pickup at the curbside, because that is also causing a backup. Right, that is what the community is saying as a concern for backup. I understand that it doesn't come to the secret threshold, but there are other services that are causing it. And you have a pretty generous site, and you have an exit and an entrance. So how do you make sure your residents are going to abide by it, and what operational measures you're going to take to make that happen? So that is something you need to kind of speak to with regards to that. The other part of it is the loading zone. You've provided one loading bay, and that's a question I have. It could be through a combination of Mr. Chan's analysis or Mr. Foley's. Would one be adequate in terms of the supply and demand? And and I think one of the documents talked about there is Meals on Wheels or some organization that also parks its vehicles there, and I don't know if that is as part of the service it's giving to the facility, or it's just one of those kindness that you have with your community organizer to provide this community group that just provides uses this as a parking spot. So, how is that going to be addressed? Will one loading zone be enough for all the ins and outs of access a ride, delivery of Meals on Wheels, and all those things? And this is going to serve 3 buildings, not just the existing 2. So how will that be done, and how that would also reduce the congestion from the street level? So that is another component that you need to elaborate on, explain, analyze and explain in your statement.
I have a related question, and it looks like there's a loading zone or a no standing zone in front of the lobby, the westernmost building, and based on just looking at street view. And so there's a small no standing zone there, and then I don't see one for the second building, but we also haven't talked about how the new building will have a lobby that fronts directly on Colonial Street. And so likely people who are calling car services will be waiting on Colonial for their pickup, as opposed to walking all the way through the corridor back to the loading zone. So, so into the interior loading zone. So have you had discussions? Where did the loading zone come from for the first building? And can you then seek to get no standing zones, I should say, in front of the lobbies of the future building and the other existing building?
We'll look into that.
Okay.
I'm not sure we know exactly how the DOT regulations were implemented in the first place. We'll look into that.
I don't know either. So I guess just to say that maybe this is what Chair is also getting to, the operation of the one loading zone spot internal to the site when all of the lobbies are actually fronting on the exterior, on the streets. There's some skepticism about actually getting all of that traffic into the site when people would have to walk so far to get there. So yeah, next mission being able to address that, not just for the existing, but also for the new building.
Okay, we will definitely follow up with some kind of operational maneuverability plan. I think that Tim is prepared to jump in maybe now and discuss a little bit about the questions that came up around circulation and how that will work with the vehicles. And so would you like me to share my screen, Tim, with that?
Yeah,
site plan?
I'm on my phone, so I can't share. Had to run the kid out to a sporting event, so.
Can you see the parking plan at this moment?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Yeah, so we're reviewing the on-site circulation as we've been discussing and working on preparing an operational and maneuverability plan to address a lot of these concerns. As far as vehicular circulation through the parking lot, the idea to remove traffic from 91st Street is helped by the fact that we have this longer driveway before we get to parking spaces within the lot, adjacent to the easternmost building on the existing building, so that if cars are queuing, waiting for parking spaces, queuing to get into the site, they're queuing within the property and not within 91st Street. Additionally to that, we have an exit onto Colonial Road. So we don't have an entrance. We don't have people queuing to wait to get into the parking from Colonial. So we only have vehicles waiting within the site to get onto the street, onto Colonial, to get out of the site. So we're doing what we can to eliminate traffic, vehicles queuing in the streets in order to wait to enter and or leave the parking lot. And like I said, the loading dock, or the loading area space, we're going to address on a maneuverability plan so that we can address that in more detail later.
Yeah, I also would like to know how it is oriented with the existing building, because you have 557 residents in the existing building, and I'm not getting a sense of the orientation and the access from the existing building to that loading area.
The the zone adjacent to the new building within the parking lot is going to be designed as a shared street with different pavement materials. So it's going to be much more pedestrian friendly and not just a straight driveway to go through. So the idea is that people will walk to that space from the new building.
So speaking of that, as it's laid out, I don't see any walkways, safe pedestrian walkway going from one building to the other. So you need to provide like a crosswalk. You're talking about, even though you're not going to have that many ins and outs, you need to provide either stop sign or crosswalks going from the proposed 9-story building to the loading area, and
Agreed. We totally agree with that, and we intend to address it. The image that's shown up now shows the different colors of the pavement material. So we plan to do that with the actual installment of pavers on site, so that we have a zone that's indicated as pedestrian circulation area. And we can definitely look into signage and wayfinding and pavement markings to make that a lot more clear, in order to address the fact that that's a shared space and not just a vehicular space.
Okay. Okay, so now that takes me to the next, in terms of the way the parking is oriented. Parking spaces 47 through 56 and the parking spaces under the proposed building. Why are they at a 90-degree angle? Why can't they be at a 45-degree angle? Wouldn't that be easier for seniors to, rather than do a perpendicular parking, than to do a 45-degree parking?
Yeah, and we agree with that comment, and we're going to review the orientation of the parking spaces and make them more angled so that it's easier to get in and out. So that's definitely a valid commentary on the plan.
Okay. Now on to the site plan with regards to the landscaping. Need to provide more detail in terms of the landscaping, especially along the residential lot lines. So where the proposed angle parkings are closer to the R31 zone, what kind of fencing, what kind of buffer that's being proposed. Same thing goes for the parking spaces that's proposed with the refuse area, what kind of landscaping or buffering that exists or is being proposed along that frontage. Needs to be provided.
Agreed. Yeah, no, and we're required to provide a buffer between parking and residential space. So we'll definitely elaborate on that in more detail.
So in your narrative, please do also indicate if there will be increase in number of staff and how the increase in the number of staff is also factored into your proposed parking space and all of that. I think my big thrust here will be on the operational plan of how we are going to ensure that residents are going to be taking their vehicles, being picked up and dropped off from the parking space within the site as opposed to from the curbside. And, I mean, these are existing buildings, so it's very difficult to change the layout and orientation of the lobby and entrance, but there are other ways of making them work. And a lot of it is communication and direction and managing that from happening.
Point well taken. We're definitely going to look into that. I got some feedback from the team just about it might be worth addressing the loading zone issue, which I think is kind of, it's a give and take, right? We could apply for one, but it would take away precious on-street parking. So,
I realize that as I said that I would piss some people off that are listening in, but I'm just wondering if there's some strategy to address some of the congestion. I did want to note though, or maybe you can explain, in the existing buildings, it looks like there's actually some community facility or medical space in the bottom on the street, but the new building, I didn't see any proposal for anything but residential and accessory use. So there's no community facility being proposed, community facility use.
There's a community room in the new building. And
that would just be accessory to residential, right? That's not a community.
Yeah, no, they'll be receiving services from the clinics that are in the existing buildings, and that kind of also speaks to we believe that the projected demand the demand that was calculated that exists includes staff, but there will not be a proportionate amount of new staff. Actually, some of the staff in the existing building will be serving the new building, so we anticipate not as many new staff people being required to have spaces as we even project.
Right.
Conservatively, we project that number as being kind of extrapolating out, but it should be less. It may be less proportionally.
Yeah, that's where I was getting a little confused, because in my past, when I've worked on AIRS buildings that are straight AIRS with no community facility or commercial use, there isn't that much staff. It's truly a residential building. It's not a community facility or institutional building. So it should be treated more or less like a residential building. And as such, you don't typically count visitation for parking requirements, as Commissioner Otley Brown was bringing up earlier today. So a lot of the conversation is centered around this seeming like more of an institutional building than I think is what's actually being proposed.
Yeah, it's not a hospital. It's not an institutional building. It's a residential building. There's a small amount of community facility space in the existing buildings that service the residents. I don't believe, and I will confirm this, I don't believe that visitors come to those clinics, but right, and that they service the residents. So
right. If you can please confirm that the community center that is located there, it's only serving the residents.
The community center itself definitely serves the residents. I mean, there are community board hearings that are held there. It's made open for certain functions of that nature. And there are some community facility clinical uses, and that I would like to confirm only serves the residents, because I think that's the question that's coming up.
Okay. All right. Any other? And in your site plan, I think I do see a lot of the benefits and improvements that you're proposing in this plan, specifically with regards to the amount of permeable, non-permeable surface, and trying to provide the drainage system. So please elaborate on those in your statement of findings. And as I stated earlier during the review session, is I think we do forward all the opposition letters and comments to you. So please provide a response letter to all the questions and comments that's been raised by the community, and how your proposed plan addresses them, or how you would address them if it has not been factored in yet.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I think many of the comments overlap into these headlines that we're discussing today, and we're happy to point by point reply.
Yeah.
Yes. I don't know if you want an opportunity to talk about the stormwater. That was another thing that seemed like.
Yes. Yes. Please do.
Okay. I think Tim is going to continue, and I'll get you to that.
Excuse me. Clear my throat a bit. So the existing site has an on-site detention system, as you can see on the plan on the screen. And the intent is to obviously provide a place to hold water on site and allow it to discharge slowly into the neighboring combined sewer system after a rainfall event. So the new plan, if you can go to the proposed plan, Brock, what we're proposing to do is install a much more elaborate detention system. There's 2 boxes indicated on this drawing, one behind the existing building and one next to the new building. They're not exactly to scale, so because it's a schematic concept, it's not an actual designed plan. However, the idea is to dramatically restrict the rainfall that's landing on the site before it leaves the property and enters the sewer system. So, as you might be aware, the DEP recently updated their regulations, requiring a much more significant reduction in runoff from every project in New York City. So their idea is clearly a stormwater reduction policy across the board. So in order to meet the regulations, we have to provide a much larger detention system, and we understand that the neighborhood has issues. So we're going above and beyond that and providing bioswales for infiltration. We're providing permeable pavement to assist infiltration, more green space where we previously had paved spaces. And we're also investigating as much green roof as we possibly can to minimize the amount of runoff coming off the building. Now, mind you, there's mechanical equipment, there's other things on the roof that restrict how much we can do, but we're going to do as much as we can in order to eliminate runoff before it gets to the detention tank and before the detention tank discharges to the city. As a matter of talking numbers, the current discharge rate is set at 0.65 CFS, cubic feet per second. The new discharge rate that we're required to adhere to is 0.09 CFS. So even if you don't understand stormwater, you understand that 0.09 is dramatically less than 0.65. So the fact that we're reducing the water leaving the site as much as we possibly can is how we're trying to address this as best we can to serve both the site and the community, so we're not causing any undue issues to the surrounding sites.
But the 0.09 is just to the sewer on the Colonial Road, am I correct?
That's correct.
And you still have 0.43 CFS going to 91st Street sewer.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
You still have 0.43 CFS of discharge that's going to the sewer, the 12-inch sewer along 91st Street.
That's correct. We are directing stormwater into 91st Street as well.
So that reduction is not from 0.65 to 0.09. The reduction is kind of from 0.65 to about 0.5, which is okay. I do have, however, I do have a suggestion on this layout here. If you look at the storm sewer along Colonial, it's an 18-inch sewer. And the reason actually I'm raising this, because I did read in one of the objection letters that the sewer system around the site is kind of messed up. It gets flooded like frequently, and we don't want to like aggravate the issue here. So if you have an 18-inch sewer along Colonial and 12-inch one along 91st Street, I wouldn't suggest or even recommend at all taking the 0.43 and put it to the smaller sewer and taking the 0.09 and send it to the larger one. I'm not sure if this is going to be helpful for the sewer network in the area. In addition to that, I was under the impression actually that that you have a detention basin that's like spreading horizontally, and now you're going vertically. Number one, and this is an advice, you have to realize that you have a very limited chance to go horizontally unless you go underneath the building. This is limitation 1 to you. Limitation 2, which is much more dangerous than 1, is this area is close to waterfront, and you might have a very shallow groundwater table here. So you need to take these 2 points into account. I saw that you spoke about the bioswale. I'm not sure how the bioswale is gonna help reduce the runoff. It's gonna help probably provide much better quality for the runoff that's coming out of the site, but reducing the runoff itself could be achieved by detention system. And the kind of 2 detention systems you have, for the one that's in red, the one to the left,
right?
I like that one. You have a good chance to make it wider, to make it you still have a good chunk of area to build a detention basin per the numbers you get to from your design. But right behind the building here, I'm not sure. You need to take a look at that and don't think going deep is gonna help. And like I said, consider switching. If I'm designing this, I would take the runoff out of one building, which is the new building, the proposed one, and send it to the smaller sewer, to 91st Street. And then to take the runoff from the 2 buildings, which I believe they have much more tributary area contributing to the runoff than the single building, and send this to the 18-inch sewer along Colonial Road. Tweaking the design that way probably is gonna help tackling the issue of the flooding.
I think there are also regulatory controls. It seems the new development will require some different kind of runoff. So that is, while I think your suggestions are good, and then they can look into it, it's not something that I don't think we should get into, because this is more of a regulatory element that is coming from DEP and DOB. So you need to make sure you comply with that, those regulations also. And if what Commissioner Shetta is saying works within that purview, then do look into it.
Right, absolutely. And just to reiterate, that what's shown on the plan now is just a schematic layout. And I understand that we need to investigate further to figure out what the actual size will look like on the plan. Excuse me, rest assured, we will definitely provide the appropriate volume and size for detention system that's required for the city regulations, and put it underneath parking spaces, other areas of the site as necessary in order to accommodate that volume.
Can I ask if there are being improvements made to the overall stormwater runoff rates for the existing portions of the campus where the new landscaping is being proposed, for instance? I mean, you're obviously cutting out a big part of the former site and placing an improved building and landscaping on that. So you have a lot of hardscape that comes off of that calculation, but are there other improvements being made to the existing campus as regards stormwater?
The existing landscaping is being revised. So there's definitely opportunity to investigate additional infiltration methods in those zones. We weren't considering that as an overall design concept yet, but that's definitely something that we will consider as the design advances, yes.
I'm trying to figure out a way, and this is really for you to figure out, but a way for it to be easily understood whether this is a significant addition to the current infrastructure, or if this is somehow coming out even or less, but some kind of simple way of understanding based on the community's concerns, how much we're adding to the area.
Yeah, we can clarify that in our revised documents to send back.
Okay.
What kind of pavement existing right now? Is it asphalt pavement?
Yes, it's all asphalt.
It's gonna be some addition then, but I wouldn't say that the addition would be huge because the existing condition is almost impermeable surface, and what's going to be added is more or less an impermeable surface, that kind of a building. So it's going to be some adding to the equation, to the runoff coming out. But it's a good talk that you start talking about infiltration and looking at the landscaping. And if the geotech data helps you, I believe you will need to like consider using the parking lot. Maybe you need to, instead of like using asphalt, you can use some permeable pavers there that help produce the runoff, and maybe enlarge one of the two detentions to make sure that you're not sending excessive runoff to the street system. I'm sure at the end of the day, this is going to be like reviewed by DEP, but I'm just giving you a heads up based on what I looked at on the plans.
Right, and the idea is to be equal or less than the existing condition. We don't want to increase any flow.
I think if that could be made very clearly in some kind of document, then that might help.
Yeah, we'll have to prepare the appropriate calculations to confirm that. We can do that.
Right, since this is going to be part of the site plan and part of the open space, one of the findings of the site plan, and since a lot of the condition here and the issues raised is about drainage and sewer, I think it would be good to provide a little bit more detail and not just a qualitative narrative. A little bit of quantified narrative along with it will also be helpful.
Sure.
To strengthen your argument.
Agreed.
Okay. Especially comparison with existing and proposed, as Commissioner Yoon was referring to, and so was Commissioner Shetta.
We will work on that. I mean, I think the headline, and correct me if I'm wrong, Tim, is even right now, as it's designed, is in combination, there'll be a reduction in stormwater flow off the site. But we will
right.
make it clearer.
Equal or less.
Yeah.
Right. You need to make it a lot clearer. I think, again, in terms of the amount of permeable, impermeable, I was just picking that up from the diagrams. It wasn't there in the narrative. It wasn't there in any of the analysis that was provided. Same thing with amount of permeable, impermeable surface, detention, runoff, all of those things.
Right.
You need to provide a lot of detail.
I think it's worth noting that, and maybe please confirm, Tim, the current analysis and calculations do not include impermeable versus permeable surfaces. Those would be in addition. That would increase the retention if they were added or utilized in the manner that's shown on the documents, but all the numbers come from the actual retention. Right now, you're not counting those in your numbers. I could be wrong.
The numbers that we're using are based on the original design when the site, for the existing site, was when it was submitted back 70s, 80s. There are calculations associated with that design that illustrate what the allowable flow leaving the site through the detention system. The entire site is collected in a drainage system network. So the buildings are collected and pumped into piping. The pipes have catch basins all around the site, and that's all directed into the detention system. So the entirety of the current site is collected in the existing detention system and discharged into Colonial. And which is similar to what's going to happen in the proposed condition. We'll collect all of the stormwater. It'll just be detained for a longer period of time and a slower discharge rate so that there's less water, less instantaneous water hitting the system, the existing sewer system.
Okay, so we'll come back with graphics that make that very clear and narrative.
Are we sending this to the DEP to look at the stormwater calculations or no?
I think that's a Ms. Benke question. I don't know if as part of the SECRA review, if this is going to DEP or not. I don't know if it's below the threshold.
It hasn't been sent at this time.
Okay.
And is there a criteria that this one doesn't meet, or are we intending to send it to DEP to look at it?
Well, so this is how this is an as of right, in terms of the density that is proposed, in terms of the use that is proposed, is as of right. The only action before us is the reduction of the parking. So the requirement for DEP to review it, it should only arise if this is above the threshold, and if it will, if it is part of the the 4 findings kind of thing. The other part is that there are some regulatory controls that the new building will have to meet, and if as part of that DEP has to review it, that's as part of the DOB purview review. I don't think it. I think it should be during the work, the permit drawings and other things. I'm not sure if it needs to be picked up now, but that's something I'm not fully sure, and I would like to discuss this with my, with our council and with Ms. Penke. But I kind of at this point don't see it requiring a DEP review, but I could be wrong.
And I will just jump in and say, of course, with the site connections for both the existing, because they're amending it, and because of the new one, they will have to go through a very thorough DEP review process during the new building permit process. So simultaneous to the new building permit process, I mean. So in my experience, it's typically not something that's done so early because there are still so many factors that need to be resolved at this early design stage. So it'd be quite hard to pin down with any real precision all of the numbers, but certainly targets can be discussed. I don't know if the applicant wants to add to that, but that's been my experience working with DEP on these kinds of site connections.
Yeah, no,
That makes sense. Thank you, Commissioner.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just echo that. That's exactly correct. We can come up with some preliminary calculations at this stage to clarify the design, but the DEP will have a much more rigorous review during the DOB application process later.
And it will take a long time. So
that is also true, yes.
But I think what we're again trying to get at collectively, it seems like we're on the same page, is an understanding of what the intent is, and whether that's regulatory or just above and beyond for how stormwater will be dealt with in the improved site plan.
Yep. Thank you, Commissioner Yoon. That was very helpful. Okay. Any other questions or comments? We can anything that we left out of the findings and comments, commissioners? Can we take down the share screen? Thank you. All right. Any questions or comments for the applicant from the commissioners? Okay, let's go to the public. I think we should start with elected officials first.
Sure. The case we are currently discussing is 2022-79BZ, 9000 Shore Road, Brooklyn. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-558-8656, or outside the city limits, our toll-free number is 888-475-4499. You will enter the webinar ID number 827-1207-9811. Press the pound sign. You will press the pound sign at the next prompt. *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute if you're calling in from the phone. Sorry to speak. And if you are already in the Zoom room and want to discuss, please raise your Zoom hand. Once you're permitted in, I will give you 3 minutes to discuss this application. I don't see, okay. Council people, elected officials first, please, and community board. Someone has their hand up. Who is that? 6 people. That's community board, Ms. Beckman, council member, Victoria Hoffman, Paul Francis, Justin Manor. Okay. So I have the other screen. Can you go to all the screen, Steve? Thank you, so I can see them. Okay, so could you please let them in, the council member? Thank you. Council member, I really appreciate your patience.
Sure, yeah. I feel for any of my constituents that thought that they were going to testify at 10 a.m. and we're now 7 hours later. But I appreciate the chair and the commissioner's work on this application. So I'll be as brief and succinct as I can, as I've also submitted testimony. But I'd like to leave time for any of my constituents that are on to leave time for them to speak, obviously. So I think there's three things of concern here. Number one is the operation and maneuverability, which we don't feel is being efficiently managed now, much less what it would look like if you build 130 some odd new units. Number two are serious infrastructure concerns that frankly won't be mitigated by a few bioswales. We're talking about stormwater. We're not talking about stormwater. We're talking about sewage, and permeable or non-permeable surfaces are irrelevant when it comes to what's going on underground and our aging sewer system, which in that area is still made of brick, which is over a century old. And then obviously we're talking about parking, which unfortunately I think the parking study that was conducted was I think spurious at best, and unfortunately it called into question the validity of all the other findings that came from them. I think at the community meeting there was people actually laughing when the developer spoke about the parking study, because it's just not realistic. Anyone that knows the area could tell you that whatever day they went to do the parking study was a day when I guess everyone was at the beach, because it's just not realistic. And it's not so much about the parking as it calls into question everything else that is being contended, I think. So, when it comes to the local impacts, I think most of us consider Shore Hill to be a quasi hospital. It's really an institutional facility. I don't know anyone that really thinks of it as a residential facility. There were some questions before I heard about folks if they come from off-site for doctor's visits, and the answer is yes. There's physical therapy there that happens, that if you don't live in the Shore Hill development, you come there for physical therapy. So it really is a quasi hospital, and I think it needs to be seen that way. You see the same amount of visitors and large deliveries and ambulance visits, and not to mention that Shore Road is a transit desert, and we're now also facing either further bus service reductions, and Shore Hill seniors rely on Access-a-Ride, Meals on Wheels deliveries, and the parking lot that they're looking to build on and to remove in order to build is not being used efficiently now. I think there are ways that it could be used much more efficiently, but that is not the proposal that's at hand here. Quite the opposite. So, neighbors in this area have had long. Well-documented issues with sewer backups and backflow flooding. And this occurs not only during heavy rain events, but also during dry weather as well. And honestly, there was a sinkhole here a couple of years ago on 92nd Street, which exposed all sorts of issues down below. And we have a serious concern that there's something undiagnosed in our local sewage infrastructure down below. I think this requires a full environmental review, certainly more than what's been done here. Certainly I think building housing is always more important than preserving parking spots, but that's not really the issue here. I will say it's hard for me to sell this to my constituents because there really is no redeeming community value of this what is being proposed, because yes, we desperately need affordable senior housing, but in Community Board 10, as was mentioned hours ago on this Zoom, but no one in Community Board 10 is going to get any priority to live in this new building. If there was priority given to seniors of Community Board 10, we might be having a different conversation here. So all of this is to say that I think what is being presented here is really half-baked. I think there needs to be a lot more work done, a lot more serious thought given to the environmental impacts, especially what's the infrastructure impacts and the sewer in this area, on top of the operational and maneuverability concerns that currently exist today with just the two buildings and the way that that parking lot is being used, much less if you add on a 137 unit building and take away those spots and add on more deliveries and more ambulettes. I just don't see how that works, or certainly I'm not seeing how that would work in what's being presented here. So I think the applicant has more work to do. I also heard BSA mention that this was as of right. And if this was as of right, we wouldn't be here really having this conversation, right? It requires BSA review because of the removal of parking. And if you don't, frankly, if BSA doesn't approve, then there's no building here. So, you know, frankly, I feel like the developers kind of need to go back to the drawing board. I think there's more work to be done here. And I think there needs to be more attention paid to these concerns that I think you'll hear from some of my constituents. Again, this is an institutional facility. It's a quasi hospital. This isn't just a residential building. And I think that needs to be taken into consideration given the current concerns that we're dealing with now as it exists now, much less if you build on something else. So I appreciate your time. I apologize to all my constituents that have been on since 10 o'clock in the morning when we thought we might testify within an hour or two, and we're now 7-8 hours later. So Chair and the commissioners, thank you all for your time, your dedication, and I hope you'll listen to the community on this one.
Thank you, Councilmember Brennan. We do appreciate your feedback and staying up so late to let us hear your concern. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Ms. Beckman?
Thank you. Good evening. I'm the District Manager of Community Board 10. The board's testimony was submitted by letter on November 30th. I wanted to be here today to provide some additional remarks about the traffic congestion, some of the history and context regarding the sewage backup and infrastructure concerns. As it relates to traffic congestion in the testimony that we heard here, Shore Road is colloquially referred to as a public transportation desert. That means our seniors, both who reside at Shore Hill, visitors, nearby residents who are seniors, and residents are dependent on various alternative transportation methods to get around to shop, visit with family, their doctor's appointment, etc. This is not reflected in the applicant's report. And why recent changes to the parking lot have created additional traffic congestion on local nearby streets because of the increase and growing need for accessorized ambulettes, delivery trucks, Meals on Wheels deliveries, etc. And why further reductions would add traffic congestion. And there are human impacts to that as well. I want to delve into the sewer infrastructure because there is a great deal of concern about the sewage infrastructure in this immediate area. 91st Street, 90th Street, 89th Street, Shore Road, Shore Court. We heard testimony from residents about sewage backup. The councilman mentioned that we had an incident here about 10 years ago along 92nd Street and 3rd Avenue. 92nd Street is a main sewage interceptor. It runs from 92nd Street and Shore Road where there is a CSO outfall, and it goes all the way to Bensonhurst. And a number of years ago at 92nd Street and 3rd Avenue, the New York City Parks Department planted 3 street trees. There are vibrations when you dig for a street tree. The interceptor 80 feet beneath the earth collapsed. The street tree, when I arrived at the scene, fell 30 feet. I could see the foundation wall at the building, Pani and Tico, across the street. From that, we learned a great deal about the sewage infrastructure. Sewage is transported from homes, buildings through pipes that connect to the city sewer system. It travels to branch sewer interceptors, which carry sewage and waste to the main interceptor. This area there is a problem here. We are hearing from residents that there are dry sewage backups during dry weather events, during wet weather events, all indicative that there's a problem. And to the east at 17th Avenue in our neighboring board, Community Board 11, there are recurring problems with sewer odors and infrastructure problems for those residents too. We strongly believe that there is a problem with the sewage infrastructure that falls beneath Shore Hill, this area and neighboring, and any further development potentially could impact this, and it needs to be studied. And we've requested this study. Studies are very, very costly. So CB10 will continue to advocate for much needed studies due to the sewage backups around the surrounding blocks. We ask that this be considered by the applicant and also reviewed by the BSA. We would like to see a vibration analysis study of existing sewer and how that this would respond to additional construction, as well as a dry weather study, a capacity study, and an inflow and infiltration study. We are very concerned about the sewage backflow issues that were raised by community residents at this meeting and following the presentation for this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Beckman. Appreciate it.
Former Councilman Gentili, did you leave or?
I'm here. No, I'm here.
Oh, okay.
Let me see if I can. Okay. Yeah.
Well, you can speak. I mean, but it's okay if you can't put your video on.
Right. Okay, great. I did submit some written testimony via the email, so.
We did
Yes,
receive
we received them.
Can you hear?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. And so I'll review that testimony, but pardon me if I repeat some things that you've already heard, Madam Chair, and Vice Chair, and Commissioners. I had to leave after the morning session to take care of some work responsibilities and just signing in just a little bit ago. So you may hear some things you've already heard, so pardon me on that. But I do want to say that this is really the only opportunity that the community has to weigh in on this entire proposal. Because as you've heard, the construction of the building, of the 9-story building, is as of right. So this is the only opportunity through BSA for the community to state its concern, as you've heard through the councilman and some others, the community board chair. Now, when I was on the council, I was a supporter of ZQA, Zoning for Quality and Affordability, of which Section 73-434 of the zoning resolution is part of ZQA. And I voted for it in 2016, which underscored my concern for senior housing, not only in our area, but throughout the city of New York. And the fact that we've had Short Hill for decades, it really underscores the fact that we in Bay Ridge are not averse to senior housing projects in Bay Ridge, but they must be appropriate for the site selection, as was Short Hill after a compromise was worked out in the 1970s. So here too, the site selection must be appropriate. And my support for ZQA as a council member in 2016 was predicated on what you're actually doing tonight. And I appreciate what you're doing in the entire day. And that was not making these waiver application an as of right waiver, but rather requiring BSA to evaluate each application individually and consider whether the applicant meets all 4 conditions in that section of the zoning law 73-434. So my support, it was predicated on particularly on these 4 conditions. And I believe that this application is inappropriate because it fails to meet 3 of the 4 conditions set forth in that zoning resolution. And as such, I believe that the parking waiver should be denied. I'll just go over quickly the conditions. Number 1, whether the parking reduction will facilitate an improved site plan. There 112 parking spaces are there. They are there, and they've been there. They've just not been marked. So there are 112 there, and the applicant seeks to reduce that by half to either 53 or 56. I heard both numbers, and use an override provision of section 25-261 to waive the 14 parking spaces that would otherwise be required for the new proposed building of 9 stories and 135 units. So that's a total of 56 and 14, or 53 and 14. So a total of 70 or 73 parking spaces would be eliminated if this waiver is permitted and the construction occurs in a complex that would then have 670 units of housing. 670 unit housing, this parking elimination of this magnitude cannot in any way facilitate improved site plan with 670 units of housing. And when you
Did
we lose him?
Yeah, council member, we can't hear you.
Mrs. Gentili?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
As did the councilman, about stormwater management. If you add in the problems with the sewage lines, the drainage, the plumbing, that will add to the current problems we already have, backups at Shore Hill and surrounding area. It's because we're on a hillside terrain. Bay Ridge and Colonial Road and Shore Road are at the bottom of that hillside. Bay Ridge is a ridge at the bay, and we are at the Colonial Road and Shore Road are at the bottom of that hillside. So it's additional reason this application fails to have an approved site plan, because I think one of the commissioners brought up, question the extent and nature of the remediation proposed, given the hillside terrain we have. And I don't believe that normal regulation of the stormwater management may not be sufficient for this site because of its location. So on those, I think it fails the condition to facilitate and improve the site plan. Parking reduction will not cause traffic induction. Number two, it's easy to see how a loss of 70 more spaces pushing cars into the street with no alternative. This area around Shore Road, and I know from experience, believe one of the vice chair knows from experience, that this area is already overburdened and often at capacity for available street parking. So motorists will be will add to this proposal, will circle the streets looking for that one elusive spot, but causing more traffic in the process. And it's based on my information and belief. The applicant has restricted parking at this site by various groups.
Councilmember Gentili?
It's former council member, not the current council member.
I think the title carries.
Yeah, that's okay.
Something happened. He dropped off.
Okay, do we want to?
Yeah, could someone please let him know that he has the opportunity to submit in writing, because he's cutting out.
Yeah. Councilmember Gentili, you can submit again if you need to. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, yes.
Okay, so if you need to submit again, we do have the original submission.
Yeah,
Okay.
you did cut out for a bit, so that's why we're saying that. We couldn't hear you.
Oh, I see. Okay, I couldn't understand. Okay, great.
Okay.
All right. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. I'll just continue. It's really, you'll see it in my submission. And finally, the last condition is that the reduction would not cause undue adverse effects on the residents, businesses, and community facilities in the area. There is a community facility right next door to the proposed building, and officials of this facility for adults with developmental challenges have testified about the adverse effects the project would have on their adult residents. It would have an adverse effect on the aesthetics and ambiance of 1 to 2 family homes along Colonial Road, where the front of the building would face. The new building would face, the face of the building would be on Colonial Road. The current Shore Hill towers that are there face mostly on Shore Road, so they don't affect the streetscape on Colonial Road. The 9-story building would be an aberration, would be a monstrosity compared to the surrounding properties, and the adverse impact on homeowners on Colonial Road would be they would be experiencing less enjoyment of their own property. So it fails that condition also. That's condition number 3. So 3 of the 4 conditions are failed by this applicant. And CB10 correctly voted with a strong advisory vote to BSA to deny this applicant's request for parking waiver. And after reviewing those conditions in ZR 73-434 and seeing that the applicant has failed to meet these conditions, I too add my voice and ask BSA likewise to reject this waiver application.
Councilmember, I have one question. You stated that the applicant is restricting parking on the site. To whom? you said they were.
Now, this is on information belief. I didn't check on this, but from what I've heard from the community, to those who work in the building, particularly and the medical units on the floor there, those who work in the medical units, and I believe some other groups. And again, this is on information and belief, so I haven't checked into it. But if that's true, then the whole the whole issue of usage of the parking lot is suspect. The underutilization of the parking lot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next, oh, sorry.
Okay.
Next speaker, Mr. Goldfinger.
Are we now?
I think
are we
all the
done with
electeds
all
are
the
done.
elected officials and community board representatives. We're all done.
Yeah,
with
I
that?
think they're all done.
So now the 3-minute rule will apply?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. I've heard a lot of discussion of some serious infrastructure issues in this area, especially around sewage.
I'm sorry, sir. Can you please
and
state your name
parking,
for the
and
record?
these are not.
Please state your name.
I'm
I don't
sorry.
think he's here.
Please state your name.
Okay. My name is Jacob Goldfinger. I'm a nearby resident. I've heard a lot of discussion about some very serious issues that this development can't address. Not only that, no development can address it. Any potential building is going to be up against these very same issues. Nobody with half a teaspoon of knowledge about the way sewage systems work, as a descendant of many generations of plumbers who grew up working in the trade myself, knows that even 137 seniors pooping in unison is not going to change or seriously impact the deficiencies in the system that are in place now. What we have here is an outsized concern over the loss of parking. And this is a public resource that has been exploited by some of the neighbors for quite some time. There was one woman at a meeting who was concerned about losing overflow parking that she used when she hosted parties. This is a transit desert. There is a need for more public transportation, but there's also a desperate need for affordable senior housing. And to prioritize some private homeowners and drivers over the serious housing needs in this community is absolutely bonkers. And it's hard to imagine what kind of project could be approved if this one can. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Joanna Joseph, I see your hand is up. Can you join us, please? Join us. Ms. Joseph? I don't see her.
Unmute. Yeah, hi.
Hi, how are you?
I'm
Okay.
fine, thank you.
Thank you. Sorry to interrupt you. Please state your name for the record and you'll have 3 minutes to speak.
Joanna Joseph, and thank you. I've been on since 10 o'clock this morning too, listening to all of the comments, and I want to say thank you to the board and the chairperson for your thorough review of everything. I would like to say that I have lived in Bay Ridge for 30 years and on Colonial Road for 22 of these years. So what I am about to say is firsthand knowledge that I have witnessed in those 22 years that I have lived here. It has been said that there is parking, that the residents park in the parking lot that's there, and that at times that they need to have cars removed. I have never seen that. In fact, there used to be an arm down that only residents would be able to lift and move in. It was removed conveniently within a year or two for somehow so that it was no longer resisted to anybody else going in and driving in and out. I don't know how that happened, but that is something maybe somebody else could explain. I also would like to concur with Justin Berman when he said that the findings that was presented to us at the board meeting and the parking that is available is ludicrous. Seeing that this is such an important part of the decision-making for the board, and it is a very, we're not driving in terms of the residents as well as the people, as the applicant proposing this, maybe an independent study could be done. So where the figures could sort of line up, because it's not lining up for the residents who live here. Another thing is Commissioner Chantilly showed a picture of the parking lot, and it wasn't, again, not concurring with what we saw from the applicant. So again, I am stressing that this is something important and that it should be addressed in this manner. Commissioner Brown talked about the fact that a permit such as this doesn't take into consideration the visitors factor. However, like it's been said many, many times, the members of Board 10 does not, the people who live there do not come from the community. Therefore, their visitors who come to see their loved one, which I think is very important to seniors, need to come from outside of the area, and they drive. And when they drive, just waiting to speak to you alone and looking out my window where I work, there was like 10 to 12 people coming by to visit, and they have to park on the streets that are available. If they were able to park in the parking lot that is empty, that would limit all the parking that is available to the residents. So I really think, as a mother who walks sometimes on 85th Street when I have to come back home after parking and walk towards my house on 92nd Street, it's not a 5-minute walk. I'm sorry. So the people who live here are going to be impacted negatively by this. The chairperson said that correctly said that the flow of traffic from 91st Street should go into the parking lot. However, that is not happening. 91st Street was blocked. At the same time, the arm was removed from the driveway off on Colonial Road into the parking lot. So that flow of traffic is not happening. Maybe they could explain to us, the applicant could explain to us why it was blocked.
Ms. Joseph, your 3 minutes are up, so you want to wrap up?
Yeah, I'd just like to say thank you for taking the time, but an independent study of the usage of the parking space as well as the traffic congestion should really be considered before a decision is made.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Siddell? Jennifer Siddell, you want to unmute and speak?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, please begin.
Okay.
For the record.
Yes, my name is Jennifer Siddell, and I live on 91st Street near 9000 Shore Road, aka Shore Hill Housing. Their parking lot abuts my backyard. They claim that they don't need all the parking spaces that they currently have, and they claim that they can expand the, we all know this, that they can decrease their parking spaces and still have enough to accommodate the daily traffic flow. With all due respect, I take serious issue with this claim. Parking in this neighborhood is notoriously arduous, as the vice chair of your board attested to before the lunch break. I believe the representatives of Shore Hill are fudging their own numbers. At the last community board meeting on November 17th, the representative of Shore Hill admitted that certain service providers, such as Meals on Wheels and visiting nurses, and the majority of employees who wanted to park regularly in the lot were told that they were not allowed to do so. Meals on Wheels and visiting nurses are indispensable services to low-income senior residents. And yet these daily caregivers are not allowed to park in the lot at Shore Hill. This is a clear indication to me that the existing number of 73 spaces does not satisfy their current demand. I ask how many other essential workers were banished from using the lot in Shore Hill and were therefore omitted from this parking study that was conducted. Now, Ms. Joseph just mentioned this. For months now, Shore Hill's double wide driveway located on 91st Street has been blocked off with traffic cones, chain fencing, creating a barricade. Ostensibly, the managers at Shore Hill don't want the countless numbers of delivery drivers, accessorize, car service drivers, adult daycare vans, ambulance, and family members of residents to utilize the driveway or parking lot in their facility. So in turn, they barricaded this entrance. Lucky for them that they could do that. Homeowners are not so lucky. We can't barricade our own driveways. So where do all these daily visitors of Shore Hill park and idle their vehicles? They do it if they block homeowner driveways constantly. They oftentimes leave their vehicles and they double park all along 91st Street. Daily visitors do this every day at all hours throughout the day. The parking struggles, noise of honking cars, and traffic congestion has been a constant problem on 91st Street for over 2 decades, and I have learned to live with it. But Shore Hill's one recent act of barricading their lot entrance on 91st Street has negatively impacted the surrounding neighbors and created additional traffic congestion and hazards. I walk my dog every day. I work nights, so I personally witness these problems on a daily basis. Just imagine the future irreversible negative impact to the neighborhood when 137 units are added and parking for the housing complex is further reduced. They claim that they will enact and enforce a loading zone, but one loading zone for 3 large buildings that take up almost half of a city block is unrealistic, and residents are bound to use more convenient areas to get picked up and dropped off, and so will delivery drivers. This is a residential area, and the foreseeable negative impact of the reduction of parking spaces is too much to ask of this community. Even right now, with 73 parking spaces and the lot that has already 2 entrances, one on 91st and one on Colonial, Shore Hill has proven to be unable to manage the large amount of daily traffic to and from their facility. As a 91st Street resident for 20 years, I believe this existing problem can only become exponentially worse with the addition of 137 units.
Ms. Sedalia, 3 minutes are up. So if you want to wrap up, please.
10 a.m.
I know, I'm sorry, Madam Chair, it's up to you.
Please, I've been here since 10 a.m. I just have like 30 more seconds, I swear.
There's so many people.
There are a lot of people waiting. Please wrap it up in 30 seconds, and you can always provide your statement. We read every statement that is submitted.
Colonial Road is bound to get just as congested as 91st Street. One thing they never mentioned was the winter months with all the snow and how that's going to impact the parking situation. And regarding the sewage, you can smell sewage all along 92nd Street from Shore Road all the way to 3rd Avenue all year round. You can smell it. And I want to thank CB10, Mr. Gentile, Mr. Brannon, and all the neighborhood people for, trying to stick, look out for us. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Riley?
Hi, my name is Joe Riley, and I'm the Executive Director for the Guild for Exceptional Children. We're a nonprofit organization that since 1958 has been supporting and caring for people with developmental disabilities. We run a number of programs in Bay Ridge, and among them, 13 residences for developmentally disabled adults. I've been working for the agency for 38 years, and I'm very proud to do so. We've been part of the fabric of the community for over 60 years. We're good neighbors, and anytime we've opened a program, it has been so with the unanimous support of the community board and the neighborhood. But I'm speaking out against the new development at 9000 Shore Road for the following reasons. One, the project as planned will most definitely adversely affect our organization in both short and long term. That right next door at 8910, we run a 2-family home for 11 developmentally disabled adults. They are multiply handicapped, and some of them are psychologically fragile. My specific concerns are during construction, the noise and disruption is likely to trigger psychological and emotional distress for our fragile residents. I'm also afraid that our structure, which is a 100-year-old building on a stone foundation, which fits into the aesthetics of the neighborhood because all of the residents, all of the houses along Colonial Road are that construction, will suffer adversely. And it may force the relocation of these disabled residents who have been living in that home since 1990. the long-term problem I have with it is, personally, is that after the construction, this new 9-story megalith will be right next to our home, and basically will block out the sun from our residents. We'll be living in the shadow of this building. The proposed plan has the new building almost at the property line, and we also have a stone retainer wall that kind of also provides our basement exit for fire safety. And I'm almost certain that retainer wall will come down. We're very close to the property line, and the new building proposed is going to be very close to the property line. So if this is a foregone conclusion, I would ask that consideration to move it further away, than with the minimum requirement be considered. But that's not the only reason. Developmentally disabled people have been marginalized all their life. And finally, these people, some of whom who were in institutions, found a home in Bay Ridge, a welcoming sense of community. And if this project goes through, it further reinforces the idea that developmentally disabled adults are second-class citizens, not worthy of consideration. And of course, I don't want to see that happen. Also, the project as planned does not meet 3 of the 4 required findings found in zoning regulation 73-434. As mentioned before, the area has an
Mr. Riley,
existing
you have 3
sewage problem.
minutes, so please wrap up.
Okay, all right.
Sorry.
The sewage problem is not just during storm. So that the study that they did is not conclusive enough. It is raw sewage that comes up in dry weather, and it's not just our home, because it happens in our home, it happens in other homes in the area. We also find the parking studies highly suspect, because that's not been our experience. And the congestion is a problem, and it leaves many vehicles idling on the streets in a residential area. So I am asking that independent studies be done on the parking, on the congestion, and on the sewage system, as was suggested by Councilman Brannan and Community Board Head Beckman and others on this list. Reasonable persons must make certain that whatever our lofty goal may be, innocent people are not trampled on in the process. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Francis?
Hi, my name is Paul. Can you hear me?
Yes, and you're on 3 minutes.
Okay. I'm a member of the community. I have a bird's eye view of the proposed site. I just first want to start off, I find it funny because during the Community Board 10 meeting, there were people that were at that meeting on the proposed site side that were actually using the parking lot. That being said, I saw today that 54 of the spots were taken up just maybe 2 hours ago. I look at that parking lot every single day. I mentioned at the community board meeting, everybody that has a Ring doorbell camera can tell you that there's never any spots available. So we're all suspect with the surveys that were being taken. It was said earlier that if you go on Google, you could see that 56 or 63 of the spots were taken up. I'd like to revert back to the beginning of this whole thing when I think it was Mr. Consuegra from the Bronx said something about Google Maps, and the chairperson said, well, it can't be that, it was that one-off chance that the Google Maps showed whatever, but at all times, there is more than 43 people parked in that lot. The whole community feels like the surveys were manipulated. And if the neighbors are parked in the lot, how did we get a correct survey of street parking? If there are neighbors parked in the lot, then how did we get a correct assessment of available spots outside? Speaking on available spots outside, they say within a quarter of a mile. It's not only seniors that are going to be living in the building. The community has seniors in our houses. We have moms, dads, grandparents. They can't walk a quarter of a mile to come back home. And my mom can't do a quarter of a mile, nevertheless, in 5 minutes. So, you know, there's a serious impact on the community. You know, I mentioned at the community board meeting, there's hung electric along Colonial Road. How would that be affected? How would that affect the community? Like having to bury those lines? You know, another thing that nobody mentioned, there's a school / convent right across the street. It's called Visitation. It has a huge pond, and there's a spill off that goes right underneath the parking lot. And there's actually a dip in the wall. So right underneath the proposed building, there's a spillway from the pond. So has anybody recognized that or surveyed that? How
Mr.
they're going to
Francis,
build on top of
I'm
that?
sorry, Mr. Francis, your 3 minutes are up, so please wrap up.
Sure. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's all I have to say then.
Thank you so
Thank you
much.
for my 3 minutes.
Thank
And
you, Mr.
anyone else is, before we get to Victoria Hoffmo, just as a matter of fact to the neighbors or anyone, if you want to submit additional testimony, you can to submit at bsa.nyc.gov. You can submit additional testimony. So if we don't get to everything you want to say, you can submit it in writing to the board and the board commissioners will review it. Victoria Hoffmo?
Can you hear me?
Yes, Victoria.
Okay. Dear commissioners, I am testifying as president of, I'm sorry, my name is Victoria Hoffman. Dear commissioners, I am testifying as president of the Bay Ridge Conservancy against the Rose Group's variance to substantially reduce on-site parking at Short Hill residents. Our mission is to preserve, protect, and enhance the built natural environment of Bay Ridge, Brooklyn, and we've been around for about 25 years. This original senior housing residence was crafted painstakingly by the community about half a century ago. It struck a balance that would provide a substantial amount of senior housing and respect the legitimate concerns of the neighbors. Bay Ridge and its neighbors have been ahead of the curve when it comes to creating senior housing. Some of our other areas senior residences include the Norwegian Christian Home, Pope John Paul Apartments, the Marienheim, Harbor Hall, and the new Sunset Ridge Senior Apartments. Each project came from the ground up and through local community organizations. In fact, our area is so attuned to senior needs that we have been designated a NORC, naturally occurring retirement community. In regards to the Shore Hill residents, a compromise was reached to reduce the original proposed building of 21 stories to 2 14-story buildings. There was also a promise made that nothing else will be built on the site. So the fact that this project is even coming to be essay is problematic as it breaks the commitment achieved by the community with the city. I hope this objection is noted in the record. Since the city is reneging on the original promise to our community, I will focus on how the applicant is ineligible for this variance, as they do not qualify under three of the conditions. Whether parking reduction will facilitate an improved site plan, in order to ensure that the bulk of the 2 14-story buildings that comprise Shore Hill did not overwhelm their 1 and 2-story neighbors, they were placed towards the wider Shore Road, stepped back from the low-density side streets and Colonial Road, and included several open spaces between the two buildings and Colonial Road to act as a buffer. Shore Hill's site plan was designed this way as nothing else was to be built on the site. There is no area on the site large enough to build what the Rose Group proposes, so they have to create it and are trying to do so by eliminating the parking spots the community was guaranteed to prevent congestion and using Colonial Road as their entrance. I cannot imagine how bad the congestion will be, as Colonial Road is also the parking lot point of egress. B, prove that parking reduction will not cause traffic congestion. There is a parking problem now. It is a question of simple math. If you add more residents, services, and support staff while decreasing the parking spots by 70, existing parking and congestion problems will be aggravated. C, prove that parking reduction will not adversely affect residents, businesses, and community facilities. At the community board hearing, one of the main concerns of the neighbors was the parking and traffic caused by the existing Short Hill complex. Adding an additional 135 units while eliminating 30 parking spaces will substantially exacerbate the parking problem. Also, the Guild for Exceptional Children, a local agency that provides housing and services for developmentally disabled adults, has a group home that abuts the property. The director testified as to how this project will negatively impact their residents. You must remember that the Guild has many group homes. I believe they said 13 in the area, and they also have many seniors living in these homes. I would like to add that the parking numbers provided by the Rose Group, of which their application for the variance was based, are skewed due to the fact that this owner has prohibited those initially parking the lot to do so. Using manipulated numbers to make their case negates their argument. Another concern reiterated several.
Excuse me, Ms. Hoffman, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but your 3 minutes is up, so please wrap up.
Okay. The other concern is the sewage, which we talked about. So Bay Ridge has been a model community for senior housing and services because it saw the need more than half a century ago. It's also been so successful that long-term residents age in place and retirees have chosen to come to live here. Instead of overbuilding or imposing additional housing on the Sherwood site, Bay Ridge should be used as a model as to how communities can build senior housing with community input, sensitivity, and consensus. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ms. Hoffman.
Thank you, everyone.
I'm sorry.
Anybody else?
Yeah, there's two more. Lisa Sokolow. I'm sorry, I apologize if you're pronouncing your name wrong. You want to join us?
Okay, I'll try to make it fast.
You have 3 minutes.
I wanted.
State your name, please. I'm sorry.
Second, Lisa Sokolow. I wanted to second what everyone said. My concern is the environmental hazards. When the drilling starts and all the toxins start going into the area, and we have an increase in cancer, autism, and asthma. I have very bad allergies myself. I will be in front of the area. Yeah, I care about parking, but we're talking environmental hazards. Why one group's rights are any more than another group's rights? My mom's in assisted living. She's paying down her money. She couldn't get into that facility, number one. Okay, and number two, I work and I struggle to pay the bills. And why are my rights taken away and other rights are respected more? We all have rights. They all need to be recognized. The Guild has rights. People who, just get up and go to work every day have rights. And we all do. We welcomed the Guild. We welcomed this building. But, someone had mentioned in the commission, it's laudable. It is laudable. And Bay Ridge has done their job. And we do have open arms. But it's very easy also to throw that word around when laudable is not in your backyard. Your daily life won't be affected. You see, you're not affected. This is a beautiful community. It is a community that has breathing room. It's a community that enjoys each other. And again, yeah, okay, parking, get it. That parking lot's always empty, by the way. Joanna was right. But what about the breathing air? What about the toxins? Okay, the sewer system, the congestion. I wait for the command bus. Okay, I see everyone being dropped off in the morning. What about the people who get up every single day to pay that mortgage? Every single day to fight to hold on to their houses. Nowhere in their presentation do they mention us. It's the residents of Short Hill Housing. What about the perimeter? What about us? I want to hear how we are going to be compensated for years of drilling. I want to hear how we're going to be compensated because we have rights too, no less than anybody else's.
Thank you.
That's my 3 minutes.
Thank you, Ms. Sokolow.
Okay, Miss Maria H. Want to join us?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please state your name for the record. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, everyone. I'll keep this short. My name is Maria DeBonis. I'm a professional engineer by trade, and I live less than a block away from this development. There's a huge disconnect between the community's parking experience and the developer's parking study. I'd just like to point out that the parking counts were performed during the week DOE was closed for Passover and Easter holidays, which I think we can all agree drastically affects the traffic pattern and parking demand in the neighborhood. Since this information is the basis for their justification that on-site parking can be reduced, I strongly urge the board to take that into consideration before granting a special permit. I also urge the board to review the access and maneuverability plans approved by FDNY for emergency on-site access and the Department of Sanitation, given the community concerns expressed this evening. In my experience, turning movements can speak 1,000 words, and those appear to be some pretty tight internal access roads. That's all I wanted to bring to the board's attention. I appreciate your taking the time to listen and your thorough review. Thank you.
Anyone
Thank you.
else? Anyone else? Please put your hand down, Ms. Maria. Thank you. I think that's it. I don't see anyone else with their hand up. Oh, Ms. Slevin? Oh, wait. Ms. Slevin? Ms.
Yes,
Slevin, are you joining us?
yes, Elizabeth Slevin, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, I live on 91st Street. I wanted to point out at the public hearing on November 17th, they spoke about the parking permits that were issued. Now, it was updated to 36 residents, 8 doctors, and 4 employees. So at that time in October, there were 48 parking permits issued, not 43. So they were going off 43, but it's actually 48 as of October. So that needs to be updated. I also want to point out that presently the parking lot is an open area that uses a senior-friendly loop design. The new proposal will change the parking lot to one that has narrow spots with numerous blind spots. It would have 29 spaces along a dead-end area that would be difficult for seniors to maneuver into and out of. The original Shore Hills plan was supposed to have dead-end parking, but was changed to an open loop design to ensure easier navigation and better serve the seniors, as was spoken about this morning. Parking spot number 19 is next to the trash compactors with no buffer zone. Really? You expect someone to park right next to the trash compactor while it's being emptied and whatever? 8 of the 12 parking spots under the proposed building are along a brick wall. Do you really expect people to back out of a spot that has a brick wall next to them? And this is designed for seniors. Spot number 42 is also along a wall and has another blind spot. The handicap spots were reduced from 10 spots in the present lot to 3 in the proposed lot. This design is not for senior drivers. The parking lot would be difficult to maneuver for any driver, let alone a senior. Another point I'm going to bring up, the east building has stairs going out to the street. So in order for a handicapped person or anyone that uses a wheelchair, a walker, a shopping cart to enter the building, what they need to do is, say they're exiting the east building. They need to make a left, go along the side of the building, along the driveway, about 40 feet, and then go into the driveway and come back another 40 feet to the street. So if you're going to be using that driveway for cars to pick up, drop off, you're expecting the handicapped people to use the same driveway with traffic? And the last thing I want to bring up is someone had mentioned earlier about the no standing zones. There is a no standing zone in front of the west building. Previously, the east building used the driveway for a no standing zone. Now that sign was taken away several years ago. So now there is no, designated area for the emergency vehicles to park. And as someone brought up also, will you be taking spots away on the Colonial Road proposed building for no standing zone? And that's about it.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sullivan. Okay, there doesn't seem to be anyone else raising their hands. Madam Chair?
Okay, all right. Thank you again, everybody, for your participation. It's truly appreciated. and spending from 10 o'clock to make a presentation. I just want to make a couple of things very clear. First of all, with regards to this development, what is before us is the reduction of parking for the existing parking spaces that were built for the existing development. The new development, and when I say as of right, what I mean by as of right is a new development regardless of the parking waiver. If you could provide parking below grade or in a garage or wherever it is within the site, the use is permitted as of right, the density is permitted as of right. The only issue that is before us is the parking, and that is that is the special permit that is before us. The other part of the discussion is the critical part, and a lot of comments have been raised, is the parking. So when you are doing your parking analysis, I mean, one question was raised that the parking was done at a time when this was during holidays. So please make it very clear that what are the DOT parking periods are, because I know DOT has very clear parking requirement, like they have a calendar during which parking should be conducted. So please indicate in your documentation if this parking analysis, both on street and on site, was done as per DOT's parking calendar requirement. Okay. Then with regards to the parking on-site parking analysis, you need to do much better representation of walk us through what has been happening thus far, which is anybody and everybody was parking there, and as you said, residents were parking. It is you're conjecturing that those outside the residents were also parking. But since you have started issuing decal so far, how many residents of the building have been participating? How many has been given out to the staff, and how many to the community facility representatives? And what is expected increase in any one of those that would require that you anticipate? And what is happening? And currently, you're saying even after issuing the decal, you are seeing parking spaces being utilized by other vehicles. You need to do a little bit more sleuthing or analysis to identify who is parking here in the meantime. And if you can prevent that from happening now, I think that would be best, because a message needs to be made very clear. And going forward, you also need to make sure that no one else other than those who have decals or visitors can access the site. Right? So how are you going to make that happen? And how are you going to facilitate that? Because if your parking lot is going to be filled by residents who are going to come and park, and you don't want to, and I completely respect that, you don't want to get into an issue on this with your neighbors. You want to be good neighbors. How are you going to address that? Because it is taking one parking space away from that one off chance visitor who wants to come and park there, right? To the community facility. You also need to explain very clearly how this community facility is serving. Is it serving exclusive the residents, or is it serving anybody outside? And is that also therefore triggering the parking? So there's a lot of questions that have come about tangentially and directly about how the parking analysis is not reflecting what is happening. And I think from what I'm understanding is that, yes, there is a lot more parking there, but many of them are not related to your facility. It is outsiders that are parking. So you need to kind of clearly state how you're coming to that analysis, how you're coming to that conclusion, and how is it going to be addressed, and how will you ensure that only those who need to access this facility will be parking there, and how the parking requirement is going to be met through that, and it is not going to be a burden to the neighboring parking spaces. The other thing with regards to the loading and unloading, I think I've mentioned that. Yeah, I think a lot of the other questions are kind of there. But I think that what has come up with regards to, again, the infrastructure, this is, again, the density on this site is permitted. So this is a larger question And I'm not sure it is this subject alone that is going to address this concern. It is a larger citywide question that is going to come. That I personally think so, but I can have other commissioners let me know otherwise. And you need to respond to how you're addressing through your site plan some of the other the issues that's been raised. Infrastructure, drainage, flooding, all of those things. Okay, because that's to your site plan. Yeah.
Commissioner Shabeta has his hand up.
Yes, Vice Chair.
Hi, thank you. I just want to follow up on some of the things you stated. With regard to the non-residents using that lot, you're going to have to somehow explain how, without those people using your lot, how that would affect the parking in the residents surrounding the area. Would that have an effect? So you're gonna have to explain that to us.
Vice Chair, I'm not sure that is their job. If the residents are electing to use a free parking spot that does not belong to them, I mean, they're doing a service for the resident, but they're not obligated to provide that parking for an outside resident, right?
I wholeheartedly agree with you. I'm just saying, where would they be parking if they're not parking there?
Mr. Rebel wants to answer that.
Yes, Mr. Rebel.
We did, and the studies now take that into account, because when the studies were taken, the decals were enforced. Anyone who was parking there without permission was already on the side, was already off street. So the off street utilization calculations account for those users already.
I appreciate that.
Okay, so we'll address that. I mean, there's a couple of points we could address now. I don't want to belabor it. If you want us to just put it into writing, kind of about Passover and Easter were not the 2nd to 9th. Please look at the calendar. It was much later in April. No funny business. DOT calendar was clearly complied with and adhered to. I mean, all this will be set forth. Again, it's in the documents that we supplied, but we will make sure that every point that was raised will be addressed in our response.
Yes.
Clearly.
Please go through the hearing, go through every comments that were raised and respond to every one of them.
Commissioner
LeBrown.
LeBrown.
Yeah, also as
Commissioner Otley Brown, sorry, was
Commissioner Otley Brown's hand was up first.
Yep, sure.
I just wanted to say that the displacement of the neighbors who were in that parking lot where they park is beyond the scope of this applicant's analysis.
I agree.
That's separate and apart. They're supposed to be either parking on their own property or parking on the street. And the fact that they weren't for so long is a benefit to them, but it was not a requirement that this applicant house their cars and the cars of their neighbors and their friends, nor should it be going forward, nor should the analysis have to address that issue.
I agree.
Well, I think that council had understood what I was saying. It wasn't whether or not they're required to help them serve, but would that have an impact if they're no longer parking there on the parking study?
On the parking study, of course it will. They're going to have to park somewhere.
Fortunately,
but that's not our issue. So what will it show? It will show maybe that there are 40 less parking spots within a quarter-mile radius of this site, but they don't have to address that.
Fortunately, they did. They addressed it. They stated that this parking study was done considering those vehicles, not during the time that the lot no longer allowed those vehicles from not the residents to be permitted in.
And maybe that's why the on-street parking utilization was at least 90% and up. I believe that's a good reason for getting such high utilization percentage. I wanted to ask if there's some backup in the form of a video, or I believe I hear that some of the survey was done using a video camera, the traffic counts in and out. If you can provide us with some shots, even some pictures, that would be very helpful.
What are you looking for, Commissioner Shetta?
Pictures during traffic count, because I have seen some of the community sharing like suspicion on the figures in the parking study. So if the engineer has some backup in some sort of pictures, videos, that would be very helpful for us.
I mean, are you looking for the pictures to show how much of the parking space has been utilized?
Kind of like general picture, if the camera was oriented in such a way to give us some sort of vision, even partially, to the parking lot, that would be helpful.
I'm not sure how.
Excuse me.
I mean, the applicant is saying that the parking lot has not only vehicles that have decals, but also have vehicles that do not have decals. So it is going to answer the question that the community has stating, is that the parking space is already full. But the applicant is saying that if you count only those decal spaces, the utilization is what they're showing the analysis. And that's where the confusion is, because the utilization of the space that has been presented is based on the number of decals that has been issued, not those vehicles that do not have decals. Am I wrong?
The utilization, yes, exactly. That is correct. At the time that the study was done, though, the vehicles without decals were excluded from the parking lot.
Even though they were parking there. Even though they were parking there, they were excluded from the analysis. Only
No, they were not at the time of the study. They were physically not permitted to park. People without decals were no longer physically permitted to park in the parking lot as of April 2nd to the 9th. It was strictly enforced during the study. To the extent that some creep has taken place since that time, we have not taken full control over those measures. It sounds like you're telling us to.
Yes.
And we will.
Yes. Because I think there's a representation that is.
Just to jump in to clarify, so Andrew,
yeah,
with Jonathan Rose, the applicant. As Brock mentioned before, our staff is busy taking care of our residents, and even during that period of time, look, they did the best they could, but they did not strictly enforce every single last stall. They did not tow cars that were parked illegally. They wrote flyers on cars that they found requesting them to move. But again, we're trying to be good neighbors. We don't want to tow anybody. That ruins somebody's day. So just to clarify, even during the parking period, we do anticipate there was quite a few cars that were still not allowed to park there. But even then, the numbers show that there wasn't, an issue. So.
And I misspoke because I'm sorry to have said that they were all excluded. There was some there still. I'm sorry.
Okay, so just make that very clear in terms of what was analyzed, and because, and I would say, going forward from what you're hearing from the community, is parking is such a big part of this concern, is that you need to start enforcing it so that people get the message this is only for the residents of this facility and the community facility. So if you don't start enforcing it now, you're going to have difficulty when the construction time comes and otherwise. So you might as well start putting it to use, and you may need it in the long term to have a dedicated staff who monitors that, unfortunately. Okay. So I'm just putting it out there. You may have to keep that in your mind, in your back pocket, to make sure you get to provide the parking space for your facility. First, you need to be good neighbors, but one of the ways of addressing the good neighbors is to accommodating your need on your side and not be a burden to the neighbors. And that's what you're hearing right now.
Okay. Madam Chair, I just want to note, members of the community, I know you guys waited all day and some of you already spoken, so please, you can make your submissions to submit at bsa.nyc.gov. Mr. Francis, you already spoke, so if you have additional testimony, please submit at bsa.nyc.gov. The board reads every submission that comes in.
Okay. Any other questions or comments for the applicant team? Okay. Any questions that you have, Mr. Robo, from us that we needs clarification? Okay, Mr. Orbel? Do you need any clarification from us?
No, I think your direction is very clear as to what you need from us.
All right. How
timing,
long
maybe.
will it take for you to provide a response? And please take your, I know there's and what's your timeline? That's what I wanted to know. Because I know there's a funding timeline associated with it. What's your timeline?
The funding timeline, I think maybe Andrew would jump in on overall.
Yeah, I mean, we'd love to just connect back with staff to talk about timing and turning this around. I think you've given us a lot of good direction to think about. And so I think what's important to us is that we get this right. And so I would be less concerned about the funding timeline and more about having the time to follow up on some of the things that you've pointed out and some of the things other members of the community have pointed out. So I would like to avoid committing to something that has us maybe rush that process when I think we need a little bit more time to actually think about some of this stuff and refine our plans. So
The best answer that I've received so far. Thank you, Mr. Foley. Okay, so how much time do you need to provide a response to this? Because we want to schedule a hearing based on that.
Yeah. I would turn to my group a little bit, I'd say, and just tell me if I'm wrong. Is 4 weeks or 6 weeks? There are significant issues that we need to address here. So I don't want to also underwork 2 months, maybe.
I think 2 months is it's a good start.
Yeah. Okay. Well, it sounds like we're all in agreement.
Okay.
2 months to submit. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you again, everybody, the applicant team, everybody was here, community members, representatives. Really appreciate it. We do appreciate everybody's participation in this. Thank you.
Okay. So this concludes the public hearing for January 24th, 2023. Thank you.